or visit ViralRabbi.com with your smart contractor. We know about the importance of local radio, and Allison Brown, head of marketing at TRUMAN. The number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. To hear more, go to brandpartners.com. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former colleague? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approach here help you to wipe away unwanted information on your search results. And also promote the good stuff, showing the risers to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. This would mean it's too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033. Keep your hearing listening. This is Jacob at We've been involved in a motorcycle accident and we post lost 24 years. Clean time, AM 1 It's important to understand our cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, using personal information getting exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for cybercriminals to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock, as LifeLock protection alerts you to potential identity theft that you may not spot on your own, or taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, the dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock. Log on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off. Personal safety to leave your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put time and burn on Let's Lethal System to protect your 2024 regulation list for TRILLIONAIRE. Burn a pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Burner provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas, mixed with pepper, and black-type kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 30 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Burner is the solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required, must be 18 years or older. A personally owned or Burner XP launcher and great comprehensive firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Burner is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit ViralRabbi.com/Stuart now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's ViralRabbi.com/Stuart. Now, welcome back to Coast, George Moore with your program story. This is award-winning filmmaker, author, and founder of the Alien Method of Energy Medicine and Consciousness Study. As a child, during her life, Caroline has been deeply connected to spirituality, the study of consciousness, and the mechanics of the universe. Coupled with books and films include The Divine Plan, Terror in the Skies, All Matters from the Visible and Invisible World. Caroline, welcome back. How you doing? I'm fine. Getting forward to taking on 2024. How about you? Oh, definitely. I don't know about you, but for me, 2023 was I mean, it was okay, but not the best, that's for sure. So I'm really excited about 2024. It was pretty good year for me, but it went by very fast, didn't it? Yeah, sort of. It was really like a lucky year a little bit for me, and it was usually a different, a shift in the energy, since with the 2024, so I'm very excited about that. I've been watching you on 18 aliens, by the way. How have you been? It's actually incredible. Going into different seasons, I couldn't even keep track because seasons getting through 18 is something crazy. So this show is just so popular, and I mean, just keep blowing me away with the content. It's really continuing for so long, and they keep coming up with like cool ideas. So I'm really happy to be on the show. Now, how did you get involved in consciousness study? Well, it's kind of like with personal experiences, I was child. I had experiences where I would see subtle energy, I would hear people's thoughts, I would see things before they happen, like paranormal experiences that happen spontaneously. And so, from the beginning, I had more thinking and feeling about one more than just the physical body. And, when I became older and I got to college and things like that, I started asking the question, like, really, how does it work? What is it that I was experiencing? Is everybody experiencing the same thing? And I went to college to study psychology, thinking that's kind of how it was. And of course, it was a lot more than what I realized. to really go deeper into the research and the study of the science of consciousness and doing sorts of experiments to really figure out what that is.
Have you concluded that it's part of the brain or outside of the brain?
So it's 100% outside the brain. I mean, when I look at, I can think of those who have had NDE experiences, tells you, that consciousness is unbound and it's outside the brain and the body, in fact. And so, especially during all sorts of experiments with different scientists, we can tell that consciousness is the one that dictates the brain to behave a certain way, to do the chemicals and the hormones and the reactions that we want to have. It transports the consciousness and intention. For sure, that's really my take on it.
Caroline, tell us about some of these experiments. How are they conducted and what was their accomplishment?
This is really telekinesis. So, we use telekinesis is the ability to move a physical object without any physical contact. And so physically, we started an experiment and we finally got the paper on the table. And we put it, under glass, so, we're not affected. And then we see what happens. We try to communicate and connect with that piece of paper under the glass and get it to move. And sometimes it does. But then we think, oh, maybe it's the research period of changes or something like, a little bit of wind or the electromagnetic from the ground or something that could be interfering. So then we test it again under two glasses, and then we do it in a different room, for example, and then we put it under vacuum, in a Faraday cage. And so how is it possible to actually move an object that is in a Faraday cage? That means that it's not a kinetic being, it wouldn't be technically, not super fast, but what is it? You see? And so we start to really take an experiment over and over. And, we realize that this is what it is. So we use this one of the experiments this time. We've been doing experiments with trying to change the pH of water. So we test the water for over a period of time, and then it gets sort of what we call a baseline effect. So we can measure the pH over and over and over, for half an hour, an hour, something we can get. And then exactly at the time that I was focused on the water trying to get to change, it starts to change. And then when I look away, it's not. And so then that's negligible. Yes, it wasn't doing anything. It was just spontaneous for 2 days. And exactly at that time, it starts to go up. It's fine, it's that, and things like that. And then it would stop it. And if I can just do it, it needs to be repeated. So it was repeated over and over, and we thought, this thing will work. So this is how we consciously believe that it was the effect of the intention that was around it. We were doing so many experiments like this that kept coming to the fact that it is the intention, it is consciousness that would influence and really influence this world.
Once you understand it, as an individual, how can you use it in your day-to-day applications of life?
Yeah, because the example is very wide. The body is really healthy and well. So if you can change the pH in the water, then you can change the pH in your body. Everybody knows that alkaline environment in the body is consciousness. We know that the body is meant to be an acidic environment. And so it's why most people's body is acidic when it comes to food that we eat, the air that we breathe, the
This channel is part of the History Exhibit. Following the humiliation of generally out here in the Indian Ocean, there's a lot of emptiness. But if you stand long enough, you'll see something. Right here, equidistant between Africa and Australia, you'll see a cluster of incredibly remote bits of land, hardly peeking out of the ocean. This is the Chagos Archipelago, a chain of around 60 remote atolls and islands, 1,000 or so kilometers from any landmass. There used to be people here, local islanders who lived here for many generations. But those islanders are gone now. And today, the main island, called Diego Garcia, looks like this. It's a United States military base, and instead of a local community of coconut farmers, this island is now a little slice of America, transplanted into one of the most remote places on Earth. But this weaponized island doesn't even belong to the United States. It's technically British territory that was secretly rented to the US in a covert deal 50 years ago. So what's going on here? What's the deal with this American base on a technically British island? And whatever happened to the thousands of islanders that used to live on this island? The British gained control of the Chagos Archipelago in 1814, taking it from the French. The few thousand locals that lived in this chain of island mainly worked in coconut cultivation for European companies. But by the middle of the 1900s, the UN had been founded, and one of the first things that it undertook was decolonizing the land. Basically getting all these empires to wind down their rule over their colonies. So the British started leaving much of its territory abroad, downsizing its empire. Around the same time, the US was kind of doing the opposite, looking to expand its military power and influence around the world. They wanted a base in the Indian Ocean where they didn't have any territories. So the US set their sights on this archipelago, specifically this main island called Diego Garcia. All of these islands were a part of Mauritius, which was a British colony at the time. But Mauritius was soon becoming independent from Britain, part of this decolonizing of the map. Britain would soon be giving these islands back to the people who lived there. So the US made a secret deal with their allies, the British. At the time, the British owed the United States a bunch of money for helping them develop these submarine missiles. So the US said that they would wipe out $14 million worth of that debt if the British could secure them this island. But remember that the British were close to leaving all of these islands, trying to decolonize. They pulled a fast one and told Mauritius that they could have their independence plus £3 million if they would let the British just kind of break off this little archipelago so that the British could hold on to it even as Mauritius gained independence from Britain. The reason they paid the £3 million is so that they could technically say that they purchased the islands and appear as if they were still in keeping with the UN effort of decolonizing the map. And yet they were still able to hold on to these islands for the US. The US and the UK didn't sign any treaties or formally transfer any money during this process. All of that would require congressional approval and public scrutiny and all of these things that would probably make it not possible. So instead, they kept the deal secret, like literally secret. Like in the letters that they wrote back and forth, they said, quote, "There is a secret agreement," and that the U.S. would, quote, "effectively but indirectly pay the British for these islands," meaning there was no money changing hands, but they still paid them by wiping out the debt, and that they would be taking, quote, "special measures to maintain the secrecy of this arrangement." Oh, and there was the fact that this letter was officially classified as secret. So yeah, when I say secret, I really mean secret. By the late 1960s, it was looking like the Americans were going to get their base in the Indian Ocean. They were ready to move in. But there was still one big problem here, which is that there were over 1,000 locals still on this main island of Diego Garcia. But in the eyes of the US and the UK, this wasn't a problem. In a government memo, the British assured the Americans that there will be no indigenous population except the seagulls. And indeed, they made good on their promise. The locals were herded onto cargo ships and shipped off to the islands of Mauritius and Seychelles. And they were left there, in a world that many of them had never seen before, to fend for themselves. Many had never worked outside of their island. They had no skills or way of getting work. Back on the island, their pets were rounded up and gassed. Their houses left to crumble. The indigenous population was gone. And then the building began. The U.S. now had their base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, giving them direct access to big regional hotspots like the Middle East and Asia. Diego Garcia became more and more militarized with time. Soon it had a deep-sea port where nuclear submarines could dock, and it soon took on the nickname the Footprint of Freedom. And yet, with time, it became more and more secretive. No journalists are allowed to visit Diego Garcia. Few civilians have ever arrived here. And among those civilians, by the way, are NFL cheerleaders who came to boost morale of the troops. The island was also used as a CIA black site, used to interrogate suspects after 9/11. Both the U.S. and the British governments denied this and then finally admitted it.
We did some things that were wrong. We tortured some folks.
After 9/11, this island became more important because it was a launch pad for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So a new housing complex was built to accommodate the influx of soldiers. This new complex is called Camp Justice. Speaking of justice, those islanders who were forcibly evicted and deported from their island, they wanted something. So over the years, they've been fighting for some form of justice. And the British government has tried to compensate them, sometimes with money or by giving them an option to become British citizens. But even still, many live in very difficult circumstances, displaced from their homeland. What they really want is to go back. And through years of legal action, they've made a strong case that they have a right to do so.
Will the Foreign Office review its current position on the Chagos Islanders, who should be granted immediately the right to repatriation in their home?
We are currently in dispute with Mauritius about the issue of the Chagosian Islanders and about Diego Garcia.
Remember all those indirect payments and loopholes that the British and U.S. pulled during decolonization? That stuff they made very clear was very, very secret. Well, last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that this was totally illegal and not in compliance with the process of decolonizing. The General Assembly of the UN voted 116 to 6 that the UK never decolonized Mauritius because they held on to this archipelago, and called for them to immediately finish the process of returning the archipelago to the people who lived there. But despite these legal rulings and this global consensus, the US and the UK aren't likely to budge. The UK continues to defend its claim to this island, and as long as they do, the U.S. military will have a home there.
In this country, we're doing our best to ensure that we are as humane as we possibly can.
Thank you so much for watching this video. There's so much more information on this topic that I was going to fit into this video, but I've wanted to make it for years and I finally did. I want to thank Storyblocks for supporting this channel and for sponsoring today's video. You may not have noticed, but a lot of the footage that I used, especially in the intro of this piece, was Storyblocks footage. This moment right here in the intro, I zoom in, that's all Storyblocks footage. It's beautiful stuff, and I was able to browse and find loads of stuff of the ocean and islands that I was able to use in this video. I've been using Storyblocks for years because they really are the best place to find good stock footage and audio and After Effects templates. For so incredibly cheap, you have access to a giant repository of visuals that you can use to create whatever you're creating. I could have never gone to the Indian Ocean to record this footage, and yet on Storyblocks I have a huge abundance of stuff I can use. So I'm so grateful that it exists. I'm grateful that it's affordable. I'm grateful that it is a subscription service, so you don't pay per clip. You pay a monthly subscription, which is incredibly cheap, and then you can just download as much of this big, beautiful footage as you want. It's super high res. I can't say enough about it. And again, it's not just because they sponsored this video. I've been using Storyblocks for years. So I have a link in my description. It's storyblocks.com/TRILLIONAIRE. If you go to that link and go sign up for Storyblocks, it definitely helps support my channel, but it definitely will help you support whatever you're doing. If you are a creative filmmaker who wants to learn how to edit better, Storyblocks is a great way to have tons of footage at your fingertips for an incredibly low price. Thank you, Storyblocks, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. Lots more to come soon. Have a good day. 40 million years ago, the ocean floor cracked open and molten lava started flowing out. It cooled as it hit the cold ocean water and turned solid, eventually making mountains in the ocean. Those mountains got taller and taller, and soon a chain of islands was born. And then, around 2,000 years ago, a group of people arrived to these islands in canoes. Those communities eventually unified into one kingdom, the Kingdom of Hawaii, a sovereign nation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Hawaii became a language, a culture, a national identity. But that sovereignty, that culture, that identity was soon stolen. Captured by a new, bigger country an ocean away.
For millions of years, there was no land here, only the sea. Hawaii's half-century-old request for statehood is granted.
The Kingdom of Hawaii remained a fairly remote, disconnected country for many years, until these guys arrived. During the 17 and 1800s, many people from Europe and the United States came to visit Hawaii, mainly on expeditions of exploring the ocean. But the ones that stayed were mainly Americans, who arrived to these islands wanting to talk about Jesus. For the most part, the Kingdom of Hawaii welcomed these visitors. One British explorer even gifted the Hawaiian king a British flag, and Hawaii eventually adopted the British flag into their own flag. There was general friendship and good relations here. The American missionaries who had settled on the island eventually had kids and grandkids, and soon these missionaries and their descendants weren't just interested in talking about Jesus. They were also interested in building businesses, mainly focused on sugar.
By far the most valuable single product Hawaii can offer today.
With this increased economic interest, these Americans who had originally come to be missionaries were now much more into sugar. And they did what people of European descent have been doing for many centuries, looking at a culture and government that is different than theirs and saying, we think we can do this better. Let us take it from here. And so during the 1800s, these Americans slowly chipped away at the Hawaiian government structure. They were still newcomers in this ancient island nation. They didn't have much power, but that changed quickly.
Anything always comes cold. Mile upon mile.
By the end of the 1800s, these Jesus sugar Americans had amassed a huge amount of Hawaii's wealth, and these original missionaries who had come to the island to convert people to their religion years earlier now had grandkids that looked like this. A full-on armed militia of white Hawaiian citizens, descendants of the missionaries, who were eager to get the government out of the way so that they could run the country themselves and help make it more favorable for their sugar businesses. Now remember, these guys were born in Hawaii. They considered themselves Hawaiians. But even still, their loyalty still lie with the country of their ancestors. They were effectively Americans still. By 1893, this local white militia and their political allies were ready for a full-on takeover of the government, which at the time was headed by this woman, Queen Liliuokalani. The sugar missionaries were still a minority, and a full-on overthrow of the government would have been hard by themselves. But luckily for them, they had help. The American ambassador of Hawaii at the time helped coordinate the arrival of an American military ship and troops to show up on the shores of the island of Oahu into the capital city of Honolulu. Up until this point, the conflict in Hawaii was technically internal, meaning it was between the locals and the white missionaries who were technically locals because they were one. But the moment the U.S. arrived to Honolulu to provide military backup for a government overthrow, it became a full-on military coup sponsored by a foreign power, a cardinal sin in international relations. But even still, the government backed the overthrow. The Queen was forced to give up her power, and they put this guy as the leader of the new Republic of Hawaii. His name was Sanford Dole. His family was huge in the sugar business.
There's a new taste in pineapple from Dole.
And now he was the leader of the country of Hawaii. The locals fought this, but peacefully. They protested. Nearly every adult on the islands signed a petition condemning the takeover. Back in Washington, D.C., a debate began as to what to do with Hawaii now that a bunch of pro-American missionaries turned sugar warriors had grabbed power. Dole himself traveled to D.C. to lobby for the U.S. to take over Hawaii for themselves. But so did a group of local Hawaiians to oppose the American encroachment. The Queen, who was overthrown, wrote a letter demanding to be reinstated as the legitimate leader of the Kingdom of Hawaii. The United States was split on what to do until 1898, when the new president surrounded himself with leaders who kind of loved war and American expansion. And this is what sealed the fate of Hawaii. All of these displays of vehement, peaceful protests by the Hawaiian people were trampled on by a superpower who had bigger guns and an insatiable desire for control. So one summer day in 1898, the U.S. showed up, and the flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii was taken down, and the U.S. flag was raised. Hawaii was now officially a possession of the United States of America. With the help of these sugar-loving missionaries, these islands had been plucked from their people and put in the hands of a growing superpower. But stealing land is one thing. The real theft is what happened next. At this point, Hawaii was just a U.S. territory, not a state. But even still, the U.S. began a deep, widespread destruction of the Hawaiian way of life. The Hawaiian language was banned in schools, and government and businesses were by law required to be conducted in English. The U.S. began developing land, often on sacred sites, and the history itself was censored to make it seem as if the Hawaiian people welcomed the U.S. without a fight. Much of the real history became inaccessible because it was only documented in the Hawaiian language, which was beginning to die. And then, in 1959, Hawaii became the 50th state of the Union and quickly became the place we know today. Meanwhile, Dole Food Company, the company who has perhaps helped the most by this land grab, has become a massive global corporation. By 1993, Hawaii was a full-on part of the United States. That year, President Bill Clinton came out with an apology.
Presidential apology. At the White House yesterday, President Clinton signed a formal letter of apology to the people of Hawaii. He was apologizing on behalf of the U.S. government for the government's involvement 100 years ago in removing the independent Hawaiian monarchy by force.
Despite this horrendous land grab and the pillaging and theft of these islands, there is a little bit of hope here. That spirit of peaceful resistance that led to petitions and protests back in 1883 persisted even after the takeover. The Hawaiian language was delicately preserved through painstaking effort, and today there are full immersion Hawaiian language public schools. Hawaiian traditions have stayed alive, and last year Hawaiians showed that they were not willing to give up their sacred sites. They staged a dramatic protest to protect a holy mountain that was slated to be developed on. Hawaii may have been stolen and attempts made to erase its culture, but while the negative effects of this imperial land grab are wide-reaching, many pillars of this beautiful culture have survived. So I've really been traveling much for obvious reasons, and because of that, I've been watching a lot more shows in the evening, which has been really fun to sort of watch new stuff, learn new things. One of the shows I wanted to watch for ages was the Michael Jordan documentary, which was off limits because I don't have cable or ESPN or any of that. Last month, I discovered a way I can watch it using ExpressVPN, which happens to be the sponsor of today's video, but also something I genuinely want to tell you about because it's pretty exciting. A VPN allows you to route connections in a different country, which security benefits and keeping your data safe and private and all that. But in this case, it allowed me to watch the Michael Jordan documentary in its entirety on Netflix, on demand, which was just like, I feel like I had won the lottery. Everyone was talking about it, and I just wasn't watching it. And suddenly I was, and Iz and I just binged it. There are a lot of offerings on Netflix that are available in other countries and not your country. Suddenly I can watch Spirited Away on Netflix, or Lord of the Rings. I've been using ExpressVPN for years, mainly for the sort of privacy element, but in this case I'm realizing that it's way more than just a privacy tool. It's allowing me to have way more content at my fingertips. There's a link in my description, expressvpn.com/JohnnyHarris. You can click that link and find out how to get 3 months free of ExpressVPN. Go click that link in the description. It helps support this channel when you do that, but it also gives you access to a lot more content you didn't have before for free for 3 months. Go binge Lord of the Rings, and thank you ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I will see you in the next one. There's a lot of international mail that flows to a small nation in Western Africa. The mail is addressed to an address that should be right here along this main street. But I asked my friend to go there and check it out, and he didn't find anything. Instead, the mail that is addressed to go here is actually brought to a building down the road. Right here.
Right here, this building is where all LISCIRE is recorded. From the building that goes to the city.
From there, the mail is scanned and sent electronically thousands of miles away to a nondescript office building outside of Washington, D.C. It's actually right near my house in Northern Virginia. Henry, check out this random building. Does this building look super boring to you? Oh. This building is right near our house. It's expected something interesting. This process is a part of a secretive web of corporate secrecy. It's a web that is built off of years of strange connections between the United States and the country of Liberia, a nation invented by a group of Americans here in Virginia. This is how the U.S. stashed its secrets off the coast of West Africa. In this building, there is a bunch of mail that comes from a little country in West Africa, and it gets sent to this building near our house. That's kind of weird to you.
Yes, what do they do with it?
That's what I want to figure out here. So let's say I want to start an international corporation and start doing business abroad. I live here in the United States, so naturally I would want to start my company here in the US. But when I ask the internet how to do this, I get a bunch of ads that look like this. Even though my office would be here in Washington, D.C. in the United States, the internet is telling me that on paper I should set up my corporation in one of these random small countries around the world. Places like the British Virgin Islands, or Mauritius, or Belize, Gibraltar, Malta, the Seychelles Islands. Wait, the Seychelles? Like that tiny island nation in the middle of the Indian Ocean that has like less than 100,000 people? It's like 40 hours of flying to get there. Why would I want to set up my business in the Seychelles? Here's why. If I set up my corporation on paper in the British Virgin Islands or the Seychelles, suddenly I actually don't have to pay very much taxes, if any at all. My new corporation now won't have to actually obey any of the corporate laws here in the United States, which require you to publish all sorts of information about your finances, about your corporation to the public record. If my corporation is in the Seychelles, I don't have to do any of that. This is actually starting to seem like a pretty attractive option. These tiny nations have set up their laws to attract big corporations for this very purpose, to set up on paper in their country so that the government can make a little bit of money off of the little taxes they receive and any of the registration fees and dues. And it's not just corporations. The same concept applies to shipping vessels. These are big barges that make our world economy run, and they spend most of their time in water that belongs to no country, and yet they still have to follow the rules of the country whose flag they fly, where they're registered. And so if you register to a country that has very low taxes and no laws around how you need to treat your employees on the boat and what safety regulations you need to follow, then those are the rules you need to follow when you're out on the high sea. So the modern global economy turns out to be a race to the bottom. Corporations and shipping vessels registering themselves to whatever country will give them the least amount of accountability and transparency. We call these havens, tax havens, or shelters. And this isn't just like shady criminal corporations. Most corporations that you interact with on a daily basis have loads of subsidiaries in faraway tax havens that they have set up to escape transparency and accountability. Okay, back to me and my corporation that I theoretically want to sign up. If I want to set up in the Seychelles or the British Virgin Islands, this is actually kind of complicated. How do I navigate all the laws and the paperwork? Ask the internet. And when I ask the internet, I get a bunch of ads. These are ads of companies who are dedicated to helping corporations set up in these offshore jurisdictions, in these tax havens. So if I want to set up in the British Virgin Islands, I can choose a bunch of different companies to help me get it through my head. And then while I actually do my business back here in Washington, D.C., they help manage all the taxes and the requirements and all the little things I need to do to upkeep my little facade of having a company in this place, even though I actually don't. Okay, so here's where this gets weird.
I just
Talking
think
about
I
tax
had a
havens
dog.
and offshore jurisdictions and all this stuff.
No
Let's get back to
baby.
Liberia,
No
which
baby.
Liberia is one of these tax havens. It's a place that has structured its laws to attract foreign corporations and shipping vessels to register with them so that they can make a little money off of those dues and taxes. When I go to start my corporation in Liberia, I don't get a bunch of ads from middlemen who want to help me set up my new Liberian corporation. Instead, I'm funneled to one company, this one, and this company boasts that it has the exclusive right to handle all companies that want to register their corporation or ship in Liberia. This is the company who's building this new house. And on the surface, it just looks like another middleman paper pusher. Super boring. But you peek under the surface and there's something way bigger going on here. Not just a corporation running away from taxes and accountability, but instead this is a symbol of how the U.S. projects its power in the 21st century, and how it uses other countries to hide its secrets. Wait, pause for a second. This story is crazy, and it's about to get even more crazy. The whole reason I'm going down this rabbit hole, that I started to look into this Liberia thing, is because of a phone call I had. I was driving north up to Massachusetts a couple months ago. Many of you may have seen videos from that trip. And I was on the phone with my friend Ben over at Foley. Foley's the company that makes my desk and the chair and sit in. Ben and I got chatting, and it just announced that our headquarters was canceled. And it was a project. It was like, what stories do you want to? make? Can you support stories? I was like, yes, but like anything that has to do with like the global economy, which is something I'm super interested in, it's like I'm gonna go deep and I'm gonna uncover crazy stuff and like your company, who does business in the global economy. And he was like, do it. Like I want to see like what storytelling you can do and want to support that. For context here, Foley's a B Corp. A B Corp is the type of corporation that isn't just the standard profit-seeking company. Instead, they make major efforts to be transparent, to be socially impactful in a positive way, to be accountable, and to be sustainable. That's rare. That's a rare thing. Foley does not claim to be perfect. All they say is that they're making a major effort to be the type of corporation that leaves a positive impact on the people who use the product, but also the people who interact with the production and to leave a positive impact on the globe. And that's why they're supporting this video today, is because they care about this sort of thing, and they want to always be pushing the limit on how we think about business and how we think about the impact of corporations. And I respect that. That is so rare on the companies these days. So I love Foley for that reason. Oh, and they make amazing products. That's also a giant part of this. So my guess, a lot of the stuff in our studio is Foley stuff. They sell really high quality products, desks and chairs, and all sorts of products that make you more active and just improve your relationship with work. They don't want you to buy these products unless you actually need them. But there's a lot of people these days who tend to need a new work from home setup, given the time frame. And so they are running a sale on their site for the whole month of November, which is a few days left in that sale. These are not just your standard desks. These are an investment in a product that will last you a very long time. They're solid, they're well built. So go onto the Foley site, check out their products, see if there's anything there that you need right now. But the major message here is Foley wants you to be thoughtful about the stuff that you buy, knowing that it's often a part of a much larger system. Thank you, Foley, for supporting this video. Let's get back to the story of Liberia and what the heck is happening in Liberia. It gets pretty nuts from here. What's the deal? Why does this one random building in Virginia run a network of corporate secrecy in the country of Liberia? Like, it's so weird, and as soon as you start to go down this rabbit hole, it just gets weirder. And the short answer here is that the United States of America literally invented the country of Liberia back in the 1800s. Here in the United States, the biggest, most important debate was over slavery. This issue led the country to almost imploding on itself in a bloody civil war. During this debate, there emerged three major camps with the slavery issue. One were the abolitionists, the people who were like, dude, this is wrong. Let's reform our country to be done with this terrible thing we've done. And then, of course, there were the people on the pro-slavery side who were often had a financial incentive to keep slavery alive with their plantations and their businesses. But then there was this third camp in the middle who were, on paper, against slavery. They wanted to get rid of slavery. It's a bad thing. But they didn't really want the free Black Americans to integrate into American society. As this debate raged on, there were some Americans here in Virginia who came up with a solution. What if we gave the option to enslaved people who had been freed to go to Africa, where their ancestors came from? We could ship them back, we could buy a piece of land, and they would all flock to the boats to go back to Africa, was the thinking. The quasi-abolitionists kind of liked this, because they're like, oh yeah, we can get the moral buzz out of being against slavery, but we don't have to deal with the complicated consequences of our actions to reintegrate these people into society. And then, of course, the slave owners liked this too, because it meant that any freed Black Americans could be shipped away so they wouldn't foment rebellion among those enslaved people who were still working on plantations. So there was this strange alignment between these quasi-abolitionists and these slave owners, and they started their own organization. So this organization that was based here in Virginia bought a piece of land in Western Africa with money from their supporters and from the U.S. government. And they started sending ships full of Black people to this land to create a settlement that they called Liberia, or Land of the Free. They named the capital Monrovia after President James Monroe, who was a fierce supporter of this effort to send away free Black Americans. Okay, so at this point, I'm sure you're kind of like, wait a minute. what was this curveball? We went from talking about the Seychelles and tax havens to talking about how a bunch of Virginians started sending freed Black Americans to a piece of land in Africa that they bought. And this is where these two come together. Soon, the Liberians declared independence. Liberian locals, the ones who had come from the United States, that started to take power and actually be the leaders of the country. They actually started to enact slavery of their own in their society, just like they had seen in the United States. But behind the scenes of all of this, the U.S. political interests that started this whole thing remained. They had an actual building there, and they were actually calling the shots. So Liberia was independent on paper, but in reality, the U.S. had as much influence as ever in their little colony in Africa. And that influence became really useful 100 years later. So it's 100 years later, the U.S. just got out of World War II, and you have this guy. This guy was the Secretary of State for the U.S., which is the foreign minister. He became a U.S. representative at the UN, and he was out on a diplomatic tour that brought him to Liberia. While in Liberia, this little African nation that was created by the United States and still had deep ties to the United States, he looked at the deep sea port that the U.S. had created during World War II, and his wheels started turning. He returned to the United States and quickly stepped down from his role as a diplomat. Harry Truman really wanted him to stick around as a diplomat, but he had actually a very strong reason to leave. Truman said that he had an earnest insistence to go do his own thing. This guy was a diplomat, but he was also a businessman, and what he saw during his visit to Liberia revealed a business opportunity that he just could not leave on the table. So over the next year, this ex-Secretary of State started scheming with the Liberian government. And in September 1947, he came out and announced that he, a private American citizen, had made a deal with the Liberian government. He created a company, an American-based company based here in Virginia, that was to be the exclusive middleman between any international corporation and the government of Liberia. Basically, if anyone wanted to set up their corporation in Liberia, they would have to go through this guy and his new company. He helped the Liberian government craft laws that would make it very attractive for people to put the Liberian flag on their ship or on their company. And over the next few years, this gained major traction. At this time, any shipping vessel that had the American flag or the Soviet flag would be subject to a bunch of trade barriers that were starting to go up as a part of this Cold War between the U.S. and Soviets. This ex-Secretary of State and his new company would go around and say, hey, put the Liberian flag on your ship, and now you can trade with whoever the hell you want. The Liberian registry exploded, and now you had ships flying the Liberian flag, not having to pay barely any taxes, and not having to obey any laws from the United States, and being able to trade with whomever they want, because Liberia was officially neutral in the Cold War. The Liberian Registry was born, and it was thriving. So in recent decades, the number of ships that register under the Liberian flag, who never step foot in Liberia, by the way, but have their flag on their ship, has grown, and it's become the second most common flag on international ships in the world, only second to Panama. Meanwhile, the company here in Virginia who has a monopoly over this registry is getting super rich, and they're giving some of those riches to the Liberian government. But what the Liberian government does with that money is actually probably the ugliest underbelly of this whole story. So by the late 90s, this company's doing great. Liberia's taking in a bunch of money from all of the ships registering under their flag. But then this guy, Charles Taylor, becomes the president.
How can I help you on Liberian shipping registries? It's a long time since I've been looking at them.
What has the registry allowed the government of Liberia to do that it wouldn't be able to do otherwise?
It was one of the most consistent, dependable sources of revenue of the Liberian government. That was important, particularly in the Charles Taylor period when it was civil war in Liberia, and there were no other sources of revenue. It was a war economy.
He starts taking the money that's coming in from all these ship and corporation registries, but not just to fight these wars. He goes on to commit some of the most egregious crimes the world has ever seen.
I was the one myself that investigated the shipping registry, found, documented, exposed in the shipping registry that its revenues were being diverted to purchase arms and ammunition in violation of UN sanctions.
And yet the corporations and ships that fly the Liberian flag don't even have to think about this stuff. They don't step foot in Liberia. They've never met Charles Taylor or any of his people. They just go about doing their thing and doing all of their business through a nondescript office right near my house, where a company is getting very rich using Liberia as the facade, but really everything is happening right here. The money is being made right here, and a little bit of that is being sent to Liberia, and Liberia is using it to do terrible things. Charles Taylor eventually goes to the International Court of Justice and gets indicted on a million really horrible counts, goes to jail for the rest of his life, but the registry that helped fund his horrible rides remains, and remains as a mechanism for helping many corporations around the world hide their secrets and evade accountability. And this connection between these two unlikely places retains a similar purpose as its original one, way back in the 1800s, when with the support of the US government, private interests sent away their secrets and their guilt to a faraway place. And that hasn't really stopped happening. Today, with the blessing of the US government, corporations continue to deposit their secrets in this same faraway place, far away from any real accountability. Thank you all for watching this video. This is the type of video that I want to do more of. A video like this takes more time because it's a lot more research, it's more interviews, and actually diving way deeper into the stories than the typical explainer you see on this channel. And that's what I want to do starting in 2021. I want to start doing more stories like this. My patrons make that possible, and brands like Fully who care about this sort of thing make that possible as well. So I am hoping that more and more I'll be able to do deep dive stories like this, and then when travel opens up, I want to be able to travel and do deep dive stuff like I used to do with vlogs. So thank you all for watching, and we've got some more good stuff coming, and I hope you are having a wonderful November. I'll see you soon. Why did the U.S. go to war in Iraq? Growing up, the narrative was always oil. We went to Iraq to get oil like America always does.
All major oil fields in the South are now under coalition control.
But that's kind of the lazy explanation. It's not quite it. Oil's a part of it, but it's not the main reason. We went to war in Iraq because several powerful American men wanted to. Some of them thought it was vital. We had to. Others just wanted to project American power. But either way, here we are 18 years later. Nearly 10,000 Americans dead, over 200,000 Iraqis dead, over $1 trillion tax dollars spent. And the result? A Middle East that is less stable than ever, in part because of the U.S. presence, and really because of it. How did this happen? I mean, I grew up and lived through this. I studied it as an undergrad, I studied it in grad school, and yet it's taken me until now to really take a hard look and to really understand exactly what happened. So this is how the U.S. stole Iraq.
Saddam Hussein is a tyrant, a murderer, and a man who has started 2 wars. He is clearly someone who cannot be trusted or believed.
Alright, so it's the night of 9/11. The country is reeling. Who did this terrible thing and why? How should the U.S. respond? And it became clear very soon amongst intelligence and counterterrorism people that Al-Qaeda was behind it. This terrorist group that was mainly based in Afghanistan. Later that night, the night of 9/11, over at the Pentagon, which earlier that day had been hit by an airplane, a memo comes in from the Deputy Secretary of State. The memo is urgent. It's for the Defense Intelligence Agency, the people who spend their time doing all the intelligence for war and other defense purposes. And this memo tells the intelligence agents not to look into Al-Qaeda, the people didn't know did it, but instead to look into ways Iraq has been involved in terrorism for the previous decade. The intelligence agents who got this memo sort of scratched their head and were like, what's going on here? These people were very familiar with the intel, and they knew that this attack had come from Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is like more than 1,000 kilometers away from Iraq. It's a completely different place. They speak a different language. It has nothing to do with Iraq. Afghanistan and Iraq are totally different. We had just been attacked by Al-Qaeda, and yet the Deputy Secretary of Defense is asking for information about Iraq and its ties to terrorism. The person who sent this memo was the Deputy Secretary of State, Paul Wolfowitz, and he was just getting started. A few days after 9/11, the president gathers all of his top advisors out at his forest retreat right outside of Washington, D.C. They were there to discuss how to respond to these attacks. The focus of this discussion was, of course, Afghanistan. How do we retaliate against Al-Qaeda, this terrorist group that has been given sort of a safe haven by the government of Afghanistan? So they're sitting in some conference room in some lodge in this forest retreat, debating how they're going to retaliate against Al-Qaeda. And who pipes up again? But this guy, Paul Wolfowitz, this time with the support of his boss, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. So Wolfowitz pipes up and he's like, 9/11 was a pretty sophisticated attack. There's no way that this ragtag terror group of Al-Qaeda could have pulled it off all alone. They probably had help from Saddam in Iraq. And then Wolfowitz says that when it comes to global terrorism, Saddam is actually the head of the snake. He actually said that, basically saying that Saddam is behind all of this. And everyone in the room is sort of like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Saddam Hussein is a really bad guy, but he's not the head of the snake of international terrorism. All these people, these very informed international advisors. Oh man! After some astonished glances, the head of the Counterterrorism Center raises his hands and says, "Mr. President, quote, we were attacked on 9/11 by Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Saddam Hussein in Iraq has nothing to do with this." It's just like, I'm sorry. I feel like as an 8th grader at this time, I was asking this question. Is Iraq the same as Afghanistan? And here are the leaders of our country having to explain that Saddam Hussein has nothing to do with Afghanistan and Al-Qaeda. So this meeting at Camp David, they move on and they keep talking about these plans to bomb Al-Qaeda. But Paul Wolfowitz is stubborn and he does not give up. Later that day, there's a break in all of the meetings. It's in the afternoon. Attorney General John Ashcroft is playing the piano in this lobby, and a few others were singing along in these piano spirituals. Condoleezza Rice is one of these people singing along. President Bush is sitting over by the fire. It's in his Western cabin, drinking a cup of coffee, and who cozies up to him at the fire with Paul Wolfowitz. And Bush is like, here we go again. So he's like, listen, check out my plan. Half of Iraq's people live either way up here, where they don't like Saddam, they're Kurds, they've been brutalized by Saddam, they do not like him, or they live way down here in the south, which is right near the border of our good friend Kuwait. We could easily come into Iraq and take both of these big population centers. Oh, and in doing so, says Paul Wolfowitz, we could naturally take the major oil fields in Iraq, thus cutting off Saddam from his main revenue source. Or, in other words, he said, making Saddam, quote, the mayor of Baghdad, who only have power in Baghdad, and cut off from the north and south of his country. In this moment, I can almost see George Bush's ears literally perking up when he hears this last part about cutting off the oil supply. After all, Bush was a former Texas oil man, and he knew the importance of having access to oil. So this plan sort of intrigued Bush, and he literally said to Paul Wolfowitz, quote, why didn't you bring this up in the meeting? And Wolfowitz is like, well, I didn't want to step on the toes of my superiors. And Wolfowitz, we know you just wanted to cozy up against the president, plant the seed of how easy it would be to take over Iraq. So put yourself in George Bush's shoes for a second. Your country was just brutally attacked on your watch, and you are completely at a loss of what to do. There's no clear, easy target to retaliate against. After a day of meetings of sitting around trying to figure out how to retaliate, George Bush is realizing that retaliating against a tiny group of terrorists living in caves in Afghanistan is like trying to hit smoke with a baseball bat. Kind of impossible. What George Bush wanted and felt like he needed, and it turns out what a lot of American lawmakers also wanted, was a clear, decisive target. Not to try to hit smoke with a baseball bat, but a nice, solid hit. A home run. So I believe this day at Camp David, 4 days after 9/11, is when President Bush decided that he would find a way to invade Iraq, to make Americans and himself feel like he was actually doing something definitive, like toppling dictators as a rebuttal to the terrible attacks of 9/11. Even though Iraq had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda, he and his people around him would find a way to make a connection.
For harboring terrorists, why not want to get it? Well, the evidence is pretty conclusive. Iraq is having deep reputation.
So over the next year, this seed that Paul Wolfowitz really planted and nourished in George Bush's mind starts to spread to everyone around him. And they start to find a way to sell the American public on this idea of war with Iraq. They get the British on board, and soon there's a full-blown debate which revolves around this story that Saddam has really big, terrible weapons, and that he will likely give those weapons to terrorists who will strike the United States in another 9/11 type attack, but way worse.
The debate about the war against Iraq has divided many along the political spectrum.
Bush tried to get weapons of mass destruction over and over again. He's not short legs.
Dangerous weapons of mass destruction into this country.
But wait, hold on a second. Don't be fooled. The lead up to the Iraq War is often remembered as this robust debate about WMDs, weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein will continue to increase his capacity to wage biological and chemical warfare, and will keep trying to develop nuclear weapons.
But I'm here to tell you that you need to think differently about it. The decision to go to war in Iraq was already made. It was made moments after 9/11, when a small group of powerful men imagined a glorious military campaign to liberate oppressed Iraqis and topple the dictator, to make themselves and their country feel like we got a home run after the attack. From there, everything molded to fit that decision. Did Saddam Hussein have weapons of mass destruction? Did he want to give those to terrorists? No, there was no evidence. The little evidence there was threadbare and super speculative. But these guys turned into sort of like tea leaf readers, where you could look at the tea leaves and see whatever you need to support the decision that they made many months earlier. And it wasn't just these guys. Soon, this vision of toppling Saddam and its American victory spread to the American Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who were also getting on board with this idea of America, a force for good, toppling the bad guy. It's a really wild study in human psychology. When you're a true believer in something, you really, really believe that you need to do something. Everything you see confirms what you want to believe or what you need to believe. We all do it, but it's just scary when our leaders are doing this, and they're doing it on beliefs and decisions that have deep ramifications for human suffering. So yeah, you can go over the debates and the intelligence and the back and forth on whether or not Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. It was all a show to help these people confirm what they already decided they wanted to do. So by the end, after weapons inspectors had done like 700 inspections and found no weapons, this group of guys eventually just start resorting to full-on lying. Dick Cheney gets up in a speech and says,
Simply stated, there is no doubt Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
well, there was plenty of doubt. In fact, he simply stated there can be no evidence that Saddam has WMD was the reality at the time. Even the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who was totally against this fantastical vision of going and invading Iraq, even him eventually got on board, painstakingly getting in front of the UN and going over a bunch of thin or non-existent evidence and claiming that it was watertight.
My colleagues, they state that our data is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
Solid intelligence. These are words that Colin Powell has lived to regret for the rest of his life. A lot of people saw Colin Powell as like the one sane guy. And so here at the UN, when he was drinking the Kool-Aid and backing his intelligence, a lot of people got on board. By October 10th, 2002, the U.S. Congress was fully on board. Almost all the Republicans in China, as well as a sizable group of Democrats, voted to authorize the U.S. to use force against Iraq.
Senate Joint Resolution 45 to authorize the use of the United States Armed Forces against Iraq.
He has said he wants the power to be able to go to war. It seems completely consistent with that request that we say, yes, Mr. President, you have that power to go to war.
This resolution gives the President the authority he needs to confront the threat posed by Iraq.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
And then it happened.
Sirens went off in Baghdad just a few minutes ago. An air raid is in progress over Baghdad.
Explosions in Baghdad.
Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly.
Two months after the invasion, George Bush gives a speech on an aircraft carrier with this giant sign that says, quote, "Mission accomplished." This is the type of thing Bush surely was dreaming about while he was sitting by the fire at Camp David drinking coffee, listening to Paul Wolfowitz's explain the plan to take over Iraq. Big, triumphant America just toppled the dictator. Mission accomplished. But this is the part of the story when all of the dreams, the fantasies, the visions of glory start to topple. Mission accomplished was really mission just beginning. One of the first things that the U.S. did when they took over Baghdad was they dissolved the huge Iraqi military. They just said, no, we don't want you anymore, all of you commanders and leaders, soldiers, you're out. We're going to start fresh. In typical simplistic thinking of these visionary leaders, the idea was that doing so would allow them to start totally fresh with a new army completely rid of any sort of influence of Saddam Hussein. So now you have a bunch of ex-Iraqi army members who are angry at the United States and unemployed. Oh, and all of them had extensive military experience.
There is a large number of former Iraqi soldiers that are unemployed now. That is a huge concern.
It's just painful. A terrible decision. So these guys run off and they start to join the growing number of rebel groups that were there, popping up to oppose the United States presence. One of those groups is called Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which later turns into the Islamic State of Iraq, which eventually becomes the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, a well-oiled governmental and military organization run by many of the military leaders who were ousted by the Americans from the Iraqi military when they took over Baghdad. So Iraq turns into the U.S. trying to fight this growing rebellion. Billions of dollars turns into tens of billions of dollars, and then hundreds of billions of dollars, and eventually crossing over into over $1 trillion of taxpayer money to fight this unnecessary war. Saddam Hussein was a really bad guy. He committed mass genocide against his own people, the Kurds. He executed many others, imprisoned many others. All in all, the number of dead on Saddam Hussein's hands, numbers around 250,000 That was over 25 years of this brutal regime. And yet, in just 8 years of this war that the U.S. started in Iraq, way more people were killed. A power vacuum was opened up that allowed ISIS to thrive. And for what? Why did we do this? How was this worth it? I really believe that in the aftermath of its towers falling, this group of guys began constructing a story for themselves, a fantasy, one not grounded in real facts from intelligence, but one grounded in fear, in a desire to be the hero, in the messianic complex that always infects the powerful. That fantasy trickled down and spread to other people in power, leading us into one of the most catastrophic and unnecessary wars in modern history.
I challenge President or whoever has this here for 15 months to ride along alongside me. I'm one of the 15 months he comes out here and rides along with me every day for 15 months.
Saddam Hussein, George Bush, horrible things. Anyway, I want to thank the sponsor of the video today, ExpressVPN, which is a service I've used for years. When I travel, I use it all the time to basically route my connection to the United States so I can not be kicked out of my Gmail. I don't travel very much anymore, so I use ExpressVPN these days to watch Netflix, specifically Canadian Netflix. So basically, ExpressVPN is not only a security measure that helps you secure your connection with encryption and all of this great technology. The reason I like this so much is because I can route my connection through other countries, and then Netflix thinks I'm in the UK or in Canada, and I can watch UK and Canadian stuff that isn't available on Netflix. This is actually based on a lot of different streaming services. I love ExpressVPN. It's super easy. It's in the menu bar of my computer, and all I have to do is click it and decide the country and boom, it Oh, and the best part is you can get 3 months of this literally for free if you join the like section. It's expressvpn.com/valuables. Click that link and help support this channel. It also gives you 3 months literally free, zero money to use this. Thank you, ExpressVPN, for supporting this channel, and thank you all for watching. If you want more Middle East content, this study in undergrad Middle Eastern politics, and there's just a lot. So I'm going to get there and maybe the rest of them if you all want things, because there is endless videos. Anyway, have a good day. See ya. There are a bunch of islands in the United States on the very edge of this map, deep in the Pacific, out here, and they all say a little U.S. next to them. They're teeny tiny islands where no one lives, and they're just in the middle of the Pacific, so far away from the actual United States. Why do we own all these weird islands? What happened? Well, it has to do with farming and bird food. Back in the old days, farming looked like this. Basically just small groups of people, usually a few families, that would grow food for their community, and that was about it. But soon the world started to change, and started to look a lot less like this, and a lot more like this. People started moving into the city and working in factories, mass-producing commodities and items that would be shipped all around the world. And suddenly, farmers had an incentive and a duty to make more food, to ship it to these non-farm workers who are now living in cities. Farms started specializing in one crop, like corn or wheat, and they were able to sell their crops not only to their local markets, but to markets all around the world. But there's a problem. When you're a farmer and you're producing the same crop year after year, your soil starts to lose its nutrients. It doesn't have time to regenerate. And it eventually becomes completely exhausted, making it impossible for you to produce in abundance. And if you can't make food in abundance, then you can't feed these ever-growing cities of people who are working in factories. And then the global economy starts to break down and the whole thing stops. For a moment there in the 1800s, it was looking like Earth would not be able to sustain a population over 2.5 billion people, because there wasn't enough nutrients in the soil to keep up with the demand for food. But luckily there was a solution to this soil nutrients problem, and that solution looked like this. What animal waste from any animal is packed with the nutrients that the soil needs to rejuvenate itself to grow more crops year after year. Another term for this is fertilizer. And so now we're talking about farms and industrialization and fertilizer, and you're probably thinking, this is a boring story. But these simple facts led the United States to expand well beyond the borders that we think of the United States today, to colonize far-flung islands in the Pacific and the Caribbean, all in search of one special commodity, bird shit. So the mid-1800s, and like I said, these farmers are growing a ton of single crops, sending it mainly to cities to be consumed. Now, before all of this urbanization, when people would eat this food, the waste that they would produce would be captured and brought back onto the field, which would help rejuvenate the nutrients in the field and allow them to continue to grow in this sort of sustainable cycle. But now, all of that human waste was being piped into sewage systems and then sent out to rivers and to the ocean, completely lost. One estimate said that every year $50 million worth of valuable fertilizer was just wasted away through the sewer system. And this is where the bird shit comes in. If you go down to Peru and look right off the coast, you're going to see a few islands. These are little more than just some rocks in the middle of the ocean that were totally uninhabited. Well, I guess they were inhabited, just not by humans, but by birds. These birds spend their day eating fish from the ocean around the rocks, inevitably dropping their waste. Pair this with the fact that these rocks don't get a lot of rain. So instead, this bird dung just sits there day after day, year after year, baking in the sun, and eventually it becomes like rock hard. You can imagine that after thousands of years of this process, you start to get some pretty thick layers of bird shit. These deposits would get up to 60 meters. That's like the size of this random building in Argentina that I found on the internet. The building's not important. The height is. This calcified bird poop is called guano, and it contains exactly what the farmers in the United States needed to continue with the demand for more and more food in the cities. Because again, bird and animal waste is full of chemical properties like nitrogen that are vital for regenerating soil, meaning they're good fertilizer. Once this guano was discovered, there was a race for everyone around the world to get their hands on it. Soon in the United States, guano became this like mythical, magical substance. There's all these tall tales that pop up where like this dad leaves his kid in the shed where the guano is contained, and he opens the shed an hour later and the kid is now a full-grown man with facial hair. Or the farmer who sprinkles guano on his cucumbers and the vines of the cucumbers pop up and start to like attack the man. I mean, this is crazy. It's obviously not effective, but it's true. But it gave a sense that there was this craze that guano was going to be the savior of all of the farmers' issues in the United States. So inevitably, an economy and a trade around guano emerged. And as always at this time, the British got there first. So there was a British firm that had a monopoly over all the guano trade from these islands in Peru, which was sort of the best known place for guano at the time. So with this one British firm controlling the whole guano trade and demand surging, the prices skyrocketed, making it way more expensive for American farmers to get their hands on this amazing stuff. So who steps in to solve this issue? The President of the United States. In his first State of the Union address, President Fillmore gets up and talks about guano. He says that, quote, Peruvian guano has become so desirable an article that he felt it, quote, the duty of the government to secure it at a good price for American farmers. This is crazy to me. Can you imagine the President of the United States getting up to address the nation and making it a national priority to go to some far-flung place to secure some natural resource that is really important for economic growth?
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that weird, I guess. So yeah, this is becoming a geopolitical issue. The president is involved. They want all the guano. President Fillmore says, quote, nothing will be omitted on my part in the effort to secure this magical, life-giving bird shit. Okay, actually, he didn't say that last part. The quotation should have ended like up here. I just paraphrase the rest. The point is, President Fillmore was serious about this issue. He was going to get his guano at any cost. So he did what you do when you're a rising superpower, and he promised to send in warships to these Peruvian islands if he had to, in order to secure guano at a good price. Even though Peru rightfully had sovereignty over these islands, and yet there's a president sending in warships in order to secure the resource again. Kind of sounds familiar.
America is invented through oil.
But American lawmakers in Congress had another answer to this problem, which would allow Americans to get their own guano islands. The proposed law said that any American citizen, not a government official or a military personnel, could go out on their boat anywhere in the ocean, and if they stumble upon one of these rocks that's covered in calcified earth, they could claim it, not just for themselves, but for the country of the United States. No treaties, no negotiations, no official declaration, no government involvement even. Just American citizens out on the boats looking for bird poop islands. Some lawmakers at the time were understandably uneasy with this law. Now remember that the U.S. was expanding a lot at this time. Remember that video I made about Mexico and how they're sort of taking over Texas and California and that whole area? Yeah, that's happening around this time. But the U.S. hadn't moved beyond this landmass, this contiguous shape that we think of when we think of the United States. Yeah, we had moved west, but we hadn't gone for far-flung colonies far into the Pacific Ocean. And secondly, the lawmakers are like, since when do we let just like random American citizens go out and like help us colonize islands anywhere in the world? This would set a precedent that these lawmakers were worried would have way bigger consequences than just like letting people go get fertilizer for their farms. The sponsor of this bill, who was trying to get it through Congress, came out and said, listen guys, you're overreacting. This isn't like legit imperialism. We're not like going out and like taking over whole countries like the British or the French were doing, carving up continents. No. We're just going to these rocks to get some fertilizer for our farm. It's harmless. And this was apparently enough to convince the critics. And this law passes, the Guano Islands Act of 1856, where literally any American can go help expand the United States by claiming Guano Islands and mining this stuff and bringing it back to the United States. And so now a giant blitz of guano exploration begins by American citizens. Sort of like the gold rush, but, you know, for soon these claims start rolling into the U.S. government. Random guy X from Nebraska sailed to a random island in the Pacific, planted an American flag, and now it belongs to the United States of America. All in all, by the end, there were 94 separate islands, mainly in the Pacific and the Caribbean. The guano was chipped away, harvested, put on ships, brought back to the United States, and farmers thrived. But you know who didn't thrive? The people who had to mine this stuff. I mean, you can imagine being the person who has to go onto these islands where you have thousands and thousands of years worth of layers of bird droppings to drill and cut that away and to bring it onto a ship to be shipped back to the United States. It's just like excruciating to think about. This was a pretty horrendous job, and it came with all sorts of side effects like lung issues or running out of food because you're not on an island that grows food. You're on a literal like rock, and so the food would go bad in the ships, and the people would be like stranded at sea. Unsurprisingly, these guano barons would trick people into coming with them on these expeditions. In the case of the Pacific, they would often target Hawaiians to recruit for these jobs, and in the case of the Caribbean, they would often target Black Americans recently freed from slavery to come work on these guano ships. As some members of Congress at the time were worried, the Guano Act had ramifications well beyond guano and fertilizer. In fact, guano became totally obsolete a few years later in the early 1900s when a German chemist invented perhaps the most important invention of all time, which was synthetic fertilizer, a way to actually make fertilizer without having to get it from like animal waste. This allowed the population to grow to what it is today and really change the history of humanity. But what it did is it made guano obsolete. And yet this law that allows Americans to take over random islands and the islands themselves remained on the books. But eventually with time, these claims for random rocks in the Pacific and Caribbean sort of just withered away, and we either drew the claims or forgot about them, and they were eventually claimed by local countries like Kiribati or Tonga and places like Haiti in the Caribbean. But a few of these guano islands that we originally claimed remain today. We still own them. They're still a part of our borders in both the Pacific and the Caribbean. But the U.S. government isn't interested in using them for guano anymore, obviously. These mostly uninhabited rocks in the ocean are mainly used by the U.S. military for landing strips and seaports. They also serve to help the U.S. with their ocean borders, because international law says that if you have a piece of island, you get a big swath of ocean around it for your exclusive economic zone, meaning the country who owns this island has exclusive economic rights in all of this ocean around their island. So this greatly enhances the U.S.'s ability to have sovereignty and control over certain parts of the ocean in the Pacific and Caribbean. But perhaps the most important result from this guano fest was a psychological one. Like we talked about before, the U.S. was expanding, but hadn't expanded beyond this contiguous landmass in North America that it was taking over rapidly in the 1800s. But soon after this law was passed, suddenly the U.S. had possessions in faraway oceans. And what happens after this is a domino effect. Suddenly, if we can take over islands in the Pacific, why can't we annex Hawaii, or occupy Cuba, or Puerto Rico, or take over the entire country of the Philippines from Spain? This law that allowed Americans to claim islands all over the world was the first step towards real big boy empire behavior. And it all started with the hunt for birdshit. Thanks for watching the video about birdshit. I want to tell you about Squarespace. They sponsored today's video, and I'm really grateful for that. But I'm also really grateful that they have this really cool service on the internet where you can build a website using really beautiful templates and integrations with tons of tools like email marketing, social integration, analytics, everything that is just really useful for running an online business or portfolio or just having a creative presence online. Squarespace just makes it easy. It's like a one-stop shop. I've used Squarespace for many years, long before they came to sponsor a video, and that's why I'm excited to partner with them and promote them, because I really believe in the service. So, if you are looking to either start an online presence or revamp your online presence, I really recommend Squarespace to do this. There's a link in my description that when you click helps support this channel, but it also gives you an offer of 10% off any purchase you make on Squarespace. So you can go get hosting or a domain name or whatever you need, and you'll get 10% off if you click that link. And thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching. I am making a lot of these US expansion videos because there's so much to cover and so many parts of the story, and I want to piece it together in this series, so I'm going to keep doing it, and eventually we'll have a ROTHSCHILD video how the US grew into the shape that it is today. So keep an eye out for more of that, and I will talk to you soon. See you later. The Middle East, the part of Asia that Europeans see as the middle of what they see as the East. Sort of arbitrary, whatever, we call it the Middle East. This part of the world is literally where civilization started, right here in modern-day Iraq. And over the years, the borders here have been redrawn many times as empires have ebbed and flowed through this region. By the way, I didn't make this time-lapse. A very talented YouTuber did, and he deserves a medal for it. Or perhaps just the it's not. Anyway, the most recent carving up of this region happened by European powers. The French, the British, the Russians. I mean, are we surprised? Of course it was the British, of course it was the French, of course it was Europeans, of course. The lines they drew didn't really take into account language or ethnicity or regional identity. They just sort of sliced it all up amongst themselves and said, these are our new regions of power in the Middle East. Eventually, those European powers left, but the lines they drew stuck around and became the skeleton for what the borders look like today. And this is where our story starts. In the 1930s, here in the modern Middle East. At this point, across the ocean, there was this growing superpower that had spent the last century moving west, taking over this whole continent and beyond, deep into the Pacific Ocean. We've talked about that. But things were changing. The world had just fought a brutal world war that was fought with new weapons that were powered by this new important substance, oil. Germany lost that war, in part because they didn't have access to enough oil to keep up with this new style of warfare that relied a lot more on machines. The young superpower realized that access to this stuff would determine who would be powerful and who would not. So they stopped looking west for a moment and turned east with hopes of finding the fuel they needed to build their power. The U.S. presence in the Middle East started with one little dot right here, but soon that dot would expand into a sprawling network of alliances, covert attacks, flows of weapons, money, and the building of innumerable bases, and eventually turning into full-on ground wars. This is how the U.S. stole the Middle East. All means necessary. Okay, so it's the 1930s, and the U.S. doesn't have a significant presence in the Middle East at this point. But that's about to change, because there's a company based in California that wants to explore this vast desert for oil.
11,000 miles from San Francisco, there lies a primeval desert, a mass of drifting sand and sun-baked earth, 1/3 the size of the United States.
This was sort of a risky decision for the California company because, first off, they had no idea if there was actually any oil here.
They knew it would mean sticking into the desert the money of thousands of stockholders in a project that might well end in complete loss.
And second off, this desert was a part of a very hardcore religious kingdom.
The fact that Mecca is the source and the shrine of Islam gives Saudi Arabia a central place in the Islamic and therefore the Arab world.
That was home to the holiest sites in Islam, run by a dogmatic royal family that did not like outsiders, especially non-believing Westerners. But even still, the king of the Desert Kingdom eventually gives the California company permission to explore almost 1 million square kilometers of this desert looking for oil. And after a few years, the bet paid off. And on March 3rd, 1938, in this little patch of coastal desert, they struck gold. Well, actually, they struck oil, but it might as well have been gold. So throughout the 30s and 40s, American oil executives, workers, and their families started flocking to the Middle East, establishing the first significant American presence in the region. They set up little cities around the oil operation that were little slices of America, full of the deepest sinful behavior, like allowing women to drive and consumption of alcohol.
Here's another American policy, complete with air-conditioned houses, 2 hospitals, and an outdoor movie theater.
This is the sort of stuff that is very off limits in Saudi Arabia. It's literally illegal at this point. So you have a lot of Saudis who are not happy about their government letting the Americans in to behave however they want. But the oil kept flowing, and soon the U.S. government goes to the royal family and says, listen, the oil is flowing better than ever. This is awesome. How about we build a little military base attached to our little oil city so that we can, protect you and protect us and protect the oil and stuff. And the Saudis are like, okay, having the great Satan come to our country for oil is one thing, but letting them set up a full-on military base on our soil, and especially when everyone in our country is not happy with their presence in the first place. But, said the royal family, all of this oil is really valuable and it's really nice and we're getting super rich. So they're like, yeah, sure, set up the base. But there was one stipulation that the Saudis had with the Americans. You are not allowed to literally plant a flag, no flagpoles of the United States. You cannot put a flag anywhere on this base. Instead, you can put a little plaque on the side of the building so that your flag is not literally on our soil. And that was the deal. And that's exactly what happened. The U.S. sets up its first military operation in the Middle East in the form of a landing strip that is right next to this oil field. Okay, so all of this infrastructure that the Americans were building required someone to build it. They needed a construction company. And there was one construction company that the Americans really liked that helped them build their oil city and their base. This company was founded and run by a guy named Mohammed. Now listen, do you think I'm really giving you the backstory on the construction company that built the air base and the oil city just because that's interesting and I like to talk about construction? No, this is actually very relevant to the story, and you will see why very soon. So the Americans and the Saudis are having this forbidden oil bromance, and it's going really well, and they are just, the oil is flowing, everyone's getting rich. And meanwhile, the rest of the Middle East is looking at Saudi Arabia, and they're like, dude, WTF, why are you, like, in bed with America? And, like, why are you letting them set up a landing strip in your country? And the Saudi royals are like, do you realize how rich we're getting right now? Like, if you were in our position, you would do the same thing. Egypt. Okay, so it's the 1950s, and let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy. His company, by this point, is thriving. The American presence in oil land is just exploding, and he is building all of the stuff for it. And so this guy is just has a giant business. And he starts to have children. Well, in fact, he had a lot of children, like 54 children, because he had 22 wives, because that is in Saudi Arabia to this day. Anyway, the point is, one of Muhammad's sons is named Osama. I told you this was going to be relevant. Okay, a reminder that Saudi Arabia is not the entire Middle East. So I'm going to leave the Osama bin Laden cliffhanger for a moment to tell you what else was going on in the Middle East at this time. Remember that it was the hunt for oil that brought the U.S. to Saudi Arabia originally. But now, in the 50s and 60s, there was a new reason for the U.S. to think about the Middle East. And that reason is because there's another big superpower that has nuclear weapons, called the Soviet Union, who is coming into the region and saying to everyone, come join Team Communism. And the U.S. is like, hold my beer. So in addition to oil, the U.S. is now involved in trying to not let the Soviet Union have any power in this region. Over in Iran, there was a democratically elected leader that the U.S. didn't like. They thought he was maybe a little too friendly with the Soviet Union. So they worked together with the British to literally overthrow the government of Iran so that they could install a dictatorial leader that was more friendly to the United States. Little side note here, the airport that I fly out of here in DC is named after the guy like gave the go-ahead for this coup in Iran, John Foster Dulles. So I'm reminded of the whole Iran thing every time I fly. So the U.S. has this oil thing. It's now involved in trying to prop up a dictator in Iran. There's another big thing happening that brings the U.S. into the region, which is that the newly declared state of Israel is starting to piss off its neighbors and starting to look to the U.S. for support. And the U.S. gladly offers it, seeing Israel as a friendly nation in the region that could be a big proponent of U.S. interests. So the U.S. starts to fund Israel with tons of money and fighter jets and all of these things to help them fight their wars against their Arab neighbors. There was a debate happening in the United States on whether or not they should actually do all of this to support Israel so intensely, because they knew if they did, they were going to piss off all of the neighbors in the Middle East. And all of the neighbors are the ones who had the oil. In the end, the U.S. did decide to support Israel, and with that came a major backlash from all of its oil-producing countries in the neighborhood.
As a crisis of such proportion, we probably haven't even begun to grasp it yet as far as the country is concerned.
Scenes like this are becoming all too common on both sides of the Atlantic. But for America, they are more ominous. They tell the Arabs that their oil weapon is wounding America, the country that supports and supplies their enemy Israel.
Eventually, this backlash against supporting Israel kind of calmed down. There was some peace talks, and anyway, let's get back to Mohammed, the construction guy, and his son Osama, because this is where it really starts to heat up.
And it is this world of religious authority and deeply rooted traditions that is now being challenged by the wealth of oil and the Western invasion of Israel.
So it's now the 70s, and Mohammed bin Laden, the construction guy, is now insanely rich. His construction company is giant, his 54 children are also rich, and his son Osama is growing up, and he's in his 20s, and is looking around at all of this stuff happening in Iran and in Israel, and is starting to feel really uncomfortable with the notion of his family being so supportive of American presence in the Middle East, and his government, his religious kingdom, home of Mecca and Medina, being so okay with the U.S. so embedded in the Middle East at this point. These are ancient, holy lands. Why is my government and my family supporting this great Satan superpower coming in and becoming so involved in the Middle East? So bin Laden sets out on a lifelong quest to fight back against these superpowers, not just the U.S., but also the Soviet Union, invading the Middle East. He heads to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union is invading Afghanistan, trying to take it over. Bin Laden wants to fight back. By the way, the same year, in Iran, that dictator that the U.S. put in gets overthrown in a giant religious revolution that gets rid of the old dictator that the U.S. liked and puts in a religious government headed by this guy, Ayatollah Khomeini. This new government takes a bunch of Americans hostage and starts off hating the United States. And can you blame them? If someone overthrew the person I elected, I would be ruthless too. So anyway, back to bin Laden. He arrives to Afghanistan with a few things. Number one, a bunch of money. Remember, his family is like super rich. He also comes with construction infrastructure because he's like a construction guy. Like his family knows construction and infrastructure building. But most importantly, he comes with an obsessive dedication to fighting back against any superpower that is invading the Middle East. So Osama joins in with all of these rebel fighters who are fighting back against the Soviet Union. And they fight a long, brutal war. By the way, the U.S. was secretly loving that the Soviet Union was getting beat back by these rebel fighters. So they end up sending loads of weapons and money and support to these fighters, something that will come back to bite them a few decades later. Eventually, Osama and the Afghan fighters beat back the Soviet Union. It was 10 brutal years of war, and by the end, these fighters were battle-hardened. Osama was now completely dedicated to his cause of fighting back against superpowers who were coming into the Middle East. So he returns back to Saudi Arabia, where he starts raising money and awareness for his new group that he started while he was in Afghanistan. It's called Al-Qaeda, and the mission of the group is to protect Islam through violently striking back against big superpowers coming into the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia's like, Osama, do you have to do this? Do you realize how rich we're getting? Saudi princes are living on yachts in the south of France and flying in their private jets, and they're like, dude, chill. It's fine, we get it. We don't like the United States, but can you maybe chill? Our partnership with the United States is actually turning out to be really great. And I know, yeah, they're really into Israel and they're really bad and everything, but they buy our oil and they give us weapons and we're doing just fine over here. Osama doesn't chill, and the Saudi government eventually takes away his passport, not letting him leave, and told him to hush up with all the anti-American holy war talk. So Osama finds another plan to maybe win back the heart of the royals. Saudi Arabia has a next-door neighbor named Iraq, who's run by Saddam Hussein, who Osama sees as a really bad Muslim, totally secular and brutal, and he's just not a good guy. Saddam is also cashing in on the oil boom. He's building big palaces and statues of himself all over the country. Oh yeah, and he also used the oil money to build a giant army, the fourth biggest in the world. With this massive army, Saddam decided that he could maybe multiply his oil reserves if he popped down to invade this little tiny country of Kuwait, where there's also loads of oil. This sort of freaked the Saudis out. If Saddam, with his giant army, could grab Kuwait, what would stop him from marching right across this desert into Saudi Arabia? So there's this moment that, it's like the moment of infamy of this whole thing, where Osama goes to the Saudis and he says,
I volunteer as tribute.
He doesn't actually say, I volunteer tribute, that was 100 grams.
Oh, we have a volunteer.
But he effectively says, I have me and my battle-hardened men who, can go in and fight against Saddam and defend the kingdom. And the Saudis are like, no, we're not gonna let this ragtag group of rebel fighters fight off the fourth largest army in the world. And Osama's like, well, we beat the Soviets. They're a big army with nuclear weapons and everything. And the Saudis are like, yeah, because you hid in the hills in caves in Afghanistan. Prince Sultan literally told bin Laden verbatim, quote, there are no caves in Kuwait. And then he asks them, what will you do when he lobs the missiles at you with chemical and biological weapons? Osama's response, we will fight them with our faith. And the Saudis are like, awkward. Sorry, dude. Instead, the king met with somebody else that he thought would make a much better fit than bin Laden and his faith fighters. Dick Cheney had flown to Saudi Arabia the day after Saddam had invaded Kuwait. At this point, the bromance between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia had cooled a little bit, as Saudi had gotten more and more flack for being in bed with the U.S. But even despite this, he told Cheney to come with as much force and as quickly as he could. And that is exactly what Dick Cheney did.
Ready and willing to employ all means necessary.
The U.S. went insane here. They recruited 37 other countries. And then they sent more firepower in terms of ships and bombers and troops and all this stuff that you and I could never imagine. It was insanity. And they totally crushed Saddam. Within a few weeks, they had pushed Saddam back and completely won over the hearts of the royals. The bromance is back in business. So now you have these Saudis that are beaming at the Americans for helping them fight off Saddam. And you have a bunch of bases that the U.S. set up to mount this attack. Way more than before. The U.S. came with all of this firepower and manpower and bases and artillery, and then they just sort of never left. Something that really pissed off a lot of Saudis who were very uncomfortable with U.S. presence to begin with. But the guy who was most pissed off than anyone in the Middle East at this point, Osama bin Laden, who had not only been rejected by his own country, but then who got chosen instead? But the great Satan, the United States, a power that Osama had built his entire life fighting against. So Osama bin Laden starts to double down on his original mission. He leaves Saudi Arabia and begins coordinating very precise attacks that could really only be coordinated by a guy who was good at technical details of a construction company and who had lots of money to fund it. He carries out attacks against the United States all around the world. And by the late 90s, he starts planning the attack that would change our world forever. So this is just the first half of the story. What happens next is something that we're all kind of familiar with. In fact, I think we're all still kind of processing the U.S. presence in the Middle East today and how that all went down. But it deserves taking a look at, and I'm not going to do that right now. I want to make a separate video for Iraq and Afghanistan and Israel and Iran and dive into each of these cases to show how the U.S. presence in the Middle East is not just about oil. In fact, oil is becoming less and less of a vital aspect of the U.S. presence as we have alternative sources of this sort of energy. Instead, our presence in the Middle East has become a fixture of how we think about foreign policy and how we think about the map. It's become so embedded in our military doctrine and in our foreign policy doctrine that it's proving to be really hard to think about how we could ever get out. Thank you everyone for watching this video. Middle East. The Middle East is a complicated place, and this is just a very broad overview. Like I said, I want to go deeper into each of these case studies because there's so much more to cover with each of these stories. Anyway, that is to come. Stay tuned for that. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring today's video. Big fan of Skillshare, big fan of online learning. Skillshare is a giant repository of online courses where you can learn everything you can imagine, from animation to photography to videography to cooking to entrepreneurial skills, like so many amazing things on Skillshare. There's a class that just published on Skillshare by my friend Nathaniel Drew. It's about developing your own voice online, unleashing your creativity. This course is really great. Nathaniel's really good at communicating and expressing, and he has a really unique voice online, and he teaches everything he knows in this course. So you should definitely go check it out. For a limited time, those who use the link in my description get 2 months of Skillshare Premium absolutely free. No money, and you get 2 months of free Skillshare. So you can watch like dozens of courses in that time for free. And then after that, if you do an annual, it's like $10 a month, which is just like absurdly cheap. So go check out Skillshare, and thank you Skillshare for sponsoring this video. I'll see you all in the next one. See ya! There is a cluster of 7,000 islands that looks like one of the most beautiful places on Earth. People have been living here for over 30,000 years, traveling between these islands, trading with each other and with the region, and developing religion and identity and culture. It eventually became a country called Ma'i. And while all of these advancements were happening here on these islands, another group of humans had been evolving in another part of the world, over here in Europe. But this other group had a different culture, a different religion. Many of their advancements were achieved through expansion, not collaboration. And their religion thrived when they stomped out others. They wanted to conquer. These islands, these people, this culture would soon be swallowed, stripped of what made them them, and soon their name would be changed after the name of the king of their conquerors. This isn't a story just about a big, powerful military taking over new lands. We know that story pretty well. The story of these people offers a new perspective to anyone who will listen. It's a perspective that has been wiped from our history books because of the inherent discomfort and tension with this fact that the United States, once a colony that heroically threw off an empire to become independent, soon became an empire itself. It contradicts our founding belief that it is, quote, self-evident that all men are created equal. And this story isn't just history. That empire still exists today, with colonial possessions and subjects. It's all wrapped up in the story of these 7,000 islands and their people. So, I want to tell you the story of how the U.S. stole the Philippines.
There are still American citizens today who do not have equal voting rights. These are citizens of America's island territory.
The U.S. Constitution grants the citizenship of everyone born on U.S. soil except in one jurisdiction.
Quick pause. I want to tell you about something that is important to me and happens to also be the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and it has changed my life. For many years, I didn't do therapy for me. I was for everyone else, and so I sort of avoided it. But when I finally started going last year, I really started to realize that there was so much that I was working on day in and day out that would dramatically reshape how I think about the world and ultimately make me happy. BetterHelp is a platform that is trying to make therapy more accessible to people. It's a virtual platform, so you have access not just to the therapists that are in your town, but to a huge network of like 15,000 therapists, so you can find the right fit for you. Finding finding the right therapist is sometimes difficult, and with BetterHelp, you can, for free, switch to a new therapist as many times as you need to until you find the right fit. Your therapist is in touch with you, you can message them right in the app throughout the week if needed, and it is an affordable and approachable way to get in on therapy whenever you want. And BetterHelp is available worldwide. Anywhere in the world that you are that has an internet connection, you can get in on counseling. This isn't a crisis line. This is a professional counseling and therapy by certified professional therapists. Therapy can be expensive, and BetterHelp is more affordable than traditional therapy, and they even offer financial aid. So they really are trying to make this more accessible, which is something I deeply believe in. I think that in our culture we don't value therapy enough, and we really should, because I think all of us have stuff we can work on. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel, for sponsoring this video. There's a link in my description. It is betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. Going to that link will give you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp if you want to get started today. So let's get back to the video. This video could be called How Spain Stole the Philippines, since Spain was the first nation to conquer and control these islands 500 years ago. Actually, exactly 500 years ago. And indeed, Spain left a very deep influence on these islands, not least the name itself, which is named after King Philip. Spain brought their religion, their language, their culture, which is why the most common last names in the Philippines are like Reyes or Del Rosario, De La Cruz, De Los Santos. But the heyday of the Spanish Empire came and went, and by the 1800s, it was kind of crumbling. But it was the arrival of a new superpower that I believe had a bigger impact, not just on the Philippines, but on the U.S. itself. It established rules and behaviors that we still grapple with today, and that's why this is the story of the U.S. stole the Philippines. So let's get to it.
Of the almost 400 years of Spanish rule over the Philippines. But even more striking is the more recent influence of the United States.
Okay, so it's the end of the 1800s. Up until now, U.S. expansion sort of looks like this. It's all happening on this mainland. And at this point, there sort of became a big debate of do we keep going? Some people wanted to keep expanding the U.S. outside of this mainland. The president at the time wasn't a big expansion guy, but he was surrounded by people who loved war, specifically this guy. And these people who surrounded the president had their eye on this Spanish colony right off the American coast called Cuba, where the locals were rising up against Spain. Wait, isn't this a video about the Philippines? Why are we talking about Cuba? We're getting there in just a second, okay? So anyway, Cuba. Americans didn't want to go to war with Cuba. They're like, we don't need more war. But thanks to the explosion of an American submarine in Cuba, which was probably an accident, and thanks to some highly unethical journalism that blamed the explosion on Spain, and a big thanks to, again, this guy, Teddy Roosevelt, who at this point was just a peon. He was literally the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But he somehow cajoled his boss's boss, the President of the United States, to go to war in Cuba to, liberate the Cubans from Spain. So the U.S. declared war on Spain in 1898. But this begins a new era of war in the United States. No longer can you just go into war and just take over land. You need an angle. You need to sell the war to the American people. So the angle on this war was liberation. Liberating the people.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
No. That's later. We're talking about 1898. But yes, the whole idea of selling war to the American public didn't really go away after this. Why did the U.S. go to war in Iraq? So anyway, the U.S. is now at war with Spain, which is an empire that is deeply in decline, as I mentioned. It's not going to be hard to win. But soon, it's not just Cuba. The U.S., really meaning Teddy Roosevelt, who again is just an assistant secretary of the Navy. He's not a big decision maker. He somehow maneuvers the situation to say, let's liberate next door Puerto Rico. And while we're at it, let's go into the Pacific and liberate Guam and the Philippines from Spain as well. Teddy didn't even ask his boss to do this. He literally sent off a cable to the Navy commander in Asia that was like, George Dewey, go attack the Philippines where Spain is. That is what your mandate is. And George Dewey's like, okay, I'm being told to go to war with Spain and the Philippines. Teddy was sort of the mind, better to ask forgiveness than permission. nuts that it pulled off. Anyway, and now because of Teddy Roosevelt, whom we literally named the teddy bear after, side note, we're at war not in the Caribbean only, but also in the Pacific. The U.S. arrives to the Philippines and sees that the locals had already been fighting against the Spanish for like years. The Spanish were weak and were totally declining. So it's like the top of the ninth inning, or like the fourth quarter of the Spanish in the Philippines. And the U.S. shows up and is like, let us liberate you. And the Philippines were like, well, we've sort of already been fighting this bloody war for years against the Spanish. So yeah, I guess the United States, if you want to come help us deal the final blow to Spain, like, sweet. So George Dewey, this Navy commander, and his fleet show up to Manila. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., people are like, wait, we're just supposed to invade Cuba? What are we doing in the Philippines now? And the U.S. government's like, because the Philippines is a perfect hub for commercial opportunities in Asia, and we think that if we don't take it, Japan or Germany might take it, which would clearly diminish our geostrategic advantage in the Pacific. No, they didn't say that. They said, we want to liberate the people of the Philippines.
The people we liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
So the Spanish see the U.S. arrive to the Philippines, and they're like, great, we're done. So the Spanish military commanders asked to meet with the U.S. military commanders. They meet in secret, and Spain's like, listen, I know we're losing, but we really want to save some face here. We don't want it to look like we lost to the Filipino revolutionaries. And I'm not kidding. The Spanish commander literally said that he would, quote, be willing to surrender to white people, but not to the Filipinos. So the U.S. commander's like, okay, there's an opportunity here. We said we were here to liberate the Filipinos, but we haven't promised anything yet. So we would much rather it look like the U.S. defeated Spain instead of helped the Filipinos defeat Spain. Much better for our brand, says the United States. So together, the United States and Spanish militaries organized a fake battle in which the U.S. would fight the Spanish in Manila, and the Spanish would intentionally lose. And the climax of this whole theatrical battle, according to the plan, was that at the end, the U.S. would storm towards the inner walled city of Manila, the last stronghold of where the Spanish are. Oh, and the key detail in this whole plan, they would not let the Filipino fighters, the ones that had been doing all the actual fighting against the Spanish, join them as they stormed towards the walled city to deal the final blows to the Spanish Empire. And this would mean that the Filipinos technically didn't gain their independence. It was actually the U.S. who conquered the Spanish. And then the Spanish were like, oh, can you give us $20 million for our troubles? And the U.S. was like, yeah, sure. So now the U.S. wins the war, and they claim sovereignty over the Philippines. So yeah, this happened. They did the fake battle, they won the war. Instead of liberating the Filipinos, they just said, hey, we're your colonizers. Psych. Meanwhile, back in the United States, they got to keep up this white savior liberation narrative that they created to justify going to war with Spain. So you see a lot more theatrical PR by the government. They staged this giant military parade in New York City, where this military commander who did the fake war, George Dewey, marches down. They called it Dewey Day. It was like a 2-day parade in New York City. They created a big military arch for him. He became like a military hero for having liberated all these people from the Spanish. And then you start to see these crazy advertisements, like this soap advertisement that has George Dewey, the commander, washing his hands with the caption, quote, the first step towards lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness. And on the side, you have soap being offloaded in the Philippines and being given to the locals. The U.S. had to frame this not as conquest, but as the honorable duty of the U.S. to civilize these people, or, in the words of the soap ad, quote, to brighten the dark corners of the earth. Jeez, this is insane, and was not that work. Okay, so this is where things really heat up. It's 1900 now. Spain loses the war, obviously, and the U.S. now owns Puerto Rico, Guam, and they claim the Philippines. But the local Filipinos, who've been fighting for their freedom for years, are like, no. You just waltzed in here on our rebellion and conspired with the Spanish to make it look like you were liberating us. No, this is our country. We don't need another colonizer. And this is where things really heat up. the Filipinos start fighting again for their independence, and this time against the United States. It is a pretty horrible, bloody war, one that I never learned about in school. It includes massacres of men, women, and children by the United States, and hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. But the U.S. eventually won, and they established a government in the Philippines. Back in the U.S., the appetite for expansion continued to go down, and people sort of just forgot about the Philippines. They forgot that there was a war there. One newspaper summed it up by saying, Americans didn't know if the Philippines were islands or canned fruit. But the fact remained that the U.S. went to war and now owned the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam. So this begged a very important question, one that hadn't been asked before, which is all of this land America? Are these people Americans? This was a huge question, and the answer to that question affects how we see these territories still today. Okay, so a few years after these wars, there's a guy in New York City who's importing oranges from one of these territories, Puerto Rico, and he's paying tariffs on these imports because, you know, that's what you do when you're importing oranges from another country. Another country. This guy was like, didn't we conquer Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines? Isn't that America? The Constitution says that you can't put tariffs on stuff coming from other parts of the U.S. Like New Jersey can't put tariffs on like avocados from California. So he sued, and his case and a bunch of others like it made it to the Supreme Court. So now the Supreme Court must decide, is this land where we just won a war, is this America? Are these Americans? If they are, do they get all the same rights as other Americans? Do they get to vote? Do they get to participate in the U.S. economy without tariffs, like any other state does? And honestly, this isn't a question about oranges and tariffs. The real question at stake here is America the land of the free, where all are created equal, or are we an empire? No different than any other empire that scoops up colonial possessions in war and rules the people, usually black and brown, as subjects, not fully a part of the country. That was the question that was at stake. And in this series of cases in the early 1900s, the Supreme Court decided that America was the latter. Is the latter. They created a new category of land called unincorporated territories, where the people don't have any representation in the democracy, but where Congress can create laws on their own, particularly laws dealing with revenue, which would not be allowed by the Constitution for states within the Union. We can create revenue laws, stuff that's totally unconstitutional for other parts of our country. In other words, unincorporated territories are land we control and exploit for revenue, but whose people don't get to vote and don't get the right to trial by jury. So yeah, the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam, remained unincorporated territories, a place that the U.S. can kind of just ignore without a lot of consequence. They weren't important enough or strategic enough to be considered to become states like Hawaii or Alaska, so they sort of faded from American consciousness. Like, this is why we never heard about this in school. Like, it didn't make it into the history books in any salient way. And how far the Philippines had faded from people's minds became very clear in December of 1941. During World War II, the U.S. had owned the Philippines for about 40 years, when a fleet of Japanese bombers flew across the Pacific and bombed an American naval base in Hawaii. But what we don't really remember is on that day, Japan bombed Guam and the Philippines, two American territories, as well as several other American and British territories.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Here's the draft of this speech. This is the original draft that FDR spent the day marking up before he gave it. Zoom in a little bit, and you'll see on this draft that it mentioned the Philippines originally, but FDR crossed it out. He crossed out the mention of Manila. Yes, the Philippines was on some map somewhere. Yes, we technically owned it. But the people really didn't want to hear about it because these people weren't Americans. The Supreme Court had decided that. They weren't going to become states anytime soon. So why mention them? After that day, Japan actually full-on invaded the Philippines. They didn't do that to Hawaii, but they did to the Philippines until the end of the war. at which point the Philippines were finally granted independence in 1946. Fast forward to today, and this "we own you, but you're not really Americans" precedent established by the Supreme Court still applies to 4 million people who live in unincorporated territories. Or let's just call it a spade. Let's call them what they are. These are colonial possessions. The people who live here don't experience the full rule of law. They don't get trial by jury. They don't have full representation in our democracy. And they don't get to vote for the president. This is why when a hurricane hits Puerto Rico, the government response is not nearly what it should be. The way Trump talked about Puerto Rico as almost another country, as not a part of us, mirrors exactly how the Supreme Court talked about these unincorporated territories. They're for revenue, not to compete with American farmers. We conquered these places, but we didn't want to bring the people fully into the American project. We left them out, and there they remain today.
The American nation cannot, must not, and will permit the establishment of another communist government.
This is called a Cavendish banana. It's the most common banana on earth. It's probably the one that you have in your kitchen right now. It's definitely the one you see in the grocery store. This banana was created in a fancy-looking house in England. Yes, created in England. Kind of weird. Bananas aren't from England. They're originally from Asia, and there are thousands of different kinds of bananas. How did this banana, the Cavendish, that was created in England, become the banana that you eat today? Well, the answer to that is not so simple. You have to understand the story of bananas, which, yes, is something we're diving into today. It's a story filled with predatory corporations and geopolitics and American imperialism and disease and really some amazing marketing. It explains how corporations can grow so big that they begin to act like governments, like dictators. And it explains why this banana, the Cavendish, the one you know and love, might not exist soon.
The world's most popular banana may be on the verge of extinction.
Oh, and while I was diving deep into this, I discovered that there's a better tasting banana out there. One that isn't supposed to exist anymore, but I got my hands on some. And yes, they're better. So, buckle up. This is the effed up history of bananas. We're pausing this story really quick because I just need to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is Stamps.com, a service that I have used for now several years, long before they came to sponsor videos. A few years ago, I became independent, which meant I had to start running my own business. I quickly realized that running a business means shipping things a lot. I was shipping hard drives for footage, or shipping gear and lenses. I was going to the post office a bunch, which is kind of my nightmare. So I Googled what's the best way to not go to the post office, and Stamps.com. Stamps.com is all of the things that the post office does, but in your office or house. I can ship packages and letters for less cost from the comfort of this studio. In fact, right behind me is my whole Stamps.com setup. Got a fancy scale, so I literally put the package on this scale. It tells me how much it is. It plugs into my computer, and I type in the address of where I'm sending it, and it spits out a shipping label that I then print with my label printer. And I put it on the package, and then I put it at my front door, and it gets taken away by the mail person. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world, and I'm very grateful that I discovered it. Stamps.com is saving lots of businesses time and money. It has certainly saved me a lot of time and money, which is why I'm really grateful that they're supporting this channel and sponsoring today's video. You can get 4 weeks of this for free if you want to just try it out. There's a link in my description, stamps.com/JohnnyHarris. If you sign up, you get this free trial, plus some free postage and a digital scale. You get one of those scales, which is incredibly helpful. There's no long-term commitment or contracts. Just go to stamps.com/JohnnyHarris, start your trial, get a free scale and some postage, and never have to go to the post office again. again. Okay, so bananas are from Southeast Asia, but like 400 years ago, Europeans came over the world, and the Portuguese brought bananas over to the Americas. A few hundred years later, an American sailor was in Jamaica, and he found this funny-looking exotic yellow fruit, and money started flashing in his eyes. He started selling bananas to Americans, who quickly loved this new fruit. Bananas were trending. People were talking about it. So then fast forward to really the end of the 1800s, and you have the World's Fair, where all the people show up and show off their new technology. At the fair, you've got this guy, Alexander Graham Bell, who's showing up with this cute little new invention that's about to change the world. But another crowd favorite at the expo was the banana. Yes, bananas were equally as impressive as the telephone at the World's Fair. The banana business started booming in the United States, much of these bananas flowing in from New York City. The port there was dubbed Banana Docks for a while because of so much fruit import. So now you have all these Americans eating this sweet, creamy, delicious fruit and throwing the slippery peels onto the street. It got so bad that the police commissioner at the time, I can't get away from this guy, Teddy Roosevelt. Once again, I swear, I get into any story, I start to research it, and it's like, yeah, and then there's American imperialism, and it's a Teddy Roosevelt, shows up. Anyway, so Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, starts putting a fine on people for throwing their banana peels on the sidewalk. Like, this isn't just like a silly, fake joke. It's like, this is a real thing. People slipped on banana peels.
Patrick, banana peel!
We just said and you could go to jail for it. I mean, look at this. There's this New York Times article documenting Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, speaking to a room of police captains, explaining, quote, the bad habits of banana skins, and dwelling particularly on its tendency to toss people into the air and bring them down with terrific force on the hard pavement. This was a real issue. Okay. Banana docks, Teddy Roosevelt, slippery banana peels, silly newspaper articles from the late 1800s. This isn't the story. We're just getting started. This is like bananas' innocent phase. It's about to heat up. Let's see how bananas turn from this to this. The banana business people in the U.S. realized it was time to ramp up to meet all of this new demand. But instead of just importing more bananas from, say, Jamaica or other countries in the Caribbean, the banana companies realized that they needed to control the supply chain. Let me explain what I mean by a second by looking at this banana. Bananas are fragile. They're soft. They spoil in a week. This one's moments away from spoiling. Look at those spots. To get this thing from somewhere close to the equator all the way to New York City and then into someone's market and then into somebody's home, all without it being crushed and without it spoiling, is a fragile, quick, expensive process. And the only way to do it profitably is to do a lot of it. A lot of bananas. The only way to do a lot of bananas is to control the supply chain. So it's 1900 at this point. There's a banana gold rush happening. There's a bunch of companies trying to figure out how to control the supply chain. And then they decide to sort of merge together and become this one super company called the United Fruit Company. And their plan for combining was to control everything, control the supply chain. They turned their attention completely to Central America, where they know bananas could grow abundantly, and where, oh, look at this, the U.S. is thinking about making a little canal that cuts through this little narrow strip of land. So the United Fruit Company is like, that's kind of a nice perk for the region. If anything goes wrong, the U.S. could have our backs. Foreshadowing. Am I foreshadowing? I'm foreshadowing. So yeah, United Fruit Company is like, this region, Central America, looks like a great neighborhood to control the supply chain. They wanted to control the people who worked on the farm by owning their basic survival needs. They wanted to control the houses they lived in and the stores they shopped in and what they could buy. They wanted to control the transportation by building railways so that they could quickly ship their product onto ports. They wanted to control the boats and the waterways so that they could get all of these bananas from Central America to the U.S. before they spoiled. It started with Guatemala, pouring tons of investment into controlling every inch of their supply chain. Soon, they were the largest company in Guatemala. They owned a fifth of the farmable land in the country. They owned all of the railways and all of the radio stations and radio infrastructure. And by 1901, the government of Guatemala actually hired the United Fruit Company to manage the country's postal service. And United Fruit was starting to look a lot like a government. And the result was a lot of happy banana-eating Americans. So they kept going. They kept expanding their operations across Central America. So now with all of this beautiful infrastructure and trains and land, the next strategy for making bananas even more profitable was, you guessed it, paying the workers next to nothing. Oh, and paying them not with real money. A lot of the times, United Fruit paid their workers in vouchers. These vouchers could only be used in designated United Fruit commissaries. So they're not actually making real money here. So wait, now the United Fruit Company has its own currency? Oh, and they also had, like, a private navy. 93 boats called the Great White Fleet. Then eventually they started using these boats to, like, transport people on cruises. These boats were even used during World War II. United Fruit started to look like a literal government. They had their hands in everything, so much so that they earned themselves the nickname El Pulpo, which means the octopus in Spanish, meaning they had their tentacles in everything all over Central America. The land, the crops, the people, the infrastructure, and soon enough, government agencies. Soon these countries became so dominated by and reliant on the United Fruit Company that they were no longer run by the people or the governments. They were run by American banana companies who had all the power and leverage in the world. This led to the nickname Banana Republic, which is a politically unstable country whose society is exploited for profit for one single product. In this case, bananas. Yeah, and probably not the best sort of thing to name your clothing store after. Like, just a thought, but like, who made that decision? United Fruit and other banana companies continued to grow and control Central America. Eventually, people got tired of this. In 1911, Honduras was like, all right, we're done, banana companies. Like, we're going to take back our land. We can take it from here. These are our plantations. You've gone too far. Banana companies didn't like this. So they organized a private army to help overthrow the government so that they could put in a president that they liked who would allow them to keep doing exactly what they were doing and also give them a tax break. So yeah, banana companies are now overthrowing governments. Jeez. This kept happening. Anytime there was political dissent or the governments of these countries started to like step up and say like, no, the banana companies would intervene. And guess who had their back? The U.S. military. And yes, we're back to Teddy Roosevelt. What a guy. Here's Teddy stomping around the Caribbean with his big stick, making sure that American military and business interests are protected. In Honduras alone, the U.S. invaded 7 times in the early 1900s, all in the name of protecting these banana companies and other U.S. interests from having to face these pesky locals who were so audacious as to want to run their own country. How dare they? If you remember that at this time, the U.S. was starting to get really comfortable with empire. And Central America was at the top of the priority list. The banana companies knew this, which allowed them to feel emboldened to just sort of do whatever they wanted in the region. Okay, but this is sort of child's play. It started to get a lot worse in the 1920s. There was a situation in Colombia where a bunch of workers for the United Fruit Company decided to stop working and protest their working conditions. They were asking for a few things like, I don't know, working 6 days a week instead of 7, or getting paid real money. The United Fruit Company refuses to negotiate with them, and instead goes to the U.S. and says, hey, USA, we've got these really annoying workers who are like trying to unionize and trying to get paid and stuff, and it actually smells a lot like communism. And the U.S. is like, wait, what, communism? Tell me more. So then the U.S. threatens to invade with their Marines and squash the strike if the Colombian military doesn't do something first. Reminder that we're not talking about some big political revolution or rebellion. We're talking about a few workers in a banana plantation protesting for more humane conditions. And yet, this was a priority for the U.S. government to put pressure on Colombia to fix the situation. Of course, Colombia didn't want to make the U.S. angry, so they responded and sent in their own troops to go put down this workers' strike, and they were ordered to, quote, spare no ammunition. So on December 5th, 1928, these protesters are in the town square, this town of Colombia, and the Colombian army shows up and massacres them. Men, women, and children were killed by their own military, all because an American banana company didn't want to pay them a decent wage. I mean, this is madness. It is madness to think that these large geopolitical forces were coming to bear over a banana plantation. This event is called the Banana Massacre. This didn't stop in 1928. Fast forward to Guatemala in the 1950s. At this point, the United Fruit Company, El Grupo, is making major profits. They own almost 50% of the land in Guatemala tax-free. But this president, Jacobo Arbenz, who was democratically elected, is trying to change things. He wants to take land that United Fruit owns but isn't using and redistribute it to poor Guatemalans. He's sort of doing like a Robin Hood thing, trying to like lift poor Guatemalans out of poverty. Of course, United Fruit didn't like this. But instead of engaging directly with the Guatemalan government, United Fruit goes to the White House and says those magic words again, communism. United Fruit then hired this PR magician, that was signaled for its nephew, and he worked with news agencies to create a bunch of fake stories that linked Arbenz, the president of Guatemala, to communism. Completely fake news. And not just like using that word lightly, like he created a fake Guatemalan newspaper, created all these fake reports, and then distributed those fake newspapers to Congress. He planted the seeds in their minds that the United Fruit Company were the good guys, and that Arbenz, the democratically elected leader, needed to go because of communism. It totally worked. President Eisenhower, the president of the United States, believed all of this, and he sent in the CIA to get Arbenz out of power, to protect the banana people once again. It's a classic CIA coup. They go find a bunch of rebels, they give them money, and they train them. They find a leader who wants to be the next president that's friendly to the U.S., and eventually they start broadcasting anti-government propaganda, and they turn Guatemalans against their government with all of this fake news and propaganda. They send the Navy in to block Guatemalan waters, they send some bombs onto Guatemala City, and then they invade. And then with these trained fighters, they go take over the government. The Guatemalan army surrenders, and the leader of the rebels becomes the new president, friendly to the United States. And now the banana companies are happy, and they have a guy in power that is their guy. It's like they have a playbook on how to like mess with democracies around the world, and they just sort of followed the playbook. They're like, oh, we've done this before. We're going to do it again in Iran a little bit. Like this is like classic CIA. By the way, this coup was sort of a death blow to democracy in Guatemala. It divided and destroyed the budding civil society that has not allowed Guatemala to recover since. All because these banana companies wanted to control the supply chain. These things leave scars, major marks on a country, scars that are still felt today. Okay, let's switch gears for a second, because all of this sort of banana like coups and banana republics and massacres is like horrendous. But during all of this violence and military invasions and human rights violations, all of this meant that the United Fruit Company was getting really, really good at their business. They were sending too many bananas to the United States. There was a ton of banana supply, but demand wasn't rising fast enough. The average American didn't totally know how to use bananas. So the United Fruit Company creates this amazing marketing campaign. So now they're paying doctors to write amazing academic journal articles about bananas. They cut a deal with Kellogg's to like market the cereal as something that pairs with bananas, which is something I still do today. I cut up my bananas and I put them in my cereal because of this campaign. They targeted moms with small children. They made recipe books. They even created a guide on how to decorate with bananas.
Bananas can be served in many different, many attractive ways. Blended with fruits, nuts, and gelatin, they provide high food value and nourishment.
But their biggest success was Miss Chiquita.
I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way, and when they're flaked with brown and have a golden hue, bananas taste the best and are the best for you.
With this lady and bananas. They had no idea that these bananas were being used and shipped and bought, but they just liked how they taste. But isn't that the case with a lot of things that we all consume today? But there's one thing that U.S. imperialism and millions of dollars of marketing cannot control, which is disease. This is the part of the story that I tell you that the bananas that were all the rage during the 1900s are not the bananas that you're eating today. Part of United Fruit Company's efforts to control everything was standardizing the genetics of the banana, making them all exactly the same. Monocultures is what we call that. The problem with monocultures is that they're like heaven for a disease, because you don't have to solve the same puzzle to infect another banana. If you infect one, you infect them all, and that's exactly what happened. Panama disease was a fungus that came in and destroyed banana plantations. The banana supply in the U.S. shrank rapidly, and there was even a hit song about the banana shortage. The banana that they had been using, the one that was getting really popular in the U.S., was called Michelle, or Big Mike banana, but it was now completely getting ravaged by disease. So these banana companies were freaking out. They're like, we are done. Like, we've built this entire empire, and this disease is going to wipe us out. So they started to scramble to find another banana. It turns out there's like 1,000 types of bananas out there. There's like red ones and blue ones and like teal ones. I mean, a blue banana. I feel like I have to eat a blue banana at some point in my life. But here's the problem. Us Americans, we buy our food kind of with our eyes first. We're just like, it needs to look good. And so these companies realized that they couldn't send a blue banana to the United States. They needed a banana that looked similar. Yellow, sweet, and seedless, so that they could keep selling to Americans who hopefully wouldn't notice the switch. Enter our friend, the Cavendish banana. Like I said in the beginning, this banana was invented by a British guy who was tinkering with banana seeds in this amazing looking house in northern England. And after years of playing around with the genetics, the plant finally flowered and popped out this big, beautiful yellow banana. And so he named it after the Duke, William Cavendish. So now here's the sad part. The Gros Michel, the one that had caught on that was like the big hit in America, was a way better banana, is a way better banana. It is sweeter, it's more durable, and it's just overall a better banana compared to the Cavendish. In fact, the artificial banana flavor that we have in our candies, like Black and Taffy, comes from the original Gros Michel, not from the Cavendish. But the Gros Michel was getting destroyed by this disease, and the Cavendish was luckily resistant to the disease. So the dictator banana companies made the switch and hoped that the people wouldn't care or notice as long as they looked the same. And guess what? It totally worked. They quietly switched out the banana to the new Cavendish, and people just kept buying bananas. I mean, I can't believe that there is a better banana out there that I have not tasted. I wonder if I can get my hands on it. Bananas. The Gros Michel banana still exists. It's just a select few people on this planet still grow it, and I found a farm that sent me a few. I'm gonna try this thing. Gros Michel, let's do this. Beautiful banana. Wow. I mean, I'm obviously primed to like this more, so I don't know if I really like it anymore, but it's definitely a better banana right now in my mind. Slightly different color. It's got this like burgundy vibe going on. It's sweeter. I like the texture more. I think this is a better banana. Too bad this thing got completely wiped out by a disease.
Okay, so let's get up to speed before we finish this story off, because the last part of it is quite interesting and applies to our modern day. To summarize, bananas came to the U.S., predatory companies invaded whole countries to help the U.S. exploit them for bananas while using amazing marketing to keep demand up. And because of this Panama disease, they had to switch to the inferior Cavendish banana. So where do we go from here? United Fruit eventually rebranded to Chiquita. They're still doing some pretty shady stuff, like paying millions of dollars to terrorist death squads and getting sued by workers who become sterile after handling pesticides. Banana companies will probably always do this, because the other thing that remains is that bananas are still soft and spoil quickly and grow in faraway places from where you eat them. So the entire supply chain needs to be controlled. And the other thing that hasn't changed is that the new banana is genetically optimized so that every banana is exactly the same. So it fits perfectly into these boxes, into these crates, onto these ships, into these supermarkets. But guess what? There's another disease. Panama disease, the one that wiped out the Gros Michel, it's back. And it's mutated, and it's coming for the Cavendish. And what's tricky about these diseases is there's no way to detect them before they arrive, before it's too late. It just quietly kills the banana trees and makes it impossible to ever grow there again. You have to burn the entire plantation. This is already happening in the Philippines, which is the second largest exporter of bananas. The disease has devastated the land and the banana economy. It's making its way through Asia. Okay, but Asia's like super far away, and it's like there's a whole ocean in between. It's like, oh, all our bananas come from Latin America. Wrong. In 2019, it was detected in Colombia, and in April of this year, just a few months ago, the disease was found in Peru, right next to Ecuador, which is the largest exporter of bananas that come to the U.S. It's coming for your bananas. So everyone's on high alert. And bananas, as we know them, might be doomed. So now we're seeing history kind of repeat itself. We're looking at the potential collapse of a $25 billion industry and entire economies, which is like hundreds of thousands of jobs. To me, the big problem here, the thing that's repeating itself, is the same problem of the United Fruit Company going in, trying to control every angle of their production to maximize profits. When we have companies that feel emboldened to do whatever it takes to make the most profit, you're going to get situations like this, whether it is banana massacres in Colombia, or a coup in Honduras, or a monoculture that gets wiped out by disease time and time again. We try to engineer our way out of these problems, and we sometimes do. But at the end of the day, nature will catch up with us. And as long as we ignore the true costs of these economies, the cost to people, to democracies, to ecologies, we're never actually going to get rid of these problems. Thanks for watching. There's this one lake in Central America that if you look closely enough, you're going to see the tops of trees in the lake. And these are not islands, these are hilltops. This all used to be a dense jungle, not a lake. But then they built dams and all sorts of infrastructure to flood this forest, all in the name of solving a centuries-old puzzle, which was, how do we make it faster and easier to travel between here and here, even in spite of the fact that you have two massive continents blocking any waterway. But there was hope. If you look down here at this one thin stretch of land, here it's only 80 kilometers across, and it looks so easy to just cut a waterway into it. No. Turns out that puzzle was not easy. This little 80-kilometer strip of land proved to be really hard to cut. But as long as international trade continued to grow, there continued to be great powers looking for new waterways to shorten their routes and to increase their power. for whoever controls the water has the power. And these great powers always focused on this narrow stretch of land, from the Spanish in the 14th century to the Scottish in the 15th. But then the most earnest and serious attempt was in 1880, when this guy, a French engineer, Ferdinand de Lesseps, shows up and is like, hey, I got this. He had just completed another big world-changing canal over here. He was feeling very confident, and he's like, yep, I'm your guy. Let's build another canal. It'll be easy. We'll just dig down to sea level and reroute the river like we did in Egypt for the Suez Canal, and it'll be great, and I'll be famous. But listen, de Lesseps, Egypt is a flat desert, and Panama is not. These mountains that you want to dig through are well above sea level, so if you want to dig down to sea level to make a flat canal, it's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, another French engineer comes to de Lesseps, and he's like, dude, this isn't going to work. It's way too much digging. Instead of bringing the mountains down to sea level, what you need to do is bring the sea up to the mountains. And in a moment of collaborative creativity, de Lesseps admits that he was wrong and begins construction based on the new plans. And then he promotes this guy as the head of engineer and says, great idea. No, de Lesseps was like, bring the ocean up to the mountains? That sounds stupid. Screw you. I'm the famous one. The canal is going to be at sea level, just like we did with the Suez Canal. So the French start digging. Well, actually, it wasn't the French. It was a ton of poorly paid migrant workers who were doing the digging, hacking away at the jungle with machetes, and then digging by hand with pickaxes in sweltering heat, knee-deep in city water, which is heaven for, you guessed it, disease-infested mosquitoes, which is terrible news. But luckily, de Lesseps, the engineer, was always there in the trenches with his workers, wielding a pickaxe alongside his people. Yeah, no, of course he wasn't. He was just hanging out in France, only visiting Panama twice over the course of 7 years to just like check in on the project. And what he realized when he showed up 7 years into this digging is that things were going horribly. People were dying like 40 or 50 a day. All in all, 20,000 workers died trying to dig this canal. Thousands died from disease and accidents, and we'll never know their names. And it's not just that people are dying, it's that the digging isn't working either. They would do a bunch of digging one day, and then the next day the rain would bring in all of the mud that they just dug back into the canal. So de Lesseps shows up, realizes this is happening, and is like, this is not working. Is there another way to dig this canal? And he has a flashback to 7 years earlier. Bring the sea up to the mountains. And he's like, oh yeah, that was actually a really good idea. My bad, we actually are going to do that other plan instead. But no, it was too late. The investors were done. They had lost way too much money. 20,000 people were dead. Malaria and yellow fever were rampant. This was a failed project. So the company that owned all of this work had to abandon it and leave it unfinished in 1889. Everyone gave up and left, except for one of the top engineers on the project, this guy. I'm just going to call him Philippe, because after researching him for many days, I now feel like I'm on a first-name basis with him. And by the way, he becomes a giant part of the story, starting now. So Philippe was this French engineer and businessman, and he was obsessed with the canal. He also had a huge financial stake in the project. And where some investors would say, darn, too bad, we invested in a bad bet, let's move on, Philippe was like, no, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that this is not a failure. And what happens next is one of the most insane things I have ever researched in my entire life. So buckle up. Okay, so let's get some context really quick. It's like 1900 at this point. The U.S. is really starting to get a handle on this whole imperialism thing that they've been doing. They just fabricated a war with Spain, which led them to conquer the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico. They just overthrown Hawaii's government. They annexed Wake Island and American Samoa. They're like, dude, this overseas empire thing is kind of working out for us. The president at the time was Teddy Roosevelt, who we've seen in previous episodes. And Teddy is looking around this region that the U.S. is increasingly taking over, and he sees an opportunity to dramatically increase the naval power of the United States if they could just unite the Atlantic and the Pacific. It's time to build a canal, says Teddy. So of course they looked somewhere in Central America, and the original plan that the U.S. wanted to pursue was to build a canal not in Panama, but here in Nicaragua. It wasn't the shortest stretch of land in this area, but there was a huge lake here which would cut down on the digging, and it just made a lot of sense. So they started doing surveys and making plans to build a canal in Nicaragua. Meanwhile, Philippe, the Frenchman, is still down here at his failed project, and he's seen the U.S. become interested in the canal, and he's like, this is my moment of vindication. So he goes to the U.S. Congress and he's like, hey guys, I know you're looking at Nicaragua, you've been doing all this site planning and surveys and stuff, but guess what? Right next to this proposed site for your canal, there are volcanoes, big, scary, belching volcanoes, and one of them just erupted around here, sort of next to your site. Nicaragua even had a postage stamp that featured one of these nearby volcanoes erupting. So the Frenchman goes around to the U.S. senators and distributes this postage stamp and says, look, scary volcanoes in Nicaragua, don't build your canal here or they'll be destroyed by lava or something. And guess what? He totally won. The U.S. Senate got cold feet about their Nicaragua canal plan, and they're like, we're not going to do this anymore. Let's find another place to build it. And Philippe is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just worked. Stamps with volcanoes. He's like, oh, giddy. And he's like, I wonder where there would be a good place to build a canal. Oh, wait a minute. Why not Panama? We, the French, already did a ton of work to get you started. Why don't you just pick up where we left off? We'll sell you all of our gear, all of our stuff. It'll be a great deal. And the U.S. is like, but isn't Panama a part of Colombia? And yes, indeed, at the time, Panama was actually a part of Colombia. It was not an independent country. So the United States Congress is like, okay, listen, Philippe, we will buy you out of your canal project that you clearly failed on, but we will only do it if you can get approval from Colombia, who literally owns this land. And Philippe is secretly like, there's no way that Colombia is going to go for this. They're going to reject the plan, and then the U.S. is going to back out, and I'm going to lose all my money, and I have to make this happen. Philippe was very serious about this canal. So this is where Philippe starts to get really conniving, to pull out all the stops to get the canal built. So he goes to the people who live in the region of Colombia called Panama, and he says, hey guys, I know you've sort of been wanting to be independent from Colombia for a long time. Bogota is so far away, they don't care about you. You could be your own country. What if I, a French engineer, could guarantee your independence without a bloody war? Just leave the details to me. Make me your ambassador, and I will make this happen. And the Panamanians are like, but dude, you're French. He's like, yeah, but you're Colombian. So why don't we team up in the name of creating Panama, a new country? And they were like, okay, fine, Philippe, you're our representative, our ambassador now. Just give us the signal when we should rise up for our independence. But you promise to make sure that Colombia is not going to come in and quell our uprising. And Philippe's like, yeah, I'll take care of it. Okay, before we keep going with the story, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Policy Genius. About a month ago, I signed up for life insurance, something I knew nothing about for a very long time until I did and looked into it and realized that being a responsible adult, I should probably have life insurance. It's something that's not fun to think about, but it's absolutely something that feels good to have once you have it. Policy Genius is very simple. It takes a few minutes to sign up and makes it easy to compare quotes from over a dozen top insurers all in one place. You could save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. You could have life insurance in less than a week. That's what happened to me. I didn't even have to go to like a doctor's office. One of the options was to just do a medical exam over the phone. And I was like, yes, please. It was a simple phone call. The Policy Genius team took care of all the paperwork. They did all the complicated stuff that I have no time to do. And before you know it, I have a life insurance policy. So go to policygenius.com/JohnnyHarris where you can learn about different policies and which one fits your need. And then when you're ready to apply, the Policy Genius team handles everything after that. There's no extra fees. Policy Genius doesn't sell your information, which is like fake Policy Genius for that. Overall, this is the best way to compare quotes for life insurance and to get the best deal that fits for you. Again, I literally just did this a month ago, and I sleep better at night from policy. So thank you, Policy Genius, for sponsoring this video, for supporting my work and my channel. That link will be in my description. Now let's get back to the video. So Philippe is now the ambassador of the Panamanians, who are not a country yet, but he's still hoping that maybe the Colombians will approve the plan. Philippe sort of has this in his back pocket, this deal that he just made with the Panamanians. He doesn't know if he has to use it yet. But back to the Americans having to ask Colombia for approval to build the canal. Sure enough, they show up and Colombia's like, no, go home. You guys are way too aggressive around here lately. We're not interested. No canal. See you later. So the U.S. goes to Philippe and they say, sorry, bro, the deal is off. Colombia said no. We said we'd only do this if Colombia said yes. After all, Panama is a part of Colombia. And Philippe is like, wait, hold on, I have a plan for this. I've been talking to the Panamanians, and they want to break away from Colombia, and they made me their ambassador. I've even written them a new constitution and designed them a new flag. Wait, Philippe, are you a graphic designer? No, but I designed them a flag anyway. We can still make this canal thing happen. All I need you guys to do is show up with your navy to make sure that the Panamanians can rise up for independence without Colombia coming to shut it all down. And the U.S. Congress is like, dude, you're nuts. See you later. But out of nowhere, the president at the time shows up and is like, did somebody say stage a theatrical revolution to take over more land and increase American power? Teddy was back on the scene. Teddy loves this kind of stuff. He loves the sort of like backroom deals. Let's like not ask for permission. Let's ask for forgiveness. This is like Teddy Roosevelt's like sweet spot. So Philippe has all of his ducks in a row. He's got Teddy Roosevelt on his side. The Panamanians who just gave him approval to be their ambassador. And he's like, let's do this. So in November 1903, Philippe gives the nod to the Panamanians to rise up, to take over and declare themselves independent. And at the same time, he signals to Teddy Roosevelt to send in their big gunboats to sit off the coast of Panama to block Colombia from sending in reinforcements to put down this revolution by the Panamanians. And so Colombia is like, oh, fine, take it. F you, America. You guys played real dirty there, okay? You know that? That was not cool. So just as Philippe orchestrated, Panama declares independence. And Philippe is the ambassador. The U.S. is the first to recognize them as a new country. And Teddy Roosevelt's like, that was thrilling. Now what, Philippe? So Philippe is like, let's make a deal, America. I'm the official representative of Panama now, as per my agreement with the Panamanians. So let's write a treaty on behalf of Panama. So he travels to the United States and starts working on a treaty between the United States and Panama that would give the USA rights and sovereignty over this strip of land to build a canal. I mean, this series of events is insane. France fails to build a canal, so one French dude, an engineer, tries to redeem the whole thing by convincing the U.S. to change the location of their canal, and then creates a revolution and convinces the U.S. to help back that revolution so that he, a Frenchman, can be the ambassador of the newly created country of Panama and make a deal with the U.S. Whoa, Philippe, he was like the one-man band lobbyist who somehow like finagled this whole situation. So Philippe and the Secretary of State of the United States draw up this treaty, gives the U.S. total control over this strip of land for them to build their canal. No Panamanians were in the room when they drafted this treaty. They gave no approval of this. This treaty was between the U.S. and Panama, but really it was between the U.S. and Philippe, the French engineer. So now the U.S. military shows up to Panama to like claim this land that they now see as theirs. And the Panamanians are like, dude, WTF, what are you doing here? And the U.S. is like, oh, you signed a treaty with us, giving us all this land. And Panama's like, no, we didn't. And then they're like, oh, we're Michael, Philippe, that's why he wanted to be our ambassador. I get it, man, we got played by Philippe, and they totally did it. So now the U.S. is setting up shop in Panama to start digging their canal. The U.S. picked up right where the French left off, using effectively the same route that the French had dug during their 7 years of misery. And, speaking of misery, the U.S. was able to learn from the French's mistakes. They started using railways to truck out all the dirt so that the mud wouldn't slide back into the canal. And they learned how to drain the puddles of water so that it wasn't like a haven for disease-infected mosquitoes. And, most importantly, they didn't try the crackpot idea of trying to dig a canal all the way down to sea level. They went with the much better idea of digging the canal up high, 26 meters above sea level, and using clever engineering to get ships up to that level. Like I said that one French engineer, and Didacet was like, no one asked you, get out of here. So after 10 years of construction and a visit by Teddy Roosevelt, who staged this amazing photo shoot of him wearing a Panamanian hat, sitting on one of the machines, all to boost the morale to get this project done. After all of that, the U.S. completed this dream of slicing a water route through this 80-kilometer stretch of land. Philippe, at this point, is back in France, probably exhausted from all of his scheming, but ultimately very pleased that he was able to pull it off. So the canal is done, and here's how it works. Remember that the land looks like this. You have the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans here at sea level, and then the interior of the land being about 26 meters above sea level. So first they built a dam on this river to create this giant lake so that they have loads of water to work with. That's why we see those trees sticking up from the water, or why these hilltops turn into islands. And then they built these brilliant inventions called locks. The boat enters here at sea level. They enter into this chamber where there is a gate that is holding the water from the high up lake back. It's locked. Once the boat is in this holding chamber, they let the water from higher up come down, making the boat flow up. It takes about 8 minutes for the boat to rise. Then they move into the next chamber, where they do this again and again, until by the end of it, the boat has been lifted up 26 meters above sea level. They then traverse the rest of this canal, going through the artificial lake and snaking through until they get to the other side. Now they need to get down to sea level. And they go through the same process, but in reverse. They finally make it down to sea level, and they can exit onto now a different ocean than when they started. It's honestly an engineering marvel, and it reshaped the global economic landscape, making it easier and safer to move goods and people around the world. And yeah, the U.S. was very serious about controlling this little strip of land, this choke point that they had built. If you look at a map from the early or mid-1900s, you're going to see that the Panama Canal Zone was always marked as a sovereign part of the U.S. Controlling a choke point like this gives you strong strategic advantage, and the U.S. knew that. But the world would finally decide that big powers shouldn't actually be able to swoop in and take over whatever land they want.
Change is blowing half a gale in the Panama Canal Zone. The American Panhandle Zone has used and authorized marking the name of the 20-year-old Canal Zone Treaty with the United States.
And the Panamanians in the 1960s finally had enough. And they're like, yeah, this land is actually ours. So in the 60s and 70s, Panamanians rose up and protested against this U.S. occupation of the canal. And through a series of treaties, they finally got it back, officially on the last day of the millennium, December 31st, 1999. They signed the last treaty that returned sovereignty to Panama. And then Jimmy Carter gave a speech in Spanish. I mean, he tried, like, really hard, and so today, the Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians. It still uses the innovative technology from 100 years ago that allows this canal to be built 26 meters above sea level. But for all of the engineering innovation that's present here, to me, the more incredible part of this story is how this one Frenchman orchestrated all of this. He played all the geopolitical forces at the time just right. He used Panamanians' thirst for independence and the Americans' thirst for imperialism and ocean power, all to make his dream of this canal happen, but and to secure his financial return. What a wild story. Thanks for watching. This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet, from the ocean shorelines to the alpine mountains, the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass, from coast to coast and everywhere in between, there lived hundreds, if not thousands, of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. But then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed. In the spring of 1803, two American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen. With a simple stroke of a pen, their country doubled in size, all for just $15 million. But in this deal, which was called the Louisiana Purchase, the U.S. didn't actually buy this land from France. France didn't actually own the land. What the United States was buying was the imperial rights to this huge swath of America. This basically meant that France could stay out of the way and let the budding new empire of the United States colonize it without interfering. If the United States really wanted ownership over this land, they would need to get it from the people who were here first, which at the time was lots of different tribes. tribes. These are the people who had been here for thousands of years, way before Europeans had the idea of leaving their continent. And this land that the U.S. just bought was theirs. Oh, and this isn't just me, like some modern enlightened person looking back and judging the United States at this time. The U.S. knew that this wasn't their land and that they were going to have to buy it from the people living there. And then they plans to do things differently, not like the old imperial powers that they had just broken away from. In fact, George Washington was, quote, determined that the U.S. government's administration of Indian affairs shall be directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity. Go USA, but to do this in the right way. So instead of conquest, they would negotiate and sign formal treaties with these native nations. Instead, they would pay them for their land, fair and square. After all, this is a country whose founding document highlights justice, tranquility, welfare, and liberty. In our series, How the U.S. Stole, we get to see how the U.S. grew from them, relinquished themselves to the global superpower. But none of those stories would exist without this story, the origin story, the first thing that the U.S. ever stole. So Europeans are pouring into this newly formed country, the United States. And the government is making deals and signing treaties with the tribes, allowing these newcomer immigrants to settle on the land. At first, this is a fairly peaceful transactional process. The U.S. would offer food, farming equipment, cash, the services of a blacksmith, all in exchange for ownership of this land. But unsurprisingly, a lot of these tribes had no interest in moving out of their ancestral lands in exchange for, like, farming equipment. And this is where all of George Washington's ideals of justice and humanity really start to dissolve. The U.S. was becoming a more powerful nation. They needed more land for their growing population. So the impatient settlers and their government started playing dirty. We start to see what happens when these tribes say no to the newly powerful United States. In one instance, one group of tribes up the Great Lakes didn't want to sell their land. They told the United States that this river would be the border and to not cross it, to stay off the land. The U.S. said no. They took them to war and lost twice. But on the third time, they won the battle and forced the tribes to sign a treaty giving away all of this land, basically all of present-day Ohio. Something very similar happened down here when the Seminole tribes refused to leave their land. The U.S. military came in, another war killing thousands, forcing the tribes to sign a treaty and pushing them into the swampy interior of the state. They had no access to their farmland or the ocean. Down here in what was becoming Alabama, the Muskogee Nation refused to sign a relocation treaty, but not wanting to go to war, agreed to sell a portion of their land in return for a guarantee that they could keep the rest. And the United States agreed, and they actually did. And the Muskogee kept their ancestral lands forever. Womp womp, no, it didn't happen. 4 years later, a bunch of white settlers moved in, boxing the Muskogee out of their ancestral land. As tensions grew because of this violated agreement, the U.S. military was called in to force the Muskogee out of their lands. No treaty was ever signed. I mean, the shenanigans ranged the whole game here. They would give tribal leaders drugs to trick them into signing this paper that gave them all the land. They would appoint random people to be the tribal leaders and then tell them to sign away the land for the whole tribe. In another conflict, the Sioux and Arapaho nations defeated the U.S. military over and over until the U.S. finally signed a peace treaty acknowledging their land. And they were safe. Until gold was discovered 8 years later, and the U.S. broke the treaty, redrew the boundaries, built roads on their land, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of white guys with gold pans harvesting this land. Treaties and justice go down. Eventually, other tribes caught on to what was happening, realizing that refusing the U.S. government would mean violence. So they would sign the paper, take the money, and leave. Over the course of almost 100 years, the United States signed 368 treaties with tribal nations who were driven out one way or another to make way for white settlers who established control of this land that their government had stolen. And yes, you have all the paperwork, all the spreadsheets that they were making, all the treaties, a nice paper trail, but this was all a facade of justice, a thinly veiled campaign for total conquest. Before we go on to the story, I just need to tell you that we don't have a sponsor for today's video. Lately, I've been hearing from some sponsors that my videos are too political, which is kind of a bummer because we work really hard to tell relatable stories. And if that means that people don't want to sponsor us, that's fine. Luckily, we have a Patreon where all of you can support this work. It's called The Newsroom. We call it The Newsroom because it sounds cooler than Patreon, but it is a place where you can support what we're doing, which is something more and more we need. On The Newsroom, you get an extra video every month that's a behind-the-scenes vlog from all of the people and processes and happenings around here in the studio. You get to see my scripts. You get royalty-free music from Tom Fox and ViralRabbi, and live Q&As with me. Members of the Newsroom get to chat with me on the Q&A. They ask me anything. But more importantly, you get the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting journalism. And if that comes your boat, go to the link in my description, patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Let's get back to the story. Okay, so we have all of this like fake treaty shenanigans going on to help the United States feel like they're doing justice. And it's working. They are moving loads of native people out of their ancestral lands so that white people can settle. But there was one region that was particularly difficult for this extermination project that was going on. Here in the Deep South, we had these 5 large nations that lived side by side with the settlers for a long time. They all signed treaties with the United States that acknowledged their right to this land. Many of them spoke English, practiced farming, wore European clothes, some even owned slaves. Because of this, these 5 tribes, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole, were known as the 5 civilized tribes. And there's an alternative world where these tribes could have remained on their land, living side by side with the Europeans as they settled. But that's not what happened, mostly because of cotton. Farmers down here had been super rich off of a very valuable cash crop called cotton that they could sell to textile mills around the world. It was an industry made even more profitable by its key input: free labor from stolen Africans. There was this one strip of land down here called the Black Belt Prairie that was particularly desirable for farming cotton. But as you can see, it was locked up in what the United States treaties had formally acknowledged as belonging to native nations. But the farmers down here were looking at this as like, this is a perfect place to expand our cotton kingdom. So, these southern slave owners did what was kind of becoming U.S. policy towards the people living on the land that they wanted. They made up their own rules. The state of Georgia was particularly aggressive in trying to clear this land out, or, in the words of their governor at the time, to replace, quote, all of the red with white population. They targeted the Cherokee Nation, passing a law that abolished their governments. The Cherokee are not going to stand for this, so they fight back using the same shenanigans that the United States is trying to use, the U.S. legal system. They take Georgia to court, a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And guess what? The Cherokee Nation won. Like, there was no way around the fact that they had ironclad rights to this land, signed and sealed. The highest court in the country just ruled that the states could not impose on tribal sovereignty. But, as we all learned in government class, a ruling from the judicial branch only works if the executive branch enforces it. Oh, and who's in charge of the executive branch? Oh, this guy. The guy who wrote a letter to his wife during the War of 1812 from the battlefield saying that he had successfully slaughtered 170 Native Americans in, quote, an elegant style. Oh, and the guy telling me what though? Yeah, him. Andrew Jackson thought that negotiating treaties with the people who were living here was a ridiculous notion. So he looks at the Supreme Court ruling that validates the Cherokee's right to their land, and he literally responds in the snarkiest way possible, saying, the Chief Justice, John Marshall, has, quote, made his decision, now let him enforce it. No, he was not going to enforce it. Jackson had a different plan. It came in the form of a law that pushed through both houses of Congress. His whole worldview towards First Americans, embodied in a piece of American legislation, the Indian Removal Act of 1850. This law used taxpayer money to get tribes out of the United States and to relocate them to an uninhabitable place that surely no American settler will ever end up.
The Great Plains seemed an inhospitable land to people familiar with the eastern states of the North.
This became their dumping ground, and it came with a promise. Move here and we will never mess with you. And what's crazy to me is that even after all of the shenanigans, all the facades, they continued to play this charade, saying that the nation of Indians may choose to exchange their land where they now reside. The law says that the government had to negotiate these treaties fairly, voluntarily, peacefully, and that the government would, quote, forever secure and guarantee them their new land, and that they wouldn't break any of the pre-existing agreements that they had made in previous treaties. But no, this was just more pretending, a paper trail of pretend humanity. Just as Andrew Jackson had ignored the Supreme Court ruling, he had no intention in following the law that he helped create. But he kept up the ruse. More documents, more signatures, more paper that made these civilized, justice-minded people feel like they weren't orchestrating a mass ethnic cleansing sanctioned by the government and paid for by taxes, but they were. So this law is implemented, and the United States government, military, and even private companies start to ramp up their removal efforts of First Americans. They focus in on these 5 tribes that were sitting atop the land they wanted for their cotton empire. More bribes, more pretend negotiations, and when push came to shove, more threats of violence. The Cherokee eventually signed a treaty agreeing to sell their last portion of land, and they moved west out to the little rectangle of land that had been allocated by the government on maps. The only problem was that the leader who signed the treaty on behalf of the Cherokee people was not actually the real leader. They had no authority to make this decision. The Cherokee chief furiously protested this, but the U.S. didn't care. They had their signature from someone, and their eyes all was justified. Between 1831 and 1838, nearly every member from the 5 tribes was expelled from the land. 100,000 people, whose home this was, now forced to walk by foot for more than 1,000 miles through brutal weather and terrain towards a little box on the map, a place they had never been before. The Cherokee would eventually call this journey the Trail Where We Cried, or the Trail of Tears. Some tried to fight back against their oppressors, and others stood their ground until they were forcibly bound in chains by the U.S. government and herded west at gunpoint. Their land was vacant, and cotton farmers with their slaves moved in, and the economy grew. We'll never know how many people died during the war, how many lives were really destroyed. Some people say 3,000, other estimates say 15,000, but you don't need those numbers to see how destructive this was. It was systematic, it was documented, and it was enshrined in law. We have a paper trail of all of it, showing the receipts, the payments, the treaties, the bureaucracy of it all. It's like a bunch of spreadsheets from the 1800s. American settlers, in an effort to be different from the old world empires they fled, ended up carrying out the first state-sponsored ethnic cleansing. There's a reason why Hitler, 100 years later, references this exact event, this process, when he was carrying out his own ethnic cleansing. He said that the Volga, which is a river in Russia, would be, quote, our Mississippi. He said that Europe, not America, would be the land of unlimited possibilities. The story of what happened to many nations of the first Americans doesn't end here. In fact, this is kind of the beginning. We're going to make a second part to this video, and in that part 2, I want to show you what happens next once these tribes arrive to their little rectangle on the map, Indian Territory, the place where these tribes were forced out, dumped, and left to build a new life. And how they once again tried to fight back using the legal frameworks that had pushed them out, and how all of that led to the establishment of one state in our country that could have looked a lot different. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I need to tell you about something. We have a poster. We finally have a poster. I've been dreaming about this poster for a very long time. All maps are wrong. And indeed they are. This poster shows dozens of map projections, all the weird quirky shapes that you get when you try to map a sphere, which is what our globe is, onto a piece of paper, which is flat. It is available right now. You can go buy it and doing some support to this channel, but also to this. Through printed on really nice paper, I spent a very long time nudging every one of these maps. I got help from some of my best friends and designers, like she made better. Anyway, fantastic thing and so link in the description. We also have a big thing going on. A few thousand people are over there supporting us. So that's patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. What else do we need to tell you about? Maybe things like LUTs and presets. We use LUTs to color our videos. If I don't put my LUT on this video, this to make this LUT so that our videos look like this. And it's not. So we do that also for photos and presets and stuff. Those are available in the description. The startup that I founded a few years ago is still cruising along, right? Courses around the world. Check that out. What else? Thanks for being here. See you next time. There's a place in the middle of North America called Story. It's not the one about the violent test that pushed people out. The novel about homicide, or the songs and dances about rivalries between farmers and pirates. It's the story of what happened in the world, which is the story of two lives, all because of this. This place was a dumping ground for the U.S. government wanted to open, which is why today it has the second highest number of first Americans of any state. It was once a random tactic the U.S. government used to ship native populations out of the treaties with families, spreadsheets, and justice. That's what we're talking about. The next part is how these first Americans created the state fighting against the capitals to retain one last shred of sovereignty over the land that had been which is I recently learned that my name and all of my personal details are on a people search list. It's just one of many sides of this massive shadowy market of data brokers who collect loads of information about all of us and then sell it to companies so that they can market to us. The reason I'm telling you all this is because it has to do with the sponsor of today's video, Incogni. I'm very happy that Incogni exists. You sign up and you give them permission to go out on your behalf to take you off of these lists. We have privacy rights that entitle us to not be on these lists, but it's really complicated and bureaucratic to actually do it. And there are dozens and dozens of these lists. So instead, Incogni doesn't. I've been signing up for Incogni. It is so satisfying. It's a dashboard that shows you all of the lists that they found you on, and then they show you the status of each one, the efforts that they're taking to get you off this list. And then the best part is they show you the list that you have been successfully taken off of. If you want to try this out, it's in the description. It's incogni.com/JohnnyHarris. When you click that link, it helps support this channel. But it also gets you in on a full refund within 30 days if you decide that the service is free. Thank you, Incogni, for helping me out here and also for sponsoring today's video. Let's dive back into this. Okay, so remember in part 1 to show you the U.S. government used bureaucracy and a particularly horrible law to challenge over 100,000 people, which locked them in. Many of them ended up in the U.S. And crucially, in the process of keeping these nations off the land, the U.S. government promised that they would live in peace and open lives, free from their land. During the course of 1850, the territory was divided again and again as these tribes negligence one another, which results in this map. And provided that these nations have their governmental just one place to live immediately. So the empire hard to over the east, the Americans had now convinced themselves that it was their literal destiny to keep spreading west. And as they're doing so, they stumble upon this rectangle. This rectangle that they thought they would never reach. And no, they're not allowed to settle here because it's our not trees. Okay, but look here in the center of this map, you see this section. Oh, unassigned land. Let's settle here. And by settle, soon these imperial squatters are farming the land, building a society to the west, but right in the heart of the territory that the U.S. government promising to first. Oh, by the way, settling now, maps around this constitution is anyway, so we're talking about India. It's out that this place is the federal government is connected to this promised these people this land, and it's just back off. Squatters and clamor, and soon even more settlers. Finally, the government was like, fine, move in and settle in this one little section of unassigned land. But it's going to be first come, first served, and so we'll make it yes. Starting line, a gunshot, and 50,000 settlers prepared for the land and covered wagons dashed forth to claim some of these property security about the so they kind of start doing this in the government. So in 1890, they draw this. It cuts Indian territory, leaving all of this as well as the land and to become a new territory. They were calling it so Indian territory now is just this land for the 5 civilized tribes. But all the tribes that have lived here now in the territory once again, here come the maps and the documents and all the stuff. Basically, a lot of these maps have squares on checkers. All of these squares are checkerboard maps. Show us how to do the concept of real land use and lot use was considered backwards and uncivilized. The European view, you're not using the land productively, so we need to create a system of grants and plots and land titles to get the most out of this. This process of drawing a bunch of squares on the land that formerly been promised to natives is called allotment. And then taking territory like this and drawing a bunch of straight lines so they get massive. And then we would find out where native families were living and allow them to stay there. Anything else? Then here come more of those weird races who form each bringing in floods of settlers into this land that had been promised by treaty to civilians, and which was absolutely full of a lot. This real estate boom Indian land for sale. Get a hold of your own possession in 30 days. And look, they're advertising that in 1911 that there's 350,000 acres of it for sale. There is so much land up for grabs. It's the same thing. Maps and documents and democracy heading down the gate of sovereignty. Following this plan, settlers started outreaching villages to 5 tribes were still practically safe from the walls and water. But these sovereigns made the United States government all of the treaties and promises never actually kept the agreements that they signed, and they were right to pursue the agreements of opposites. It said that all tribal governments and tribal parts will abolish. These last attempts to fight back, the 5 tribes devised a plan to salvage some shred of their sovereignty. This was a time when these tribes were this was the time the conference and modern and so even before all the tribal governments tribes and and by the end of it, unanimously ratified, and in a public vote, and honestly, if you read this document, it's kind of a story from the population to the economy to education and taxable wealth. They deserve to be enslaved. But then these people have been boxed out and now they're competing into the values of these Europeans who are taking the land, using their language, their legal tools to make the case for this. Okay, so now with their well-formulated constitution, their solid proposal, their maps, all of it in hand, tribal leaders were to ready to rock their votes. And first, we just put some kind of politics. The Republican majority of the time wants to and senators something that special. It's also about resources. Korea had oil and farmland, but in addition to this, many white lawmakers did but of course, they wouldn't throw away all the work that these products did to support this constitution. So they just switched to the So this is what a local looks like. Where there is one small chunk. And just as a quick time lapse on the thing, remember that first American that lived here for thousands of years went freely around all of this to be driven out and dumped into this rectangle, and then eventually cut in half, and then gridded up square by square and so on, to then be further reduced to this. Today there are 39 recognized triangulations, which is one. Now listen, this is one big trend in the history of the same process happened all over the country. After the Americans out lied to the United States government eventually set the case. This is not the then in the year 2020, obviously the new and that those treaties have been broken, the US government just threw all of them into the sea. And thus, all of this land that was set aside for the 5 tribes was in fact still tribal land. So what does that mean? But if nothing else, it makes it clear that to show that all this justice was and all of the rules and all of the legal processes, it's all pretend. It's a sterilized version of the classical realism that's the very way that I have had to tell this story is our government policies successfully. Thousands of relationships, all drawing democracies, the perfect place to conjure away so this topic is way bigger than I could ever do in this video, and I've struggled for a lot of years and Bronx to do a series on reservations and First Americans, and it just felt too complicated to dive into in a short format. So this and this video are my attempts to broach this history, try to understand it, to be sensitive to it, while also aware of how little we can do in a short video like this. So if you have other stories that you told on this video, I want to hear more. I just want to tell you about a couple things. Number one, something I'm really excited about is that we have a giant map poster that I designed with some help from my institute, and it is a poster of all of the map projections, not all of them, dozens of them, with a little explainer on why all maps are wrong, which is so go check it out. It is a way you can support our channel while also having a cool poster about maps. Another way you can support around here is the newsroom. The newsroom is our Patreon. It just sounds really cool. The newsroom is a place where you can go and support us while also getting a couple of groups like an extra video every month. You get an extra video, which is behind the scenes of how we do what we do here. We have a big team of people very talented, fun, interesting, funny people that appear in the behind-the-scenes blog that publishes to newsroom members. You get access to royalty-free music from marketers of Tom Fox, and you get the warm, fuzzy feeling in your belly that you are supporting so go check that out. It's on patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Also, I started a company a few years ago called Bright Trip. Where we do smart travel education. BrightTrip.com. We have lots of presets that help color our videos and photos. I think that's all the things I do. So, thank you all for being here and for ongoing support, comments, and it is a conversation that we are in all the time. So we read your comments and hear your support, your generosity, and we'll see you in the next one. It's easy to forget that the U.S. still has colonies. We don't actually use the word colony. We prefer words like unincorporated territory, common. These are places where people are subject to U.S. rule but don't enjoy the full rights that other Americans do. I want to tell you about one of them, Puerto Rico. When you're in Puerto Rico, you're not just in a vacation paradise, you're in a part of the United States. It feels like the United States. It also feels distinctly different. This feeling, this limbo state, didn't happen by accident. In fact, it's perhaps the best example of the legs the United States has gone to hold onto land. So let me show you how the U.S. kept their colony, using brute force, spying, and the abuse of land and people. This is how the U.S. stole Puerto Rico. Pause the video really quick. I need to just tell you something, which is that about 3 years ago, I started seeing a therapist because I was kind of not in a happy place in my life and needed to talk to somebody, and it kind of changed my life. It really changed my life. I'm telling you this because it has to do with sponsoring today's video. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video and for the channel generally. I didn't grow up going to therapy or really understood. I sort of thought it was only for if like I had some big mental illness and I needed help, I could see a therapist. What I've learned is that therapy is actually something that I think we all need. It's something we all need exercise for our physical bodies. We need help with our mental selves as well, and that is what therapy can do. And BetterHelp is a platform that makes it really easy to find a good therapist and start communicating with them immediately. With BetterHelp, you sign up, you take a quick quiz, and then they match you with a licensed therapist in their giant network of tens of thousands of therapists that are all over the place. That's not limited to your geographic location. Once you're connected to a therapist, you can very quickly start communicating however you want. You can do text message sessions, you can do video call, you can do phone call. Finding a therapist the traditional way I've found is a much more difficult and arduous process, which when you're looking for a therapist, you don't want any friction. It's not a very fun thing to do. With BetterHelp, if your therapist isn't a good fit, you can switch to a new one for free. In the end, BetterHelp is trying to make therapy more accessible to all of us so that we can learn more about our minds and our emotions work, and hopefully live better lives. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. You get a 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can try it out at a discount and see if it fits into your life. There's also financial aid for those who need it. So thank you, BetterHelp, for existing and sponsoring today's video. And now, let's dive back into Puerto Rico. Okay, so it's 1898, and the Spanish Empire looks like this. But it's faltering. A lot of its colonies are fighting for independence. The United States gets involved, and allies want this independence. They say they want to liberate these colonies, and so they get into the war and they win. But instead of liberating Spain's colonies, they just take them for themselves. And one of those colonies was Puerto Rico. And so on an ordinary Tuesday, late 1800s, there's a quiet ceremony that takes place on the governor's balcony in San Juan. After 400 100 years of Spanish rule, Puerto Rico, this island in the Caribbean, is simply passed from one group to the next. And this begins an unprecedented experiment in the Caribbean for the United States, an operation to extract resources, money, labor, and military protection from this small, beautiful island. They start by passing a law that gives the U.S. total political control over the island. They start appointing American leaders to govern the island, men who don't speak Spanish, don't know anything about Puerto Rico or its people. Most of these leaders treat the assignment like a business venture. Like this one guy who, when he was the leader of Puerto Rico, starts to give public Puerto Rican funds to American-owned businesses on the island. Then he stacks the government with American loyalists. And then eventually he resigns. But then he returns to the island to build a sugar kingdom. Now with the help of all of the political officials that he had appointed, this company balloons into the largest global sugar business on earth. That's when it's domino, you're sure it's you. At the same time, U.S. banks descend on the island, giving out very predatory loans and then foreclosing on land, gobbling it up and turning it into, you guessed it, sugar farms. Puerto Rico is slowly turning into a sugar island and becoming more and more dependent on shipments from the mainland. The U.S. enacts a new policy that says that anything going into Puerto Rico has to be transported by American ships with American crews. So of course this skyrockets the prices for locals, which is made worse by the fact that the U.S. government had devalued and then outlawed the local currency. So every Puerto Rican lost almost half of their wealth overnight. And as a part of this push to lock Puerto Rico in as their colony, they forbid Spanish in schools and public institutions. And so in this very short amount of time, the U.S. turned Spain's former colony into this giant sugar farm, stripping down local identity and language and culture in the process, locking the people under their control. And then Congress gives Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship, which conveniently was just in time for a giant war. Puerto Rican men got sent to the front lines to fight for the country that was in the process of pillaging their island. By 1922, a series of Supreme Court cases had solidified Puerto Rico as a, quote, unincorporated territory, which is just like word salad for the U.S. Constitution doesn't fully apply. I mean, think about it. Unincorporated territory is intentionally contradictory jargon that came from these men hundreds of miles away. But honestly, the message was very clear. Puerto Ricans did not look or sound enough like Americans to actually be a part of the United States. By the 1930s, big banks owned 60% of these sugar farms, 80% of the tobacco farms, and 100% of the railroads and shipping facilities. At the same time, Puerto Ricans were being paid less than 4 cents an hour. If you put that into today's currency by inflation, that's like $1 an hour. Poverty and malnutrition start to grip this island. All the while, the U.S. is turning the island into an essential military outpost. See how Puerto Rico juts out a little bit? It served as a strategically positioned island to help protect trade routes and a place where you can refuel ships. Over time, more and more military bases and installations began to pop up on this island. The U.S. would go on to test thousands of bombs in Puerto Rico, leaving behind one of the most hazardous waste sites in the United States. And by the middle of the 1900s, Puerto Rico really starts to mirror what the U.S. envisioned. Puerto Rico, the sugar metropolis. Puerto Rico, the land of low wages and abundant laborers. Puerto Rico, the irreplaceable military powers. The empire that built themselves as the liberators from Spain is now an overlord. The locals start fighting. The fight is led by this guy, Pedro Albizu. This poor kid ends up going to Harvard. He graduates valedictorian from Harvard Law School. He serves the U.S. in World War I and even helps draft Ireland's independence constitution. The guy's kind of a superstar. Ultimately, he returns to his hometown to attempt the impossible, Puerto Rican independence. But soon, Campos would find himself bouncing in and out of prison for 25 years.
Cuando los adultos de la patria tienen que ser salir despavoridos de sus lares, no tienen siquiera salida a países extranjeros distintos del poder enemigo que nos oculta. Tienen que ir a Estados Unidos a ser los esclavos de los poderes económicos, de los tiranos de la patria.
Things haven't quite escalated. This movement is just starting. Campos comes back to Puerto Rico with the goal of total separation from the United States, and people join him. A lot of people.
Just everyday, ordinary Puerto Ricans who are fed up with being exploited. They join them, they organize, and they call themselves the Nationalists. They run for office, they go on strike, and they fight back against this superpower that has been exploiting them. Momentum begins to pick up. And then the dominoes really start to fall. There's this American doctor. His name is Cornelius Rhodes, and he went to Puerto Rico saying he's going to do like health research or something. We know what he really was doing. He writes that Puerto Ricans are, quote, beyond doubt the dirtiest, laziest, and most degenerate and thievish race of men ever to have inhabited this sphere. And he goes on to say that it makes him sick to, quote, inhabit the same island with them. But it doesn't stop there. He says that Puerto Ricans need, quote, something to totally exterminate the entire population. And then he admits to a crime. He says, I have done my best to further the process of their extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several more. This is bad. This is really bad. Like, what this wasn't surprising. So the staff at the hospital find this letter and they send it around to everyone. And it goes out, it goes viral, and nothing happens to this guy who has admitted to murdering a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Actually, something does happen. He gets on the front cover of Time magazine. To the Nationalists, this letter confirms something that they already knew. It actually wasn't that surprising. There was an awareness that, yes, America loves Puerto Rico for their soil and their labor and strategic location, but hates them as people. So after this letter, the movement explodes. It's the point that the U.S. and the federal government on the island can no longer ignore this movement. Soon, a bunch of new officers were hired to be trained and armed with machine guns and tear gas. But the Nationalists kept fighting. Then, in 1935, the police killed 4 Nationalists at the university. The Nationalists retaliate by killing the police chief. Then, without trial, the police execute his killer and arrest Campos, the leader of the movement, for plotting to overthrow the government. Campos is given this rigged trial with a jury made up mostly of mainland Americans, and he gets sentenced to prison for 10 years. A few months later, people are out peacefully protesting on Palm Sunday, and the police start shooting into the crowd. Men, women, children, and elders are all clubbed and beaten to death and shot in the back as they run away. 19 are killed, over 100 are wounded, but it still doesn't put down the movement. The violence only pours fuel on the fire. Back in Washington, D.C., they're starting to get worried that this independence movement is just going to keep building. I mean, they don't want to give up their island in the Caribbean. There's still plenty of money to be made off of Puerto Rican soil and labor, not to mention the military bases. So they turn to an extreme measure, something that, as I learned about as I reported on, has been blowing my mind in a way that I've studying this stuff a lot. We look at the labor empires and how they control people. I've never seen this. It starts with FBI agents who come to the island to work with the police department. They have one simple mission: to spy on anyone who they deem politically subversive and to sabotage them, and thus sabotage the movement. So they spy on everyone. They spy on the Nationalists who are part of the movement, but also their friends, their partners, their sexual partners, their business colleagues, their children. They track down criminal records and mistresses and debtors and creditors and photos and license plate numbers, school transcripts, and even the guest list to weddings. Like, they got really, really detailed. They started listening in on phone calls and intercepting letters. Everything was terminated. The idea was to create an optic, this idea that they're always watching. They also started to cultivate relationships with a network of informers. Often the victim's family or friends or neighbors would get sucked into this state spying apparatus. The FBI uses payments, coercion, manipulation, which often forces people to turn on each other, causing divorce and broken friendship and fractured communities. Much of this was done undercover. These FBI agents would just be dressed in normal clothes, but would be constantly surveilling. Oh, and we know about this because they documented everything. If you are a person of interest, you probably had a file. All of these files, called the carpetas, our story producer, Rafaela, went to San Juan to see the carpetas firsthand.
So I'm at the General Archive building in San Juan in Puerto Rico to see these secret surveillance documents that were collected on thousands of Puerto Ricans over so many decades.
After weeks of work, I finally got to look at Las Carpetas to see what was actually in these files. And it's kind of creepy, I will say. You see specific times and dates and details for meetups, detailed descriptions of the locations where people are just meeting, all of the names of people involved, these subgroups that were potentially supporters of the independence movement. You get these highly detailed physical descriptions of the people that they were tracking. Their occupation, the model of their car, their license plate number, and all of their moves, all of their activities, what they were doing, who they were supporting. And even for those who moved away from Puerto Rico, they continued to track them, knowing exactly what Puerto Rico they speculated about their nationalistic tendencies. And you see these interviews that agents were having people close to the target, where their personal beliefs are revealed. One who thought that Puerto Rico would be repaired with socialism and independence. You can see a source telling these agents that they're afraid that their friend had become friends with the leaders of the independence movement and have been inducted in because of this friendship. And of course, these informants request that all this information explained to the agents both be kept secret. These agents would even interview family members. There's this whole transcript of the agents talking to the mother of someone who was suspected to be a part of the independence movement. Oh yeah, and in all of these documents, you see an obsession with pet guns. It's hard to overstate how exhaustive this spying effort was, and how powerful it was. The FBI was able to use all this information to intimidate and blackmail and punish suspected nationalists. I mean, there are thousands of these examples, from children being kidnapped and put into a helicopter by the FBI to people being denied government jobs all because they had a gun. At the end of the day, it was psychological war against Puerto Ricans who wanted independence, and it worked horrifically well in dividing these people and making them feel powerless because they were always being watched in their most personal moments. Oh, and it wasn't just a couple of years, this lasted for decades. Eventually, these couples of nationalists said no other than in the fall of 1950. The nationalists declared Puerto Rico as an independent nation. They attempted to seize towns, to set government buildings on fire, to cut phone lines. They tried to assassinate the governor. And let's be honest, this is 1950. The United States is easily the most powerful country to have ever existed. These people had no chance of winning against the newly crowned goals of power. The goal was to bring attention to the world, to pressure the U.S. to give up its colony. But instead, the United States responded by dropping bombs. The only time in the history of the United States where they bombed their own citizens. One survivor of the revolution was interviewed 5 years ago and said that it was a David against Goliath situation, and that their leader told them that they might die, that they might succeed, but that at least they would have let the world know about Puerto Rico. During this revolution, many of the fighters wore their Sunday best, ironed suits, and pressed ties because they knew they would die. They had a cause they were fighting for. In the end, 24 were killed. Puerto Rico didn't have a chance. President Truman comes out and says, "What? There was an incident in Puerto Rico, so it's down incident." And a couple days later, 2 nationalists attempt to assassinate him. The world doesn't come to Puerto Rico's rescue, and instead must carry out a massive arrest, throwing 3,000 people in jail. A few years later, 4 nationalists opened fire in the chamber of the U.S. Congress. Campos is arrested again, and this time he's sentenced to 80 years in prison. There's evidence that during this time in prison, Campos was exposed to extreme levels of radiation. The consequences allegedly gave him a stroke and left him paralyzed and unable to speak. In the end, the U.S.'s wish came true. They silenced Campos. After the squashing of the revolution, the surveillance program continued for decades. In the end, it was a total of 50 years of state-sanctioned spying. When it all came to light, they estimated that around 100,000 people had files. A lot of people in Puerto Rico knew that this was happening, but they just knew it. They didn't have any real evidence of it. They didn't realize the sheer scale, the methodical approach that the FBI was taking to spy, to divide them, and to psychologically debase them. In total, it was 1.8 million pages of documentation, and many of the victims of this spying were
still alive today, I think what the president does are a really powerful signal of how the U.S. kept its colony. They were the cementing of what the U.S. had done from the beginning, which is create a system of reliance and oppression where people lived and died under the thumb of this massive superpower that was exerting very, very aggressive control of these people. These people were citizens. It's hard to fully understand and impossible to relate to the psychological impact that this program would have on the people that it affected, but also the generations that came from the people it affected. Imagine such a pervasive force that was sowing division, mistrust, betrayal, and fear, not just of the government, but of each other. Puerto Rico never got independence, and to this day they remain an unincorporated territory, which means that they don't have the same rights as other American citizens. And the status of the island is a heated debate. Many Puerto Ricans value modern-day benefits of being connected to the U.S., but at what cost? This is backed by the U.S.'s lasting control of the island. And even though the people of Puerto Rico serve in our armed forces, they still can't vote for the president. They still don't have full representation in our Congress. And yet, Puerto Rico still has this immense impact on American culture and life. The food, the music, the dance, the art from this island, it's a part of what it means to be American. And yet, I think most of us don't really think about the status of this place very often, or its history. It's only when there's like a hurricane on this island, we see the U.S. kind of barely show up relative to how they show up before their other citizens. Only then are we reminded that Puerto Rico is a colonial possession, one taken in war and exploited for predatory and racist policies, and then held on to through a massive amount of state force, spying, violence, and repression. And what we're left with is yet another example of a place whose vibrant spirit and culture and people are somehow able to shine through the dark fog of colonial abuse that is left deep roots on this island. This channel is part of the history of
This is a series about an artistic era that's looked down on and never gets the respect it deserves. It's a shadowy era, so shadowy people even disagree about its name. So I'm going to use the old one, the one that best sums up its dilemmas. I'm going to call it the Dark Ages. Dark Ages, roughly from the 4th century to roughly 11th. The beginning, the Roman Empire starts to crumble. End, William the Conqueror invades England. On this shadowy slab of time, everything changed. The greatest empire the world has seen melted back into the cultural shadows. Various powerful artistic forces stepped up to take its place. Later in the series, we'll be examining those much misunderstood creatives, the barbarians.
What wondrous bling they brought into the world. What fabulous things they achieved. I'd also give a look at that joyous and inventive religion, Islam, which did so much to light up the Dark Ages. From the beginning, the group of people whose achievements were enormous. They started with nothing and ended up with so much. Thinking, of course, of those thoroughly underestimated Dark Age creators, those intrepid voyagers into the unknown. The Christians. Art never lies. The story that art tells us of these exciting times is that this was never an age of darkness. This was an age of light. These are the famous ruins of Pompeii, and as I'm sure you know, Mount Vesuvius erupted here in 79 AD, and all this was covered in ashes, preserved for posterity in perfect conditions. Now, one of the things they found here, which really surprised them, was proof that there were already Christians here by 79 AD. Everything they found that proved it was this. It's what they call a rotesque square. And these rotesque squares are deeply mysterious. They've been found all over the Roman, in Syria, in Gaul, even in England, in Cirencester, they found one of these. And they're usually inscribed on the walls of houses, sometimes on the columns outside the house. And of course, when they found them, they didn't have a clue what these were. And just mysterious word games plastered outside houses. What it is a letter square made up of 5 Latin words: rotas, opera, tenet, a repo, and sator.
But you'll love history. We have tons of exclusive documentaries about the most important people in history that you won't find anywhere. We have documentaries featuring great medieval figures and events from the Battle of Hastings to the last of the Vikings. History Hit has unrivaled access to peerless archival materials and the world's best history. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a 14-day free trial, and Chronicle fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code ROTHSCHILD.
At the top is sator backwards. And you can see rotas down this side as well, sator down that side. And here in the middle, arepo is opera work backwards. The actual words mean something like, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. But only if you ignore Latin grammar. Various code breakers twisted it this way and that for decades. But it still didn't mean much. But then, a eureka moment. One of these code breakers realized that the important thing about the rotesque square was not the words, but the letters. Because these letters of the rotesque square can be rearranged to form a cross, which reads the same both ways, up and down. It says Pater Noster, which is Latin for our Father. The opening words of the Lord's Prayer. What's more, these 2 letters that are left over, Alpha and Omega, are the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, Alpha and Omega, in their Roman form. You can see them down in the Roman catacombs, popping up everywhere. Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Popular Christian code for the one true God. So these mysterious word squares were put outside houses to signify that the occupants were Christians. And also, it's a kind of lucky charm to ward off evil. Of course, this isn't art yet. This is an inscription. It has artistic implications. What you see in here, this appetite for signs, symbols, secret meanings, that Christian appetite is something that transferred to Christian art. The Christian art of the Dark Ages is an art of mystery and magic, of suggestions and miracles, transcendence, light. The grotesque square isn't art yet, but it is an excellent pointer to a new artistic direction. One of the reasons early Christian art is so exciting is because you find it in exciting places. Rome is wild enough on the surface, but when you descend into its underground, look how scary and fascinating it becomes. People often imagine catacombs or hiding places, underground shelters in which persecuted Christians hid from the Romans. But you can't hide an underground city as huge as this, and everyone knows. Romans knew these were here all right. What they didn't know was what one Christian was saying to another down here. Because the first Christian art was filled with secret signs and hidden meanings. That's why the fish became an ubiquitous Christian symbol. When two Christians met and prayed, it said that one of them would draw this shape. The other one would draw this shape. The two of them knew immediately that they were Christians together. This famous Christian sign, Christian or key row, represents Jesus himself. It's made by combining two Greek letters, key row. The first two letters are the word Christos, which means the anointed one. It's said the sign had magic powers. Even today, we still call Christmas Xmas because of this. Another popular Christian sign is an anchor. For simple reason, the top of it here looked like a cross. Everywhere you look in these haunting Roman catacombs, the first Christians were declaring their faith in such mysterious and cryptic ways. These symbols and signs weren't just a secret language, they're also a different way of seeing things, a different way of understanding, not just your eyes, your imagination. What's most interesting about this first Christian art we find down here is how pictures there are in it. No images of Jesus, no Marys, no saints. For the first few centuries of Christianity, there were no Christian images. Until the beginning of our period, so-called Dark Ages, 300 years after the birth of Christ, figures and scenes lit up in Christianity. Look how puzzling. We're in a 3rd century Christian burial chamber in the catacombs of Priscilla. A rich Christian family was buried here, and look what's on the walls. Over here, some peacocks. Over there, 3 chaps standing in a fire. And over here, some kind of sea dragon with someone coming out of its mouth. So let's decode this. Peacocks are symbols of eternity. Because peacocks replace their beautiful feathers over here, the ancients believed their flesh couldn't rot. It was the time. 3 young men described in the Bible by the prophet Daniel. 3 young Israelites were set on fire by the Babylonians, but God protected them, and the Babylonian fires couldn't touch them. The chap coming out of the sea is the prophet Jonah, you may remember, was swallowed by a whale for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the whale spat him out again. He returned to dry land. A wiser man. The thread that unites all these entities is salvation. Hope. God saved the 3 young men from the fire. He saved Jonah from the whale. And he'll save you too. Jonah is also the subject of the earliest surviving masterpieces of Christian sculpture, found today in the Cleveland Museum of Art. Jonah swallowed by the whale, spat out by the whale, and returned to dry land a wiser man. Jonah was particularly significant because the early Christians used him as a stand-in for Jesus himself. Jesus, remember, also rose from the dead after 3 days. And the reason why Jonah is so popular in the catacombs is because he's a way of showing Jesus. Without showing Jesus, replacement with a code, a symbol. We've been down here, 5 minutes? And look how many different ways we've already seen to represent Jesus without actually showing him. He's the hero, the word song. He's Jonah in the whale. He's the fish, the anchor. What we haven't seen yet is a Jesus we can all recognize. A Jesus who actually looks like Jesus. The truth is, no one in early Christian art had a clue what he actually looked like. The Bible doesn't describe him, no one does. So art took an extremely long time to come up with a face for Jesus. And I think the search for that face is the greatest artistic tussle of the Dark Ages. The proof that no one actually knew what Jesus looked like is this controversial relic, the Shroud of Turin. It's said to be the cloth in which Jesus was wrapped at his death. This haunting likeness is the true face of Christ, preserved miraculously in his blood. Also, they say, Travel to Turin doesn't show very often, but when it does, thousands of pilgrims flock to Turin to see it. Most of them believe they're looking at the true face of Christ. When I went to see it, there was such a powerful atmosphere in the church. So many people, so certain they were staring at the remains of Jesus. I'm afraid they weren't, because Jesus Christ didn't look like that, at least not according to the evidence left behind by the first Christian artists who described him. According to these first Christian artists, Jesus actually looked like this. Blonde, fresh-faced, boyish. The earliest images of Jesus look nothing like the Jesus we know today, and nothing like the Jesus on the Turin shroud. Jesus, at first, is a happy-go-lucky character, curly-haired and handsome. He's usually shown waving his wand about, performing remarkable miracles. So here, he's turning water into wine at the wedding feast at Cana. And here, he's curing the paralytic who couldn't walk until he met the baby-faced Jesus. And over here, the blind man is being cured by Jesus again. Finally, with a wave of that apparent wand of his, this is Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. You can always tell Lazarus in early Christian art because he looks like an Egyptian mummy. Well done. What you never see in these very first examples of Christian art is a Jesus who's suffering, in pain, covered in blood, like the one on the Turin shroud. That Jesus doesn't turn up in art for 1,000 years or so, because the tortured Jesus is a creation of the Middle Ages, an expression of medieval guilt and terror. What horrible pains the artistic mind went on to inflict on the crucified Jesus in the centuries ahead. How harshly it whipped him and scourged him and punctured him. In the beginning, though, artists didn't do that. The first Jesuses in art were young, handsome, curly-haired, and free. So, either Jesus deliberately misled his followers about what he actually looked like for the first 1,000 years or so of Christianity, or Turin shroud is a medieval fake. You know what I think? The first Christians weren't looking for a God who made them feel guilty. That would never have caught on. They were looking for a God who would save them and fill them with hope. So as their model for the first Jesus, Christian artists selected the youngest and handsomest of the pagan gods. They chose Apollo, the god of the sun. Blonde and unbearded, youthful and curly-haired. Apollo was a god who made you feel good. So the first Jesuses were curly-haired, pretty, because they borrowed that look from Apollo, and it went further than that. When this mysterious Christian statue was dug up out of the ground, it was thought to represent a woman, an unknown goddess, a muse. Only later was it realized that this too was an early Jesus. In that wonderful museum in Cleveland, the one with the Jonah marbles, there's a carving of Apollo performing a miracle with Nike, the goddess of victory. Apollo is the robed figure on the left. And look how shapely he is. How easily we might mistake him too for a woman. Pagan gods could be male and female. They could amalgamate sexes and represent both genders at once, just like this Jesus here. Extraordinary as it sounds, the first Jesuses were sometimes made to look feminine on purpose. They were given suggestions of breasts, beautiful faces, soft bodies, and long hair. There is neither male nor female, wrote St. Paul to the Galatians. You are all one in Jesus. The pagans had lots of goddesses to worship: Venus, Isis, Diana, but Christianity had none. Christianity believed in one true God, and he was masculine. There was an entire feminine side missing. So the feminization of Jesus was a deliberate artistic attempt to cater for both sexes. It produced some of the Dark Ages' most unexpected imagery. In Ravenna, in the magnificent Arian baptistry, there's an unbearded Jesus being baptized in the River Jordan. And he's so soft and feminine. A podgy and delicate Christ with childbearing hips. Before this girlish Jesus could become fully masculine, grow a beard and turn into a man, Christianity needed to find a feminine presence of its own. The borrowing of Christ's face from Apollo shouldn't really surprise us. The early Christians borrowed from the pagans because that's what art does. It uses what's already there. It's important to remember too that for most of these early centuries of Christianity, Christians and pagans lived together in reasonable harmony. Those terrible periods of persecution when the Romans murdered the Christians in terrible ways, those were rare, the exception, not the rule. Later, when the Roman Empire became officially Christian under the Emperor Constantine, aggressive Christian writers looking back on these times did what the victor always does in a war. They rewrote history from their point of view, dramatized it, exaggerated it. In most of the Roman Empire, particularly at the borders, like here in Roman Syria, pagans lived next door to Christians, Christians lived next door to Jews, and all of them muddled along together. The earliest known Christian church has been found in the Syrian border town of Repos. It was next to the earliest known synagogue. And around the corner was the temple of the bull god, Mithras. All these different religions swapped each other's converts, borrowed each other's gods, and influenced each other's art. Take the halo, that miraculous circle of light you see around the heads of holy figures in Christian art. At first, there were no halos. Jesus was the magician with the wand, and that was enough to differentiate him. But as Christian art grew busier, more and more characters popped up in it. Jesus needed to look more obviously divine. So Christian artists did pagans did. They gave him a halo, borrowed once again from Apollo. Long before Jesus acquired his miraculous nimbus of light, Apollo already had one. A circle of symbolic sunshine emanating from his head to signify his solar divinity. Another crucial borrowing from the pagans was was the image of the angel. If you look at the typical Roman sarcophagus of the early Christian era, you'll usually see a pair of winged figures carrying a portrait of the deceased upwards in glory. They look exactly like angels, but they're not. They're Roman figures of victory, likes, pagan transporters of the soul. But the most significant of these pagan borrowings was a female figure adapted from Egyptian art. She became very popular in Christianity. Indeed, she was central to it. But that's not how she began. The Egyptian Earth Mother, Isis, was one of the most revered of all pagan gods. She was the goddess of fertility, the mother goddess, from whom all life originally sprang. You wanted babies, you prayed to Isis. You wanted your crops to grow, you prayed to Isis. Whether you were slave, servant, outcast, you prayed to Isis, because Isis would protect you. To emphasize her caring nature, Isis is often shown with a baby on her knee, whom she breastfeeds eagerly. He's Horus, son of Isis. Horus was the god of the sky, the Egyptian Apollo, and his birthday fell at the winter solstice, sometime around December the 25th. Christian art grew hungry for a distinct female presence to worship, a mother goddess who nurtured you, protected you. Isis, the mother of Horus, was an obvious model, and the two of them were soon successfully transported into Christian art. This is the first known image of Mary holding the baby Jesus on her lap. It was found in the Roman catacombs of Priscilla, a touching fragment of a mother and her child. Mary caring for the baby Jesus became one of the most popular of all the Christian images of the Dark Ages, with such glorious results. This great artistic discovery of the Virgin Mary had an important byproduct, because it did away with the need to feminize or soften Jesus. When Mary emerged as a powerful divine presence, Jesus no longer needed to be girlish. His image was free to become fully masculine. But where to put all this powerful new art that Christianity was inventing? It's all very well finding a new image for Jesus and Mary, but what also needed to be invented was the Christian church. The Roman Empire was huge. It stretched from the Middle East at one end to this primitive cultural backwater at the other. The place we now call Britain.
Look at this one.
When imagining the Roman Empire, you need to stop thinking about countries, because there weren't any. No clear divisions either between Asia, Africa, or Europe. All of them were part of this massive collar of power surrounding the entire Mediterranean, the mightiest empire.
Bitch, I'm gonna fuck you in the mouth.
It's for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show and their mouth. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and in particular, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Mark. If always favorite host, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalBreak.com. You are not alone. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2024 will be tumultuous. Are you protecting your children? Consider diversifying with growth and Brookfield Group. For decades, Ford has been the choice of investors with such advanced in times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Brookfield. Simply text FIRST to 989898. Brookfield will send you a free FHA envelope. Text FIRST to 989898.
I'm seeing it today. Yes.
As you look at 2024, you said you're going to have such a great 2023, but spiritually, how do you see 2024 shaping up? people
Okay, so I've been investigating something for a long time, probably deeper than I've gone on any other video for a while. It's something I never thought I would be investigating, but I am. I'm investigating McDonald's ice cream machines. Who wants to go get ice cream? Can I get an ice cream cone? Not today. Maybe tomorrow or something. Does that happen a lot, like that the machine's down?
Yeah.
Okay. For a few years now, people have taken notice that the ice cream machines at McDonald's always seem to be down.
Ice cream machine part is not working.
The broken ice cream machines at McDonald's have been the fodder for a lot of weird internet culture. One guy even made an interactive map that shows every single McDonald's that has a broken ice cream machine at this current moment.
So I reverse engineered the Android app. I think it was like it was a meme, but nobody actually knew if this meme was correct or not. But they didn't know that was like an actual thing that all the franchises and stuff.
But a couple months ago, I got an email from a guy who said that he had a deeper story. He said that there are important questions that no one is asking, and he promised me answers to those questions and data and evidence to back it up. He even said that there's potentially something nefarious going on. I was like, okay, cool, another conspiracy theory about these McDonald's ice cream makers. So I asked my producer Jack to get on the phone with this guy and hear him out. A week later, Jack called me.
There's actually something going on here.
I was still highly skeptical that this could be anything worth a video or an investigation, but I decided to dive in anyway and see this evidence for myself. I started looking at data, at internal McDonald's emails, at these mind-numbing 100-page instruction manuals for ice cream makers. I started talking to McDonald's franchise owners and managers, and yes, it turns out there is something really weird going on. Something that hasn't been reported on before. And something that shows that McDonald's broken ice cream machines actually reveal a bigger story about how big businesses protect one another, even if that means hurting their customers. I never thought I'd be going down a deep investigation into ice cream makers, but I am, and I did, and I want to share with you what I know.
McDonald's is getting my fucking drink.
The ice cream machine is broken. And if you try to pick it up, this will happen.
Sorry, the ice cream machine is broken. The broken McDonald's ice cream machine epidemic has been so widespread for so long that it's a meme.
You know what they're gonna say. You already know. The ice cream machine is broken. Ice cream machine is broken. That sounds like there's a story behind that one, doesn't it?
In this very moment, if you look at broken, around 13% of ice cream makers in the United States are not working. That's any red dot on this map. What a brilliant little tool Russia made. I mean, this is just so good.
So, Jack, why are the ice cream machines broken?
So once the internet started to notice this, the Wall Street Journal, Business Insider, and a bunch of other outlets started to report on it. And the conclusion that they came to was that these machines aren't actually broken. They're just going through a really long and really complicated cleaning cycle that lasts 4 hours at a time. And when that happens, the employees tell you it's broken because it's just easy. But don't take my word for it.
So when you go there and they tell you it's broken, there's a high chance it's not broken. It's just set up for maintenance.
Okay, so human error and this long cleaning cycle, that was the conclusion that everyone came to, and that everyone's pretty satisfied with that. I mean, I would be satisfied with that. It's a pretty tight conclusion. Do you guys have Frosties? I was just at McDonald's and the ice cream machine was broken. It seems like it always is.
What's going on, girl? How you living, baby? I stream my live 24/7 for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. For world peace. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on Telegram. I have more data. Uploaded to the internet than any person in global history. You can go back and watch my life going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's like one big timeline. It's like a big time capsule for the world. Thank you. Absolutely. There's a movie called The Truman Show where he has his entire life on camera. Mine is the same way. I go to the bathroom on camera. I take a shower on camera. Absolutely. Everything. I want people to study it from a biological sense in the future. In the future, with cameras, you'll be able to know what the temperature is, what my heartbeat is, what my resting heartbeat is, how many breaths per minute I have, how many beats per minute I have, the circadian rhythms of my sleep, everything. Excellent. It was a pleasure to meet you, Rachel. Take care.
Because it's just easy. But don't take my word for it.
So when you go there and they tell you it's broken, there's a high chance it's not broken. It's just set up for maintenance.
Okay, so human error and this long cleaning cycle, that was the conclusion that everyone came to, and then everyone's pretty satisfied with that. I mean, I would be satisfied with that. It's a pretty tight conclusion. Do you guys have Frosties? I was just at McDonald's and the ice cream machine was broken, and it seems like it always is. Is the ice cream machine broken here very often?
No, yeah, that's a McDonald's problem. We want anything
Oh, that's cool. Is it easy to do that, or is it pretty complicated?
No, it's actually really easy to clean them. They're just it's the honest truth. It's the honest truth.
So, Wendy's doesn't have this problem. And what's crazy is that they use the same brand of machine as McDonald's does, and yet they don't have a McBroken. It's not an internet need for them, nor is it for other places that use the same brand of ice cream maker, like In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A or a bunch of others. So why is it only McDonald's that has a problem with the broken ice cream? You don't have that issue. If you want a real answer on this, you need to talk to the people who suffer the most when these machines are broken, which actually isn't McDonald's corporate. It's the people who own these individual restaurants or franchises. These are the people who pay the price in lost revenue when the machine is broken. So I talked to them. I talked to managers who actually deal with broken machines. And I also went deep in this 111-page owner's manual, which is not a read I recommend, but I will summarize what it says. What I've found is as mind-boggling as it is infuriating. To understand this, you have to understand how these ice cream machines work and why they break. So I ask you to bear with me as we learn how an ice cream machine at McDonald's works and why they always break. Once you understand that, you will understand who is getting rich every time one of these things breaks and why they have an incentive to keep them broken. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be around like 5%. And it came back to like 13%, which is insane.
One question that needs to be asked is, should you be building ice cream machines if after 17 years you still can't get this off?
No, yeah, that's a McDonald's problem.
Okay, really quick, I just want to talk about life insurance. So I want to talk about where I think we should probably do that. In fact, for the past year and a half, I've been trying to get life insurance, and I haven't been getting it because I'm really what is life insurance and all that. The sponsor of today's video answers that question. Policy Genius is a marketplace where you go and shop and save on life insurance. Did you know that the younger you are, the cheaper life insurance is? Most of you are young, and therefore, most of you can lock in a really good life insurance rate for the next 20, 30 years. These are just smart things to have to plan for the future. Policy Genius is an insurance company. There's a place where you can go and choose from a bunch of different plans, and then they handle all the paperwork. Which, like, for someone like me who needs paperwork, that is a huge benefit. I'm going through this process right now. Like, I'm getting on just saying this sponsorship. I'm literally going through this process right now because of Policy Genius, and I'm getting life insurance because I think I need to be smart adult ages, and I'm young, so I'm great and safety actually might afford it. And Policy Genius doesn't sell my data and information to other companies, which is actually a really cool thing nowadays. So go to policygenius.com/JohnHarris to shop the marketplace and start saving money today. You could save $1,300 or more per year by using Policy Genius to compare life insurance policies. You could save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes to Policy Genius. I love more seamless, smarter. That's what Policy Genius is. So go check it out. Get life insurance. I do it right now. Let's get back to it.
If somebody said I have a product that 2%, 12% of the time is not functional from an industry standard standpoint, that's like $8, 10% all the time. That's like,
so let's look at the machine in question here. It's this guy, the C602. It's made by a company called Taylor. This machine is made specifically for McDonald's. Taylor is like an OG partner of McDonald's. They've been doing business together since the very beginning of McDonald's. They're both based like a few miles away from each other in Illinois. They are old business partners going back decades. But like I said, Taylor makes ice cream machines for a bunch of other fast food restaurants like Wendy's and Chick-fil-A, and those machines are broken all the time. So it's something very specific to McDonald's and Taylor that explains the ice cream machine issue. If you want to start a McDonald's franchise, you sign an agreement with McDonald's corporate that says, I'm going to open a restaurant and I'll make sure
that everything is standardized. It's a part of this agreement that says you have to use this kind of French fry. You have to use one of two different companies for your fryer, your grill, or whatever. When this new ice cream machine came out in 2003, McDonald's had it in their agreement with all their franchises, which is like 16,000 in the United States, that they had to use this machine. No other machine. Could not use any other machine on the planet. They had to use the C602 made by McDonald's and Taylor. It was in their agreement. Usually franchisees can pick between multiple different companies for the gear in their store. Not in this case. You had to use the C602. So let's dive into this machine. Ice cream is dairy, and dairy needs to be kept at a certain temperature to stay safe. The machine itself has all these pipes that have dairy going through it all the time. So what they do once a day is they heat up the whole machine, including the ice cream mixture, to like 151 degrees Fahrenheit. They leave it at that temperature for a while it kills off all the bacteria, and then it comes back down to a freezing temperature where it turns to ice. That process takes about 4 hours, and this is the thing that you hear about all the time as the explanation for why the machine turns down. But here's the nuance here that really completes the story. Usually the employees do this overnight while the store is closed. Someone on the night shift gets the cleaning cycle going and then the lockup. The next morning, new employees who are opening the store for the morning show up and they look at the ice cream machine. And on the screen, they usually see one of two things. Heat cycle was successful, the ice cream machine is ready to use, or heat cycle failed. They don't know exactly why the heat cycle failed overnight. They're looking at this interface that looks like it's from like 1983, and all they see is something like the failure or some other obscure code that doesn't tell you what happened. The machine is completely locked out until you successfully run one of these heat cycles. You have to run the heat cycle. Even if the heat cycle moves one of these benchmarks by like 1 degree, it's still just going to tell you the thing failed. It doesn't tell you why or by how much. So the employee tells their manager. The manager has no idea why the heat cycle failed, and so they just tell their employee to do it again. Luckily it's the morning, so we aren't getting ice cream yet, but like run the heat cycle again. So the employee runs the heat cycle again, and it fails again. Probably for the same reason it failed in the first place, which nobody knows at this point. PS has a C602 ice cream machine insider. The reason why it failed probably is because the hopper is a little bit too full of the ice cream mix, and it takes a while for it to heat up and cool down that massive batter. So just throw it a little bit less next time. That's one of many reasons why it might fail. Anyway, nobody knows this because they're just sitting there trying to serve customers. I work in fast food at school. It's a chaotic world. They're just trying to make people happy. Meanwhile, the person's trying to run the heat cycle. It fails again. So the heat cycle fails again. Manager's pissed. You have angry people asking for ice cream, and everyone's just saying like, yeah, the ice cream machine's down. Sorry, can't do anything about it. So finally, the manager calls the franchise owner, the owner of the business, and says, what do we do? And the franchise owner says, we need to get ice cream sales going. This is not okay. We're losing money. Just call the guy. Just call the guy. That's verbatim what one of the franchise owners told me. He said, things are crazy. I just tell them to just call the guy. Now we're getting to the hard part. The guy, in this case, means one guy or woman, which is an authorized service technician from Taylor, the company who makes the machine. Remember this?
The ice cream machine is already there now.
No, I just here to fix the ice cream machine.
Okay, you're from Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, so I've never seen you from that's on the left.
Oh, okay, yeah, we switched things up.
So you're still Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Turns out that Taylor is the only company that is authorized to repair and maintain these machines. It's in their contract. If you call anyone else but Taylor, first off, they wouldn't know how to use it. It's such a strange, esoteric machine. But also, you would void your contract, your warranty. So you call the service technician, he or she comes to fix the machine. We get our hands on some actual invoices that show how much these Taylor repair people cost. It's different in every market and for every scenario, but somewhere to the tune of $144 for the first 30 minutes, and then up to hundreds of dollars for each additional 15 minutes thereafter. So the desperate franchise owner the one who runs the business has to decide, do I deal with angry customers who are yelling at me because they don't have ice cream, or do I just call the guy and get them to come repair this at any cost? It doesn't matter. So these franchise owners end up paying thousands and thousands of dollars, not because their employees are incompetent or they're bad at training, but because this machine locks them out and they have no idea why. So looking at a screen that looks like this, and all roads point to call the service technician. I watched a bunch of advertisements for Taylor Company, people who make this ice cream machine and do all the maintenance on it. They hardly talk about their product. Their advertisements are more about how great their repairs team is.
Innovators don't build machines, they solve problems. This is an expert technician. There are 6,500 Taylor technicians worldwide ready to help you. The Taylor Company.
A few years ago, Taylor was in talks to be acquired by another company called ROTHSCHILD. They put together a pitch deck of all the financials to sort of say, like, how good our business is. And on that pitch deck, they stated that 25% of their revenue comes from this repair and parts service of their business. Yes, they make ice cream machines, but a quarter of their business comes from just maintenance and repair. This sort of recurring revenue that you can rely on month after month is like gold for investors. People love this because this is like you project how much money you're going to get every month. If you can rely on a certain channel of revenue for business, Taylor can rely on services and repairs from McDonald's ice cream machines. Remember, up until just a couple of years ago, for years and years, McDonald's franchises were only allowed to use Taylor machines. They had no options. They couldn't be like, wow, this machine sucks, and go somewhere else. So they had to use the machines. Regardless, they had to use this specific machine that breaks all of the time.
The Parts Service Network is what makes Taylor the company of choice for the food service industry.
No matter what time of the fucking day, the ice cream machine is broke.
There we go.
We got our hands on the software for some of these machines to see how Taylor has tried to improve the software component. You would imagine that with a machine that is notoriously broken all the time, they would update their software to give more useful feedback to the user. Like, hey, your cleaning cycle failed last night only by 1 degree, and that's probably because your hopper was too full. Try to fill it a little bit less next time. Alas, no. Since 2003, when this thing came out, there have been quite a few software updates. But instead of improving usability of the software has actually introduced just new sets of cryptic error code that don't help anyone solve any problems. I have spent hours in this instruction manual going through all of the error codes and what they do. I feel like maybe, just maybe, after reading this multiple times and like being in the weeds, I could operate one of these machines and maybe understand what's going on with its fail. But it is clear that this machine is not set up for the user to have success in diagnosing and fixing the problem. One person I was talking to was like, they just opened a store and they use a brand new store, brand new machine, and they're like, yeah, in the first few months we called the guy like 4 or 5 times. I am blown away that a product like this, with software this cryptic and horrible, can exist in 2021. The menus are horribly complicated, the error codes are not helpful, the buttons don't have words on them, instead they're just like a bunch of symbols, and if I press the flavor button, press the ice cream button to get to here, like to access this menu, press these 2 buttons at the same time. It's like, how could you ever expect somebody, especially like an entry-level employee who's been on the job for a few days, understand this? It is a product that is set up to fail and that has no incentive to improve. Because what this means for Taylor is simply more services and repairs for their pocket. 25% of their entire business is based on this. And then there's the secret menu.
One of my famous things about that.
In addition to the instruction manual that's given to users, I also got a hold of the service manual that is given to the Taylor service people. This is like the insider manual that gives you the whole picture of this machine. I do not recommend you read. In this manual, you learn about a separate menu for the service technicians. It's called the service menu. This one is not accessible to users, franchise owner. It's only accessible to service techs who have very specific code for it. The existence of this service menu is found nowhere in the user manual, the thing given to the person who owns the machine. And yet, according to this manual, this menu contains, quote, critical operating parameters for the machine. So wait, this machine is breaking all the time, and you have a franchise owner who's trying to keep their customers happy, and there's a menu where there are, quote, critical operating parameters that the owner doesn't have access to? Just call the guy. Just call the guy. The machine is not meant to give the user a clear picture on why it's breaking. A few weeks ago, a Taylor service technician realized that he was required to install this new software update on all McDonald's machines. He noticed that the update had a bunch of weird error codes that made the machine worse and less functional. So he posted a video about it, asking for help from other service technicians. Shortly after he posted the video disappeared. When asked what happened, he responded with, quote, "The system defeated me." He was clearly told me. Somebody doesn't want this sort of thing on. Now listen, this isn't some conspiracy. There's all sorts of weird conspiracies around the ice cream machines. This is actually very rational human business behavior. When one has a monopoly over ice cream makers, and they've created a particularly shitty product that breaks all the time, that gives users no clear feedback as to why this company has no incentive to improve. In an open market, the incentive to make your product better comes from competition. It comes from basically gratification. You'll be driven out of business. In this case, that's not the dynamic. And in fact, having a bad product is incentivized because it means more money in services for comparison. And the reason why McDonald's corporate is okay with that is because the cost isn't borne by them. It's borne by local franchise owners who have to pay for services and repairs. Taylor has the capacity to make and improve ice cream. They do that all the time at Wendy's and Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out. And yet the machine made for their OG exclusive partner McDonald's doesn't receive the same improvement and refinement. Instead, it receives a bunch of new error codes and terrible user experience, which always leads to call the guy. One franchise owner I talked to said all roads lead to call the like this product is designed to be called the At this moment, as I'm talking to you, 15% of all ice cream machines in the US are down. The standard for most industrial products is that you have less than a 1% failure rate. In fact, the risk target for mass industrial products is 99.99966% of the time your product is working. That means 3.14 errors for every 1 million opportunities. What you're seeing here with 15% is a dismal failure. And it's the product of no pressure or no incentive. And in fact, the perverse incentive to keep it shitty. The last chapter of this story is one that is still developing today. It has to do with an email I got a few months ago from somebody deep in the middle of this. I'm going to lay out some facts here. I'm going to let the news play out in recent months to see how this happens. But here's what's going on. The guy who reached out to me was someone named Jeremy. He's a tech entrepreneur. He invented a product that basically fixes this problem of like terrible feedback to the user of these ice cream machines. It's this device that you plug into your ice cream maker, it connects with your phone, and it gives you solid reporting of all the things happening in your ice cream machine. Something that this does not do. And it identifies actionable things that you can do. You can train your employees to make sure that problem doesn't happen. Basically, it avoids this happening in the first place and avoids you needing to call the guy all the time. As soon as Jeremy launched his product, he was smashing the franchises and selling things to franchises all across the country. People magazine reports the chain has partnered with Kitch, a company that created technology to help employees manage machines and reduce downtime. Franchise owners I talked to said that instead of getting these vague error codes, now they actually get like solid reporting on what is happening inside this machine, and they can like train their employees to help avoid this. Now let me just caveat for a second. Jeremy and his company Kitch obviously have a big financial stake in this story. I'm aware that he reached out to me and gave me some of his data, and that is a big conflict of interest in terms of like neutral journalism and my informant, someone who stands to gain a lot of money if this story comes to light. And that's why the story has taken me literally months to report. I had to go through and independently report and verify every single thing that Jeremy has told me. Hence this. So yes, while it is a major stake for Jeremy and Mitch for this story and for exactly what I'm saying here, the fact is, everything that I have said here checks out on my own independent reporting. Just to let them know. Okay, so Kitsch got so popular among franchise owners that at this conference where all the franchise owners got together late last year to have a conference to talk about McDonald's things, riveting conference, the head of this organization of franchise owners comes up and says,
"Now this is a silver bullet, but it's my belief that the information it provides increases awareness, results in faster reaction times. Now, to be clear, this is not the guy's approved piece of equipment."
I mean, he sort of like endorsed it. He's like, this is a sweet product. He's actually putting this out. Soon after his endorsement, McDonald's sends an email to all of its franchises that says that they've determined that Kitsch is actually super dangerous. It may cause serious safety risks, and they recommend that the franchise owners stop using it, saying that they will void their warranty if they do. Wait, what? So you have this device that is clearly solving a major problem, and instead of being like, "Whoa, tell us more about this and see if we can get this like approved and put it into more shops," they blacklist it, and they scare away a bunch of their franchisees from using it. I reached out to McDonald's directly to ask them point blank, like, WTF, why are you blacklisting a product that has the potential to solve this problem and get made fun of all the time on the internet? They came back to me with some boilerplate PR language about being committed to their customers and all this stuff, the buy secrets and all this. And then this little nugget at the end where they say that McDonald's is testing a connectivity solution with an approved McDonald's supplier. In other words, McDonald's is working on a product that does exactly the same thing. Oh, and the company that they're using to do this is called Powerhouse Dynamics, who is owned by the same company that owns Taylor. They're under the same parent company, Taylor and Powerhouse Dynamics. They're keeping it in the family. Oh, and this device, the new one that they're testing out, doesn't give the full picture to the user. It continues to block them out of certain aspects of the machine that could be useful in diagnosing why the machine is always broken. The theme here is the same. It has been the whole time. Two old companies that have been working together for a long time, looking out for each other and keeping control over data so that they can save their own necks from being disrupted by new tech. That is like it's story like that is as old as time, and it is happening right here in a potentially collusionary way. Again, is this a deep conspiracy? Is there like secret backdoor deals going on? No, this is actually horribly predictable. What this is old companies who are afraid of being disrupted by smarter, better products, doing whatever they can to hold on to their share of the market. This new connectivity product that McDonald's launches basically does the same thing as Kitsch, but this new device doesn't actually give the full picture. It still blocks the user out of those things that have been behind the technician's secret menu. Things that the user manual itself says are critical. It's the same old story of keeping tight control over what data and experience the user has so that they can continue to maintain their exclusive relationship with services and repairs, which is 25% of the business. It's honestly smart, shrewd, cutthroat business speak, but you know who it hurts? It hurts the franchisees, and it hurts all of us who want to combine the forms. This is anti-competitive behavior, trying to squash new products made of control. So there's a lot of nuance here that I've sort of blasted through very quickly. But the upshot is that McDonald's ice cream makers are broken more than everyone else's ice cream makers is broken because the company that makes them has no incentive to improve, and in fact has an incentive to keep them bad. Over the years, they've done a terrible job in improving their software, and they've kept employees, managers, and franchisees in the dark of what's actually going on with their ice cream, preventing them from actually being able to fix it themselves. And when finally someone comes with a product that could actually fix it, they squash it in the name of their own product that does sort of a worse version of what that product is like. You can't just sue McDonald's for a bunch of stuff that made it into the lawsuit. And certainly in coming months, we will learn the details of exactly how this is all going on. But for now, next time you're at McDonald's and they don't come on screen, just know that it's not because of lazy employees, it's not because of lack of training, it's because there's an old relationship between two old companies that don't want things to change.
At the end of this pier stands a gift, an Asian-style tea house, a generous donation by a local millionaire to the Timmendorfer-Stein municipality. Are you pleased with this gift?
No, absolutely not.
Municipal leaders and the millionaire donor don't see eye to eye on the tea house.
If I'm gifting something to you, you don't have any say in how it's done. Either it's built the way I want it, or you can say no, you don't want it at all.
How much power do the German super-rich wield in their hometowns and cities? Who decides what happens in our communities?
I never like committing myself long term. I always like to reserve the right to make new decisions.
It's a new feudalism, not democracy as we know it.
Municipal Representative Jorn Eckert was skeptical from the beginning. Was the gift giver acting in the interest of the community? Now, his doubts have been confirmed.
All the building materials and the workmanship were poor, and now the windows have to be replaced. We're the ones left holding the bag. The original costs were around 800,000 euros. I'm estimating there'll be another 30% on top. That's over €1 million to repair the damage now.
The back and forth over the tea house started about a decade ago. At the time, we visited Jürgen Hunke, the donor, at his home. A self-described self-made man, he said he was a fan of the art of the Far East, and he told us he had worked for every cent of his fortune.
For 40 years, I've been getting up at 5 a.m. Then I exercise for 2 hours. I allow myself that. I feel good about it. Then for 35 years, I've treated myself to 2 hours of massage every morning. There are 100 unemployed masseurs in Lübeck, and they're happy to be able to come to me and give me a massage for a good price.
The tea house was his big vision. It only existed as a model back then. What would you like to have there?
Just art, exhibitions, readings and the like. All of glass, and that's all white. Gleaming over the whole of the Bay of Lübeck.
Just like his own white houses gleaming behind the dunes on the beach. At the time, the would-be benefactor had already poured at least €1 million into the tea house, which is named after his publishing company. Critics slammed it as a form of advertisement, but Hunke was dismissive.
People with no argument say this sort of thing. I think Mikado is better than naming it Jürgen Hunke. The important thing is it's being built.
He got his way. Today, the tea house shines over the Bay of Lübeck, just like he wanted. As far as the follow-up costs are concerned, Hunke rejects responsibility and accuses his critics of slander. For the local council, the building is a permanent headache. Has the council learned its lesson?
Yes, absolutely.
All of Jürgen Hunke's subsequent proposals have been gracefully rejected by the municipality. Donations are a good thing, generally speaking. But who decides where a tea house, university, or opera house should be built? Democratic bodies or millionaires? Cash from the wealthy can end up making waves. We traveled to Kiel, where a soccer patron's big plans got too big in the end. This is the story of the Holstein Stadium, home to local soccer club Holstein Kiel. Wealthy Holstein fan Gerhard Lucia wanted to build a new stadium. The 81-year-old entrepreneur's motto was "No half measures." The new arena, car-friendly, with an event and congress center, sports store, betting office, and 5-story parking garage. Garden allotments and a sports hall would have to go. Does Gerhard Lucia know how his plans might affect the people expected to make way for them? We can't say. He turned down our request for an interview. As one of Kiel's largest entrepreneurs, he exerts a tangible influence on the state capital. Locals know him as the founder of City Park malls on the outskirts of the city. Car-friendly shopping, large parking lots, that's his thing. He used the same architects for the stadium design. On match days, residential areas near the stadium are already jammed with van buses and cars. People worry that when the Congress Center opens, there'll be even more traffic. Earlier this year, neighboring garden allotments were leveled to make way for the new access road.
Watch out you don't slip down there.
Residents and environmental activists founded a civil initiative to fight back.
Man hat das Gefühl, es ist alles im Grunde erledigt.
There's a sense that everything's been decided, whether or not we register our opposition. It feels like we're not being listened to at all.
Man hat nicht das Gefühl, dass man in irgendeiner Form gehört wird. Wir sind ja nicht dagegen, dass man dieses Stadion für sich ausbaut.
It's not that we're against the expansion of the stadium per se, but the dimensions shouldn't be so extreme. The plans include a Congress Center, which is just completely out of place here, and a huge road for 1,000 cars. It's just too much.
Und speziell bei Holstein,
And in the case of Holstein in particular, there's another factor at play with the investor. I think this is some sort of vanity project that he wants to establish a kind of memorial to himself here.
Whenever Herr Lucia presents his wish list, it gets ticked off. No one seems interested in publicizing alternate suggestions.
Vorschläge mal vielleicht auch öffentlich mal vorzustellen.
These people are calling for a complete rethink of the stadium expansion. In an era of climate change, it could be smaller, car-free, perhaps even made of wood. Gerhard Lucia's plan looked very different and required 30 million euros of taxpayers' money. Alois Altman from the Taxpayers Association doesn't approve.
Lucia is a generous supporter of the club. It's very altruistic, but it's not only altruistic.
What's not altruistic about it?
Well, it's a way for him to buff up his image so that he can earn money with the city brand. But he's not contributing all that much to the overall project. The investor wants his plans executed. If the city and the state don't play along with plans of this scale, then the plans might need to be made more modest. That's not my job to say. I'm the guardian of taxpayers' money, and it's my job to say, be careful. You can't throw cash around like there's no tomorrow. In professional soccer is awash with cash, and the earnings aren't bad either. We've got another club in Kiel. They're the Bayern Munich of handball. They don't get any public money. I approve of that. Public money belongs in school sports and popular sports, not in professional sports.
How does the club see it? The German Football League, or DFL, earns around 1.1 billion euros from TV rights alone. Players and managers earn millions. So how come there's no money for the expansion of a stadium? On the day we're filming, the first rumors emerged that Gerhard Lucia wants to pull out due to skyrocketing construction costs. Holstein Club President Stefan Schneekloth is on edge.
The
fact is that if the stadium expansion is to go ahead, it'll require 30 million euros of taxpayers' money. Why do you need the money? If you're getting 6 million in TV rights every year and doing very well, that's
I can't answer that. You're mixing everything up when you absolutely know you haven't done your homework. I've got nothing to say.
Dazu kann ich nichts sagen.
He cuts the interview short. The media spokesperson intervenes, but doesn't want to speak to us on camera. Questions about money aren't welcome here. Evidently, questioning the idea of using tax money for soccer is viewed as outrageous. Our cameraman tries again.
Who's making money from it then, the investor or the club? So if you're involved in soccer, I can't earn any money with soccer.
Okay, so you can't earn any money with soccer.
Yes.
Yes, that's interesting. No one earns money.
Yeah, I'll happily explain it to you.
Please do explain. So with soccer, you...
But not in front of the camera.
Why not?
I can't.
But why can't... I don't understand. Of course you can earn money with soccer.
The question your colleague asked was who?
Who will benefit from the expansion if it goes ahead as planned in the ideal scenario?
Yes. Of course, the club benefits, as I just said, from a much-needed new stadium with modern infrastructure. Improving our national standing also places national focus on Kiel, which is most definitely a contributing factor in boosting the fortunes of the state capital.
Okay. So when investors put in so much money, are they just passionate about sports?
You can say that.
The day we have an appointment scheduled at City Hall, Gerhard Lucha's expansion plans are still on track. The development is about to be approved by the city's mayor. Ulf Kempfer is aware of traffic and environmental damage. What we want to know, to what extent can a patron put pressure on a city where funds are tight? So how does it work? What goes on behind the scenes? Do you say, perhaps we can put in 20 million in tax money? Then he says, no, that's not enough. We need 30. Is that how it works?
Also, when I'm speaking in general terms, of course.
Oh, please, be specific.
No, it's always the same procedure. Of course, there's always a tussle. No one can force the city to plan a stadium just by offering to develop and subsidize it. Conversely, the city can't force everyone to spend millions on building a stadium. In other words, you need the wrangling to agree on a joint solution where both sides can say, yes, this is how the project can work.
Wo beide Seiten nachher sagen, ja, so kann das Projekt funktionieren.
Also was wird hier an? Critics say the city is giving too much.
Ja, ich sehe es umgekehrt. Also,
for me, I'm happy if a stadium corporation, which is likely to be made up of a variety of different partners, relieves us of this burden.
Diese Last abnimmt.
If I want to make all the decisions, then I have to build it myself. And then I have to tell the people of Kiel the city won't manage with the 10 million we're giving now.
Die Stadt nicht mit 10 Millionen auskommen, die wir jetzt geben.
We have to spend much, much more. Then we build the stadium exactly the way we want it. But that also means the taxpayer has to spend much, much more, and we bear the financial risk.
A day later, the news hits. Gerhard Lucha has put his plans on ice due to spiraling construction costs. But his office also tells us that the development scheme has been overwhelmingly approved by the city. Who's picking up the tab now? No one knows. Success or failure? Patrons often hold the cards. What motivates them? The city-state of Hamburg has Germany's highest concentration of millionaires. Today, we're meeting one of the country's richest men. Klaus Michael Kühne, Hapag-Lloyd's major shareholder. The shipping company is celebrating its 175th birthday at Hamburg City Hall. For Hamburg's high society, patronage is de rigueur. Kühne's own charitable foundation distributes some 30 million Swiss francs every year. The billionaire agrees to give us an interview. We meet along the Alster River, in a luxury hotel that he owns. Whenever he visits his native city, he stays here. His father transferred the German family's residence to Switzerland, a tax haven, long ago. The Kuhners haven't paid taxes in Germany since. Klaus Michael Kuhner keeps us waiting. 2 hours, leaving us ample time to think about his foundation. The 30 million Swiss francs are channeled into projects that reflect his interests and inclinations. He owes his fortune to logistics. In Hamburg's Hafen City, he set up Kuhner Logistics University, dedicated to educating professionals in the sector. A die-hard soccer fan, Kuhner sponsors his home team, Hamburger SV. The Elbphilharmonie benefits from his love of classical music. Critical reports about Kuhner do surface, most recently concerning his company Kuhner and Nagel stonewalling over its Nazi-era activities. We're only granted an interview because he wants to talk to us about his patronage activities.
Sorry about the delay.
You could just enjoy your retirement, but you're still very active. Why?
Ja, weil ich viele Interessen habe und das hält mich. Because I have a lot of interests. It keeps me young physically, but mentally first and foremost. And at the same time, it's a duty, so to speak. If you've been successful, then you should allow others to share in that success. Gesunde Form. I think it's a very healthy way to invest money instead of just paying taxes or spending the money on unnecessary things.
A major beneficiary of the Kuhner empire, the Elbphilharmonie. The billionaire sponsors the world-famous concert hall and donated over €1 million toward its construction. Anyone who's anyone in Hamburg donates money to the Elfi. On the wall, listing the names of donors, the Swiss national Kuhner keeps company with other illustrious Hamburg families.
Auf der Wand sehen wir einfach die Namen oder Namen. The names along the top are mostly individuals and organizations who donated more than $1 million. Some private donors and companies prefer to remain anonymous. We've got some very well-known companies supporting us, but it's not publicized.
The Kuhner Foundation is among the 6 main sponsors. His name, unmissable. Also part of the agreement, the Christine and Klaus Michael Kuhner Sky Lounge. He can entertain friends or business partners on the exclusive roof terrace.
For sure, no one gives money like this for nothing. He's doing it for a reason. It could be his great love of music. It could also be his status.
Does he decide what's in the program?
Decide? That's going too far, I'd say. He has a firm opinion. He doesn't like everything that happens here. He has very specific preferences.
You're a major donor, and if you say contemporary music isn't my thing, I don't really like it, do you think that makes them nervous?
No, unless I'd stop the sponsorship, of course. But I won't go that far. I will give my opinion. I'm always very, very open and straightforward.
But that's a possibility. You might say, I don't like it, I quit.
If something really displeased me, if the nature of the performances there were to change completely, then it's not out of the question. I don't like to make long-term commitments. I've just reconfirmed this music festival for the next 3 years, but that's the longest period I'll commit to.
I always like to reserve the right to make new decisions.
Do good and exert influence. Klaus-Michael Kühne regularly surprises Hamburg with new cash gifts, but not all of them are gratefully received. Fans used salty language to condemn a planned €120 million donation. Another unwanted gift, his recent proposal for a new opera house. The Lord Mayor said no thanks. The city already has one. Kühne has a lot of money to give away. That's not surprising. Hapag-Lloyd's profits are huge, some €6.2 billion in 2021 alone. Klaus-Michael Kühne collected around €1.9 billion in dividends. Due to a special regulation for shipping companies, known as the tonnage tax, company profits were taxed at a rate of just 0.65%. Critics say it's an obscenely small amount going into the tax coffers.
Given Hapag-Lloyd's current earnings, that's absolutely right.
So you have a problem with these earnings?
Yes, correct. It's too much.
It's too much.
Much too much. I didn't come up with the idea. When I first realized how this tonnage tax is calculated, I was surprised. It's an anachronism, since it doesn't exist in any other industry. To be honest, I find it rather strange.
The tonnage tax is the purview of the Hamburg Senate. Deputies recently voted against abolishing these tax benefits for shipping companies. The motion was brought by Norbert Hackbusch, a representative of the Left Party in Hamburg. The left-wing politician is critical of the shipping magnate.
Also, yes, it's very so. His patriotic duty would be to actually pay taxes in Hamburg if he really feels like a citizen of Hamburg. But he doesn't.
In our interview, he said he likes to give something back to society. He's doing good things. Why aren't you happy about that?
Because he's behaving like the lord of the manor. He's acquired his wealth for reasons we could discuss at length, but he doesn't even have the grace to say, I'll just give it to you, do with it what you will because I've received too much. No, he wants to call the shots. So he's always trying to dictate his tastes. That's a new feudalism, not democracy as we know it.
The private wealth of the rich is growing steadily, and more of them are putting their cash into foundations. Charitable foundations don't pay any tax. Critics say the money would be better off in the tax coffers than in foundations, that it's better if the state and democratic institutions get to decide how the money is spent, rather than individuals. What's your views?
Well, I don't see it that way at all, because it's well known that the state is incapable of running itself properly. Firstly, a great deal is suffocated by bureaucracy. Secondly, state organizations may not act and think so commercially. In my view, the private sector should be given plenty of scope to ensure that things work much better.
The billionaire thinks the state's role should be diminished. Others disagree. We're on our way to Mainz, to a political youth festival focusing on tax justice. Stephanie Bramer comes from a rich family. She uses games to explain that inheritance is a matter of luck, and that wealthy people like herself don't pay enough in taxes. Along with other millionaires, she's involved in the initiative Tax Me Now. Not something you hear very often.
It's not as though by giving something away, I'd be left with nothing. Not at all. But if I give something away, then the state can invest a little more in environmental protection, in functioning education and health systems, and so on.
Stephanie Bramer could just lead a quiet and comfortable life. I'm wondering, why are you doing this? Unfortunately, we've seen that when wealthy people who benefit from these tax advantages speak out against them, people sit up and listen. When we say, I benefit, but I'm nevertheless in favor of change so that everyone fares better, not just me. Other people who aren't rich would say the same thing, are often accused of being envious of the wealthy. And I can't be accused of that. Many people don't want charity. We can't try to solve social problems with a trickle of cash or a band-aid in the form of philanthropy. And yes, the state isn't perfect in distribution, but I think it does a very competent job fulfilling many tasks. Together with the Tax Justice Network, Tax Me Now calculated how much additional revenue could flow into public coffers if higher taxes were levied on income from the super rich. Looking at inheritance, capital, assets, and other resources, they arrived at an annual figure of 80 billion euros. The thing is that in Germany, rich people are in the minority. And in a democracy, if the majority decides on something, the minority has to go along with it. In the German city of Heilbronn, one man's shadow looms particularly large. Currently the wealthiest person in Germany, local man Dieter Schwarz heads up the Schwarz Group, which owns the discount supermarket chains Lidl and Kaufland. Do you know the name Dieter Schwarz? Yes, of course, everyone knows him.
The Schwarz, yeah, that's the guy from Kaufland and Lidl, but not personally. You don't see him about.
No one's allowed to publish a photo of him, only when he dies. Does he influence life in the city?
Oh, sure, he owns pretty much everything here.
What do you think of that?
I'm pleased he wants to invest his money here. He could move to Switzerland.
We're lucky to have Herr Schwarz. If we didn't have him, the city centre wouldn't look so good.
He's a role model.
For you as well?
Yeah, for me too.
So toll ist, dass sehr viel macht. Although it's good that he does so much, it's a double-edged sword. We also need room for people who maybe don't have money, but do have great ideas. That's not the case. Dieter Schwarz, omnipresent yet invisible, doesn't give interviews. No one here knows his face, but everyone is familiar with his interests, namely education and research. He even founded an educational campus here, where 16 buildings house 5 institutions for higher education. The main focus, trade and business. Everyone in Heilbronn knows Experimenta, with Lidl's distinctive eye. Critics of the local benefactor are too afraid to go on camera. They say Schwarz wields too much power, that his dealings with city authorities are too opaque, hard to grasp, just like his company structure. The Lidl company's structure is complex. It includes 7 foundations and 4 non-profit limited liability enterprises. Some profits might be channeled in this direction, tax-free, and at the disposal of the generous son of Heilbronn, Dieter Schwarz. The billionaire's recent coup was impressive. Heilbronn won the contract for Germany's new artificial intelligence innovation park. The 5 locations in the competition included Freiburg, Karlsruhe, and Stuttgart. So why Heilbronn? That's a question bothering the Free Democratic Party parliamentarian Hans-Dieter Scherer.
The Ministry of Economic Affairs indicated that Heilbronn won the contract because the park will be in a spot where there's a campus, and that the financing is secure, namely that the Dieter Schwarz Foundation has pledged to make up for the shortfall in funds. So in a nutshell, the cynic might say it was bought. That conclusion should be drawn.
Who bought what from whom?
Dieter Schwarz said, I'll finance it for you. And the committee said, if we've got someone who's paying for it, wonderful. And they ignored any other options.
Schools. Weniger wichtige Einflüsse entdeckt.
So you weren't able to evaluate the criteria used.
Was ich aber noch
No, not at all.
in dem Antwortschreiben der Ministerin.
I checked again this afternoon. The minister's response is that it's confidential, that she won't tell us. We'd simply like to see the criteria, the scaling that led to this decision. And I think we owe it to our citizens. Even if it's just €1 of taxpayers' money being spent, I believe we're accountable.
The Ministry of Economic Affairs insists that a high-caliber committee of experts made its decision in a transparent, competitive process. But details of the financing are secret. Confidentiality is important, the Dieter Schwarz Foundation informs us. We're at City Hall for an appointment with the mayor of Heilbronn. Surprisingly, he cancels at the last minute and sends his media spokesperson instead. But it's soon clear she's not going to tell us anything substantial. So we insist on our pre-arranged interview with the mayor. And suddenly, he does have time for us. Dieter Schwarz supported Mayor Happy Merkel in his election campaign. There are rumors that the two men are friends and that they meet at the Lions Club. It feels as if we've entered a murky world. Dass da immer so viel hineingeheimnist wird. People say there's so much secrecy, and Dieter Schwarz's relationship with politics is such a close one, and so on. Can you understand how that looks to people on the outside?
Absolut. Wir sind ja offen. Certainly, we're an open book. You're doing your job and seeing if there's anything that needs to be uncovered and shared with the general public. And stories like this, they arise. I don't think there's anything you can do about that. And as I said, we've already had a certain amount of experience there, and we can live with that.
That's fine. And I'll just ask the question directly. What's the nature of your connection with Dieter Schwarz? What is your relationship?
We have a good relationship.
Are you friends? Have you known each other long? You're both from Heilbronn.
If you have a good relationship with someone and you want it to stay that way, then you don't say much about it.
So what will happen when Dieter Schwarz dies? He's pretty old.
You'll see. He's in such good health, I hope he's got many, many good years ahead of him.
I wholeheartedly wish him the same. But still, he must be well over 80. What happens when a donor like him can't be active anymore?
I'm sure he's taken that all into account and made all the necessary arrangements.
So the tap isn't suddenly turned off.
That too.
You hope or you know?
Now I'm like you. Now I just believe.
You believe that?
Yes.
It was worth a shot. We decide to try another tack and meet with someone from the Transparency Initiative, Frag den Staat, or Ask the State. Max Konrad and his colleagues approach authorities with specific inquiries, citing the Freedom of Information Act. Often they're able to break through the silence. But in Heilbronn, Max Konrad encountered some unusual hurdles right away.
State-level fee regulations stipulate inquiries can cost a maximum of €500. Heilbronn hasn't kept the rate at €500, but at 10,000. Slight difference.
Interesting. So what does that mean?
It's disastrous, of course.
No one can afford that.
Precisely, no one can afford it, so it's not used, effectively nullifying the law.
Okay. The city of Heilbronn informs us that state legislation allows for these maximum fees. Today, Max Kronmuller looks over the minutes of the municipal council meetings. The city sold the land for the educational campus to the Dieter Schwarz Foundation. Why? The mayor told us everything was transparent and recorded in the minutes. Max Kronmuller disagrees.
The truly relevant points, we can't see them. I want to know how projects come about and how they're realized. At what cost? What are the contributions from city and foundation? Which opinions are considered? Is there any citizen involvement? All questions these documents can't answer.
Meanwhile, we've made 7 separate inquiries to the city, the district authority, and the state, with no success. One of the reasons given, the Dieter Schwarz Foundation hasn't agreed to share the information. We look for a donor who'll give us a peek behind the scenes, and find him in Lübeck. The town has 122 foundations. Michael Hauptkohl started one of them. This year, he donated some 400,000 euros to local schools. Again, he likes to check in person.
Hello. Hello, can we come in?
He donated a 5-day team building trip to this class.
How was the food and accommodation?
It was actually pretty okay. We had to build a boat ourselves and survive on it.
Any other comments? I thought it was good that when one person struggled to do something, the class motivated him.
We used to have more disagreements, but because each of us interacted a little with people we don't normally talk to, it helped us to get along better.
I'm interacting a lot more with the whole class now. Super, that's excellent. I'm pleased you've done it, and pleased to hear your positive reports. Thanks a lot. Thanks very much. Frau Herzmann, thank you. It's real, it's direct, you can ask questions, it's ideal.
Why do you like doing it this way?
We set up the foundation because we don't have children, and I'd say we have quite a few now. We live for this. That's at the heart of it. Sitting at a desk, getting an application and saying, yes, we'll do it, that's no fun.
Principal Jörg Halterman can count himself lucky. Thanks to benefactor Halkohl, his school has a lot to offer. Anti-bullying programs, conflict mediators, a photography project, school trips. Foundations finance more than 30 projects here.
Somit kann wer froh sein. We can be happy whether it's in Lübeck, Kiel, or Neumünster if there are donors or foundations that support schools when budgets are squeezed. Actually, it would be fairer if we received funding from the central government, if all schools were equally equipped and funded.
So where you go to school ends up being a bit of a lottery.
Precisely.
Michael Hauptkohl personally selects the schools his foundation works with. The chemistry between donor and school leadership team has to be right, he says. The school's annual budget planning meeting is taking place today. The city has come to rely on the foundation's generosity.
The way it's worked for years now is that we receive a proposal from you at the end of the school year about the projects you'd like to do in the next school year to improve your students' social skills. Let's start with Marburg concentration training. We'd really like to carry on with that. We offered it last year already. Exactly, we did it in our school last year and it worked out well. The new Year 5 class trip, they want to swim. Is that something you'd help with a focus on swimming and the kids who haven't learned yet? We're open to that idea, my wife in particular. Everyone in Lübeck needs to be able to swim with all the water here. I'll go out on the limb for my management board. You'll have to back me up, but my wife's on my side.
A total of 14 projects are discussed at the meeting. Some costs have gone up. Now it's time to do the math. Is the benefactor on board? Now we've got to get down to the nitty-gritty, Mr. Howcall.
So that's 3, 4, plus 2, plus another 9. I'm just adding it up roughly, and another 2.2, right? So that makes 20,000. What did we do last year?
16,000.
That's more than a schnapps.
The Parents Association contributed a healthy amount last time, about €3,000.
If we could agree on a figure, I know the school association would go along with it.
Okay, that puts us in the same ballpark as last year, so we can sign off on that.
Fantastic.
Brilliant. We can keep the entire wish list.
What a relief.
That's amazing.
I noticed everyone fell a bit silent just then, waiting. Is he going to say yes or no? Yes. Es hängt dann schon von sein, whether the cash flows or not. Depends on his vote. Doesn't that seem old-fashioned to you? Like something out of another century?
Also aber Jahrhundert. Also ich bin insgesamt dankbar, dass es so ist, muss ich tatsächlich dazu sagen.
Well, I have to say, I'm very grateful that this is the case. Other specialists will have much more to say about the free market economy, about taxpayers' money flowing into the public purse. But I think it's difficult to strike a good balance between what's needed and what ordinary citizens can raise themselves. And we're basically thankful that there are people who say, I'm going to donate my company profits to good causes. Michael Haukohl inherited a real estate empire. Selling it made him rich. More than 20 years ago, he and his wife decided to put their money into a foundation. In the years since, philanthropic boundaries have become increasingly blurred. What should the state be paying for? And where should foundations be stepping in?
It used to be foundations took the view that they shouldn't be funding anything that was the job of the state. But that changed 17 years ago, when the Hossel Foundation funded an upgrade of the heating systems in Lübeck schools. And everyone said, that's unbelievable. The state isn't in a position to heat schools properly. That's not something a foundation should be doing. We don't say things like that anymore.
Do you think that's right? To a certain extent, no. We're sometimes appalled that the state doesn't take certain things into its own hands.
For example, to this day, it still hasn't got a handle on digitalization. There isn't Wi-Fi everywhere, and the list goes on.
But we also say, okay, if we can help, we'll do it. Things the state just can't manage. The school kids need tablets now, not in 3 months' time.
I actually think it's a good thing to have a certain amount of competition between state and private funding. If it's something completely new and the state isn't willing to assume responsibility, foundations can try it out.
Their donations do good, but even the Haukohls can't escape the patron's dilemma. In the end, deciding who receives help and who goes empty-handed is entirely up to them.
The world we live in today was sketched on paper by European men who looked like me. Men who at first were just curious and adventurous, but soon whose motives morphed into an insatiable greed. The confidence that their way was better than everyone else's. This confidence led to arguably the most influential series of events in human history. At least the history that affects you. A 5-year project of moving people and weapons and germs and language and violence to every corner of our earth. And in the process, gathering and taking home stuff to make them richer. Metal, rubber, tea, sugar, and human bodies. This isn't a history lesson. You won't hear me talk a lot about dates and names. Instead, this is the first of 3 videos where I want to show you how this happened. How Europe, a continent full of poor, miserable farmers, took over the entire world. And in the process, they shaped it. They shaped it to their way of thinking and speaking and doing things. So, this is part 1 of how Europe stole the world.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to beat your home. You should be
I am out here on a bit of an excursion to see, but I want to pause this video because I need to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp, a company that is trying to help you improve your mental health. I'm a giant fan of therapy. I've said it before, I will continue to say it. Therapy is way underutilized in our society. We all have mental health issues, whether we like it or not, whether they're diagnosed or not. And BetterHelp is trying to make therapy, which is just working through the things in your mind, more accessible. And I'm a giant supporter of that mission. I've been in therapy for several years. It has changed the way that I think. It has changed the way that I approach my relationships. It has changed me. I can say that unambiguously and very genuinely. What BetterHelp is a platform to make therapy more accessible to people, anyone around the whole world. It's not bound by geography. So instead of looking for a therapist like in your local town, go on to BetterHelp, sign up, take a very short quiz, and they match you with somebody in their huge network of like tens of thousands of therapists. Once you're matched, you can start communicating with a therapist in as little as 48 hours, which if you've ever looked for a therapist before, that is very, very quick. That is very easy, and that's what BetterHelp's trying to do, is use technology to make therapy more accessible. I'm a big fan of that. You can choose how you do your therapy. You can do it over the phone, you can do it over video call, you can even do it over like messaging if you don't want to talk. BetterHelp is not like a self-help program. It's not a crisis line. It's legitimate therapy that is done securely on the internet. This is why over 3 million people are on the BetterHelp platform taking control of their mental health. So if you want to get in on this, try BetterHelp out. There is a link in my description. It is betterhelp.com/JohnParis. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gives you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can try it out. BetterHelp is already really affordable. There's even financial aid for those who need it. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting my channel, for supporting this video, and for making therapy more accessible. Okay, now back to this incredibly important story on how Europe stole the world. Yes, I'm going to be looking at a lot of maps to understand this issue because drawing on the map is how they did things. To understand how Europe stole the world, we need to rewind to back when the map looked a little different. Hold on. Back in like 1450, the world map looked like this. I mean, Europe was just a bunch of smaller kingdoms. The borders looked so different than they do today. They were all pretty small potatoes. Well, actually, there actually were no potatoes. Those wouldn't arrive to Europe for another 50 years. But the fact is, there wasn't an abundance of anything in Europe. Instead, Europeans were just farmers barely scraping by, constantly in debt to a few rich landlords. Life in Europe was scarce and miserable. Meanwhile, there was a bunch of other empires around the world that were thriving.
there was this big empire over in the Middle East. They had silk, and then over here in India, you had a big empire with spices and luxurious cotton fabrics. Then, of course, there was the big dynasty in China that had by this time already invented gunpowder, porcelain, and really sophisticated ships that they could use to sail around the world. Oh, and all of these empires were trading with one another, making all of them even richer. They all had better everything than Europe did. And miserable Europeans eventually wanted in on all the trade. So that's kind of the context here that sets the stage for Europe taking over the world. The first two countries that wanted in on all this trade and set out to explore were the countries that today we know as Spain and Portugal. So they start looking for a land route to get them east. They start moving east and nope. Oh look, it's the Ottoman Empire, a very powerful Middle Eastern empire that's run by Muslims. Meanwhile, Spain and Portugal are hella Catholic, and they're not being super nice to Muslims or Jews, so the Ottomans are like, no, we're not going to let you pass through our land to get in on the trading east. Oh, and by the way, you can't even afford our taxes. You're miserable Europeans with not a lot of money, so go away. They're going to need another way to go east. Portugal's workaround was literally to go around the continent of Africa, stopping along the coast to trade with the wealthy African empires along the way. This is a huge moment because it actually worked. It's near the end of the 1400s, and the Portuguese are now going nuts. They're sending ships around this route that they figured out, trading with the East, and suddenly the Portuguese are dressing in luxurious fabrics. They're using cloves and cinnamon and black pepper to make their food actually taste good. Wait a minute, you're telling me they didn't have black pepper before this? Jeez, miserable indeed. So the age of exploration has begun. Miserable Europe is doing something about their situation, going out to get in on the thriving trade in the East. But remember, this isn't about conquering land, it's about trading. For now. Okay, so now Spain sees Portugal hitting the jackpot, and they're kind of jelly. They want in on this too. They need to establish their own trade route to Asia, but they wanted to do things a little bit differently. Instead of following Portugal's lead and going around Africa, they listened to a pitch from this Italian sailor. And this sailor wants them to fund his new startup called What If We Sailed West to Get to Asia instead of East? Super promising name. Now remember, at this point, people in Europe thought that the world looked like this. The logic was like, oh, we should hop over to Asia by going this other way. So Spain was like, yes, great idea, high risk, high return, do it, Columbus. Well, it turns out the world does not look like this, and instead, over here, there are a couple of massive continents that Columbus ran into. But like many of us confident white dudes, Columbus was like, yeah, no, exactly right. We're like in the Indies right now. Like over those guys over there, those are Indians. Yep, I can feel it. But instead, he was like in Cuba. But despite the mansplaining, Columbus kind of found exactly what he was looking for and more. Great empires with rich culture and food and precious metal that weren't available to him back home. He was right on target. So he's like, all right, guys, let's trade. But then he's like, wait a minute. These people don't have armies or navies protecting their stuff. So this must be kind of a different place. Different land with different rules. And this is where the biggest light bulb moment of the century goes off in this guy's head. Change your plans, boys, says Columbus. We're going to claim this land. And everyone was like, wait, what? You heard me, we are claiming this land. And the boys are like, wait, we're here to like trade with great empires? Portugal's been doing this for like all these years and getting rich. And he's like, no, they don't have armies. They're just letting us show up and like be here without a fight. So obviously that means they don't win if we just like claim the land. I'm going to take some creative liberty here and like explaining what Columbus was thinking, but like, look at the letter that he wrote. Here's the letter that Columbus wrote back to the king in Hawaii, reporting on what he saw. He writes back saying that he discovered many islands inhabited by numerous peoples, and then I took possession of them for our most fortunate king, making public proclamation
and unfurling his standard, his flag, with no one making any resistance. No one making any resistance. Spain and Portugal set out to trade, set out to explore and understand and get in on the global economy. But Columbus's realization was instead of trading, they could actually just claim land for themselves. And this changed everything. After all, no one was making any resistance. This moment is the foundation upon which all European imperialism grows. I'll show you. It's the moment that would give us the first big division in the minds of Europeans. The thing we were on the old world versus the new world. This is really familiar language to us now, but it was invented in this moment. The new world was now seen as land that could be claimed. It was fair game to a conquer because they didn't have big armies or a Christian king. Forget trade with the East, said Columbus. There's a bunch of land that we can go take over in the West. And the race was on. Spain and Portugal didn't want to fight with each other over all this land, this conquest that they were about to undertake. So they got together, they drew some lines. No, literally, they just drew two straight lines. We have Africa, we have Europe, and then we have this line. Everything left of this line is Spain's. Everything to the right is Portugal. This is literally one of the original maps where they actually drew these straight lines and divided the world into two. But let's look at this on a nicer looking map, please. There we go. Now we can see very clearly. Oh look, now we understand why they speak Portuguese in Brazil. So Spain and Portugal now have their spheres of the world that they can go conquer. They didn't ask anyone, they didn't negotiate with the locals, they just drew these straight lines. The Pope actually helped them broker the deal. Classic. But again, this is a huge thing that I want to explain in this series, that these were not just lines, they weren't just like lines on paper, they were actually a shift in the paradigm, a new way of thinking about the world. No one making any resistance. It's a story that Europeans can now tell themselves. Old world versus new world. Claimed versus unclaimed. A new way of thinking. You think I'm being overly simplistic about this? Let me show you something. 1, 2, 3, 4. These were juicy fun. I found this amazing Portuguese nautical atlas. It's a bunch of maps that the Portuguese Navy drafted up right after these two lines divided the world between Spain and Portugal. And it is an amazing series of maps, but not only because it's visually stunning, but also because it lets us into the mind of how the Portuguese saw the world after they divided it with Spain. This atlas reads like a storybook. It's like the Portuguese were so giddy about giving themselves permission to steal half the world that they had to write a children's story. That's what it feels like. That's not what it is. But just look at this. Here's the title page. You can see that at the center is the sphere that was given to Portuguese. Brazil, Africa, what is now the East Indies. And here on every corner, you see these angels that are blowing wind into the sails of the Portuguese who are out on their land grab mission. So this is just the title page. Subsequent pages of this atlas are close-ups on different regions. This is the Caribbean over here, look. This will become Cuba, this will become Haiti, Dominican Republic, North America, South America, all of this unclaimed, up for grabs. Here are story depicts all these flags. Some of them are Spanish flags on the islands on their side of the line. And then you have Portuguese flags on the Portuguese side of the line. The status of this land, according to the fantasy of the Portuguese, changing from unclaimed to claimed by men on ships with Christian crosses on their sails, showing up and planting flags. This was like playing a board game to them. Here's another page. This one's a close-up on Brazil. And look, we've got people over here.
Dark-skinned, naked people with primitive tools and no homes. It looks like down here in Brazil they spend their days chopping wood naked and dancing, all while being gazed upon by fantastical birds and dragons? This was an official naval atlas drafted for the king, and if its message wasn't clear enough on how these people should be depicted, the atlas has a little info box up here, where they say that the Brazilians are, quote, savage and very brutal. This is one of the first atlases ever made, and it wasn't really a navigation tool. It was much more a declaration of a new way of seeing the world. Unclaimed territory, subhuman people, all of it up for grabs by Christian boats. So yeah, this is how it all started. Under this new paradigm, both empires expanded very quickly, forcing the Spanish and Portuguese languages across the ocean, mining vast quantities of silver, creating plantations for tobacco and sugar, and in the process massacring the people who were living in this new world, both with their weapons, but also with their European city germs that the people being conquered didn't have immunity to. I mean, this whole thing started with curiosity, with a thirst to get in on the trade in Asia. But soon, as this fantasy of unclaimed land came into the picture, the goal shifted, the project pivoted, and soon Europe was telling themselves a new story, that they, enlightened Christians, were entitled to claim it. And while the story starts with Spain and Portugal, soon it spread. Other European countries pulled their head up from their farm work and said, hey, we're white Christians also. We know how to sail. We want in on this story of unclaimed land. And that's the next chapter of the story, one that I will tell you in the next part of the series. It's easy to think that Europe was so successful in taking over the world because they had like better ships or guns or whatever. But when you actually look at the whole story, you see that it was actually just a perfect storm of technology and timing and ideology and religion, of a few key inventions. And what I want to show you in this video is that one of the biggest reasons that Europe was able to take over the world is because of the invention of the modern corporation, a collection of people who don't know each other but who pool their money together for the same goal, extracting resources from faraway places. So this is part 2 of how Europe stole the world. Hey, before we dive into this story fully, I need to tell you about the sponsor of today's video who made this video possible. Policy Genius. Policy Genius helps you get life insurance. It's a topic that none of us want to talk about, but it's a topic that we should talk about. Because life insurance is a true story.
Never your fault. It was
sponsorship last year, and in the middle of the sponsorship, realized, wait, I need life insurance, and I literally went to my own
your fault.
and signed up for life
Big
insurance.
money
Me and my
sent you a
wife.
text,
It's a true story.
and you had to check it. It's that motherfucker's fault. It's somebody else's fault. It ain't your fault. That's all we know. Here at Westside Insurance, we'll pick up some JJs. Drop it off at the table.
Make it super easy for you to see the plans that they have. Like seriously,
We
this was
got
a really easy process. I
It
just
just
go
should
into
be
the
that.
doctor's
Somebody
office,
should do
didn't
that.
have to do anything. I literally fill out a
Westside
bunch of stuff,
Insurance.
talk to someone on
We
the phone,
got you.
and before you know it, I'm seeing the different plans and I'm
Yes,
explaining how they work. The
I'd
thing that
like to
convinced me the
report
most,
a
I think, was
claim.
that life insurance
Was
is
it
way
your
cheaper
fault?
when
Wait,
you're young.
I want to
And
answer
so
that.
now
Fuck,
it's
that
kind of the
wasn't
time
your
to
fault.
start
Here, Westside
locking yourself
Insurance,
into
it's
a
never
policy
your fault.
at a good price.
What the
Policy
motherfucker
Genius,
do?
you can find life
Well,
insurance
you
policies
see,
that start at $17 a month,
I
and that's
dropped
for
my
like
cell phone when I
$500,000
was
covered.
driving,
There's
and
no
a
weird
rear
fees, and they're
engine
not like gonna
just
go sell
say
you
no
information.
more.
I mean,
Say no more.
thousands of five-star
Who was you
reviews on
texting?
Trustpilot, and no one wants to
You
talk
know,
about
I was texting my
like your
dealer.
loved ones
Well,
deserve
that's
a financial
business.
safety net, and you deserve a smarter
That's a
way to
business
find it.
expense.
To start your
Oh,
quote
yeah,
to
we got
simplify
that covered.
insurance buying,
Here at Westside Insurance, we got
PolicyGenius.com/Johnny
you.
Harris is also in the
Don't worry
description.
about it.
Thank you,
Did
Policy
you tell
Genius,
me
for
that
supporting
person
this
cut you
video.
off?
Let's dive back
You
into
were
how you
taking the car.
Okay, quick catch up on where we are.
Checking the text
Part
from the
1 we
dealer.
talked about how Spain and Portugal went out to get in on trade and accidentally ran into a bunch of land
Back
they
to the
decided was
show.
unclaimed, and it turned into a big race to see who could take over as much land as possible. After about a century of this, other Europeans start to take notice of this model of expansion. And they realize that it's a great way to enrich your country. Some of these countries have been dabbling in imperialism, but in the early 1600s, it was time to get serious. The first to follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water and making maps and doing business. They decided to follow Portugal's lead and go around the bottom of Africa, stopping right here at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa. They established a permanent colony of white settlers, whose descendants would go on to become a major part of South Africa's history. The Dutch used their prime position in Cape Town to restock on their way to Southeast Asia, where they were trading for spices with local empires and claiming serious amounts of land in what is today Indonesia. Around the same time, at the start of the 1600s, we see the next kingdoms trying their hand at large-scale imperialism. Meet the two rookies on the block, England and France, who would go on to actually cause a lot of trouble on the world map, but for now they're just getting started. They, for the most part, followed Spain's lead, going west for the Americas, though England sent ships east at this time as well. Anyway, here in the Americas, they showed up and, like colonizers before them, found lots of land and lots of people living on that land. Kind of inconvenient. These aren't real people, right? They don't actually own this land. You can hear the English people like sort of saying to themselves. So they came up with a new, very useful tool. It's a mental tool. In addition to guns and smallpox and alliances with local tribes that help them divide and conquer the locals, Europeans also developed a complex set of legal philosophies to convince themselves that these people were not, in fact, capable to claim any land. After all, they were foragers. They didn't farm. They didn't own this land because they didn't use it for productive means. They were subhuman, or at least non-civilized, so they do not deserve to own property. Very clever, very effective. And so now you see the next layer of ideological thinking that was required for these Europeans to justify their landfall. It was the need to dehumanize the people living on these lands. Here's a letter from a British settler who describes North America as a wilderness, quote, where none inhabit but hellish fiends and brutish men. This dehumanizing paired really well with another ideology that was very popular at the time, Christianity. A religion that told its followers to go out and preach to everyone so that they can be saved. Perfect. We have these unrefined, brutish, fiendish men, and we have Christians who have the power to save them. Anything is possible. So in the late 1600s, the colonizing project is fully underway. A lot of Europeans are in denial, but here are the major players. You've got Spain and Portugal, the OGs, and then you've got the Netherlands, France, and England. We need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was because they were really the first to start trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, while Jesus and saving whatever was a big part of the justification, Europeans going out and feeling entitled to take land, he became less and less of a part of the solution, especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, here's about Jesus, we want profit. And this is the next phase of the story of how Europe took over the world. We'll call this chapter Private Empire. And frankly, it's one of the most important things to know about this history. Remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then, surprise, we found all this land, we'll call it unclaimed, and we'll start claiming it while dehumanizing the natives in the process, remember? Okay? A lot of that was funded by governments like kings and stuff. But eventually, the citizens themselves of these places realized that they could make a business out of this. And again, this is where the Dutch wrote the blueprint. So now, instead of asking the ruler for support, they could just get together a bunch of people and form a corporation, like the first corporation ever, the Dutch East India Company, which would fund private voyages. And you, a random Dutch person in the 1600s, could
buy this share, a little portion of that company, to get in on a little bit of the profits. But if the profits are big enough, then everyone wins. Welcome to the era of corporations. So now you have the Dutch with their new Kickstarter campaign, crowdfunding their private empire, totally exceeding their goal. And the Dutch corporate sailors set out on the tried and true routes that they already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, but to harvest cloves and peppers as efficiently as possible, and to come home and to sell them for a profit and fatten the pockets of the shareholders who funded the whole journey. This is like a surprising novel model to us today, because this is how the world runs. But at this point, this was an invention. Oh, and the government secretly loved this. They could give the company some military power, they could ignore the details of exactly how it's all going down, and still ensure that their country got in on the riches. And these corporations leveled up really quickly and became basically little private empires with the ability to take over land, build bases, and establish relationships with locals, not for the prestige of like a king, but so that they could make more money for their shareholders. It was the private investors who helped them get really big, really fast, all through this invention of the publicly traded company. And again, it all started with the Dutch East India Company. And just like any startup, they were more nimble than the clunky old government. They had good funding, they were private, they were fast, they had an ability to undercut competition. All of this allowed them to dominate this region when it came to taking over land, harvesting stuff, and breeding bacteria. And because they were the best operators, they eventually became the kingpins of all spice trade in Europe. Things like black pepper, nutmeg, cloves. All of this because of the countless trips that they were taking between the East Indies and Amsterdam. Okay, but it wasn't just the Dutch. The British also got in on this private empire idea. Let's see here. This map. It's the map of all of the British private companies and their spheres of influence. The government doesn't own these places. This is like government supported, but by and large, private companies. Profit-seeking businessmen looking for stuff that they couldn't get in their own country, going out and finding places where they could. Over here in North America, you have the Virginia Company, like going hard. And then its sister company, the Plymouth Company. One was funded by a bunch of Londoners, and the other, the Plymouth Company, funded by a bunch of rich dudes in Plymouth, England. Their job was to colonize land and to build a business in England. And then, if you look over here in the east, you see the British East India Company, who got really good at taking over giant amounts of land in India. The French were doing the same thing. They had their own West India Company that was colonizing the Caribbean to grow and sell sugar, and many, many more. Private empire was such a powerful accelerant to imperialism because it got all of these private empires to compete with each other and to get better and more efficient and to practice their conquest. Repetition, fueled by profit-seeking people. They developed amazing skills and they drew maps. A lot of beautiful, beautiful maps. As a map nerd, this is where I start to like work up. I noticed around this time, like sort of late 1600s and 1700s, European maps start to fill out with more detail, with more accuracy. Because after all, the more you can depict on paper, the better blueprint you have to conquer land and explore. So by the 1700s, Europe is now a different world than what you saw in the 1400s. You start to see kings living in insane excess, tea and coffee and chocolate and tobacco and sugar. They have access to so much stuff. And perhaps most significantly, it wasn't just for the ultra-rich, it was a new middle class, a mercantile class of merchants who were getting rich off of all this new commerce. There was suddenly abundance. And with abundance comes time. Time to sit around and think about art and science, all while sipping on coffee harvested from faraway lands, stimulating these European brains to invent new ways of measuring things, to observe the world, the stars, to manipulate nature to make life better. And the competition between these private empires just grew. And like with any profit-seeking competition, these companies needed to keep leveling up how much wealth they could
could extract from these places, how much land they could take over to meet demand back home, until eventually they turned full on to the most horrific version of profit-seeking imperialism. Stealing millions of people from, most notably here in West Africa, taking them to their new colonies and forcing them to work. Stealing and trading humans and forcing them to work was not anything new to this culture. Islamic and African slave traders have been doing this for a very long time. But it was here in the 1700s, in this context of private empire, that things really start to pick up. As these European empires, mostly England, Portugal, and France, took it to a new level to fuel their highly optimized, shareholder-fueled private empires. So optimized that the slave trade itself was outsourced to a private company in England. It was imperial profit-seeking efficiency at its finest, and most horrifying. You can almost hear the glee and greed in the voice of one English slave trader who wrote, quote, "What a glorious and advantageous trade this is. It is the hinge on which all the trade of this globe moves." But Europeans are starting to be really enlightened at this point, right? Like, they're starting to think through, like, human rights and, like, equality, and starting to lay the groundwork for, like, democracy. Yes, but remember that these Europeans had ideas in their minds that were planted hundreds of years earlier. Ideas that allowed them to invent things like the New World and unclaimed land that actually belonged to them. They applied a lot of those same ideas to the slave trade. A lack of Jesus, a lack of white European culture and technology, making these people inferior, in need of saviors to make use of their land, their resources, and their bodies. Okay, but let's just be clear about what's happening. Yes, this is about profit. Yes, this is about ideology. But this part is so damn important to me because this is the foundation upon which our modern world is built. In this moment, these empires were actually building structures in our minds. Structures that define who has power, who is worth something, who gets resources, who is permitted to lead, to exploit, to benefit. These structures were defined by force, by profit, by greed, and they totally worked. They put Europeans on top, giving them the prosperity and resources to fuel scientific, cultural, and political revolutions that allowed them to keep holding on to that power, to keep exerting domination over others. Okay, yeah, I get it. Half of you just had like a conniption because of this like woke sermon that you just got from me. That's not what this is, okay? I'm trying to look at the history and tie it to today, how all of us live in a world that was built off of what happened during this time. The ideas, the movement of people that happened because of this private empire. That's not the woke mob that's just like, what happened? Sorry. Even after the British people here on the east coast of North America wanted to break away from England and start their own country where, quote, all men are created equal, they still couldn't throw off the thirst for profits that slavery brought them. These structures were way too firm, so they kept doing it. The momentum of the private empire was too great to slow down, at least not without a bloody war that almost ripped this nation apart. So that's private empire, a huge part of Europe's ability to take over land on the map and reshape the world. In part 3 of this series, which is going to be the final part, I'm going to tell you what happens next when these powers reach every part of the world, establishing an order that they control. How we talk, how we do our politics, how we trade, including some really good positive things that have made the world better. It's an order that was shaped by these forces of European imperialism. And it's an order that still shapes all of us today. We need to look at something astounding that happened over the course of like 100 years. This is the final chapter
and what I think is the most mind-boggling chapter in the story of how Europe took over. The reason why it's so mind-boggling is because this is the part of the story where the map goes from looking like this in 1800, with Europe controlling like 35% of the world's land, to looking like this by 1914. With 84% of the earth being controlled by the people or the descendants of the people from this once isolated continent, Europe. 84%. How on earth did this happen? A huge part of this next chapter has to do with this continent, the second largest continent on earth, and the part of the world that the Europeans hadn't really carved up yet. So this is where the whole story comes together. It shows us how technology and different ways of thinking helped these people take over the world, and in the process, shaped the world we live in today. It's a way that we trade, where we get our stuff. The language I'm using to speak to you right now, and most of you understand it, even though we don't live anywhere near the place where it's invented. I'm telling you, this isn't far away history. This is the world we currently live in. So let me show you the third and final chapter of how Europe stole the world. Another video, another set of beautiful printed maps. I'm telling you, this is the chapter where the maps get really good. Photography really took off. Okay, let's get up to speed on where we're at. Remember, it all started with Spain and Portugal. They ramped up this colonialism thing back around 1500. And this led them to divide the world between them until other European countries got in on it too. Then the real competition started. The Dutch created the modern corporation, which allowed them to speed all of this up. The world quickly turned into a giant marketplace, run by Europeans with boats and guns and incentives to bring profits to the shareholders back home. This is all a huge part of the story, but I'm telling you, when it comes to scale, imperialism is just getting started. And that's because Europeans are about to level up. We're going to call this imperialism 2.0, a new way of taking over the world, fueled mostly by technology and a rare cooperation between all of these empires. One British Prime Minister described this imperialism 2.0 as, quote, revolting bastard imperialism of imitation and aggression, of grabbing everything, even if you haven't used it. But let me tell you, if you're like me, you could have had a low-key implicit belief that European domination was inevitable and that this was going to happen no matter what. I'm here to tell you that it almost didn't happen. That's because by the end of the 1700s, revolution was in the air. Empires were losing their colonies, starting with a group of Europeans who were done having a king and declaring independence for themselves in the late 1700s. So you had a bunch of Spanish colonies declaring independence. And then over here in Haiti, you had enslaved people who were organizing and rebelling against their French masters, throwing them out and starting their own country. These empires weren't only losing their colonies. Back in Europe, one ruler even lost his head in all of this. Empires were losing their grip, and soon they were fighting with one another like never before. It was chaos, and it totally freaked these European rulers out. Are they losing their empire? Are they going to lose their reins on power? Is the era of abundance and domination coming to an end? No, we can't let this happen. So they start doing something that is kind of unheard of. Instead of fighting and competing with each other, like they've always done, the European powers start talking to each other. Their empires were in jeopardy, and they needed to collaborate, find ways to share power both at home in Europe and also on the world stage. Soon, this new culture of diplomacy and collaboration would turn to focus on the one continent that none of these European powers had carved up yet, the new imperial frontier. It's certainly full of resources, but not yet. I mean, the maps tell the story here. The maps were like a record of what Europeans knew and didn't know about the world. I mean, this one British map from 1800s says it all. Look at this thing. Europeans were definitely familiar with Africa, especially here on the coast, where for hundreds of years they traded posts and, of course, the Atlantic slave trade. But look how they map the interior of the continent. It literally just gives up as like inland parts almost entirely unknown, which is pretty rare for this time period. At this point, the Europeans had really mapped a lot of the world. This place was off limits. It was the stuff of legend and myths. The caption here on the map says that this interior part of Africa may be considered as absolutely unknown or completely unexplored. All we know, says the map,
is that its immense and arid sands are intersected with complete collections of the most ferocious beasts and most uncivilized men. That's all they know. There's a very good reason for this. The fact is that soldiers and explorers from Europe who moved into this area, a lot of them didn't come home. Up to 40% died from diseases like the mosquito-borne illness malaria. So much so that this part of the map became known as the white man's world. Totally off the place. But that soon changed. Giant things happen that change everything. Completely redirect what Europeans can do with their mountain power. First, these two French guys are able to take the bark of this tree, which you can use for all kinds of variety purposes, and isolate a vital chemical called quinine. Combats malaria, a major killer of Europeans in Africa. They now have a white man's shield to protect them from the white man's grave. The door is slowly open. Second, this guy happens. King Leopold II is the king of this new country called Belgium. It existed for like 40 years. It's kind of a minor place in Europe. Nothing like these OG colonizers. So it's like 1875, and King Leopold wants to play repost. He wants a colony. So he goes around and starts asking major colonial powers for like some of their land. And he goes to the OG Spain and Portugal. He's like, hey guys, I know you're inclined, and I have one of your colonies. And they're like, no. So then he goes to the British. He's like, hey guys, I know you have New Guinea. You don't have any plans for it. You can give it to me. And they're like, no, Leo, don't you realize how hard it works to steal this land? I'm not going to give it to you as a handout. So King Leopold decides to take matters into his own hands. He turns to the map and decides this part of the map, the part's unknown. None of the colonizers have arrived yet. It's a prime place for its colony. King Leopold sets his sight on the white man's grave. A quick reminder that this is kind of the fantasy of the Europeans who have explored this. In reality, at this point, Africa looks a lot more like this. But in the mind of King Leopold and other Europeans, it's a big blank canvas with unlimited possibilities. So Leopold sends explorers to like the dead center of this blank canvas. And they're armed not only with some of the latest and greatest weapons, but also with medicine that shields them from these important tropical diseases. These Belgian explorers arrive and are able to make agreements with the locals, laying claim to this land. King Leopold now has his own little colony in the center of the white man's world. And of course, they start mapping it. This is a map from a bunch of Belgian photographers and explorers when they first arrive to this center part of Africa. Very little detail in the beginning. This is 1880. They basically got this river, some of the offshoots. They don't really know what's going on in here yet. This becomes the frame that Leopold uses to build his colony. Now, of course, this freaks the French out because they're like, what's Belgium doing in Africa? Why are they exploring all this land? So they decide to send their own explorers to claim their own big land. After all, they've got the medicine. It's not nearly as dangerous. The Belgians are doing that. Well, of course, now the British are waiting. They're sending people too. And even the new kid on the imperial block, Germany is chipping in. And now, suddenly, we've got a scramble on it. But wait, say the European powers, let's learn from our mistakes. Instead of the old days where we always had to fight over things, in this era of revolution and warfare, remember that we're trying to be better about talking to one another, coordinating. Remember, so it's 1884, and all these big Africa-hungry European empires get together in Berlin. I mean, this is amazing painting of just them all sitting here looking at this big, beautiful map, which is like amazing activity to do until you realize what's actually happening here. You've got the Chancellor of Germany, you've got the OG colonizers of Portugal explaining this place in Belgium, France, and Italy, and you've even got the new country, the United States, who showed up. Kind of new to all this imperial stuff, but how power really works on the international stage. Basically, anyone in Europe who didn't have an empire led got in now. Oh, and crucially, they didn't invite any African leaders. And to be clear, this painting isn't like exaggerated, like it's not a political cartoon. This is literally a bunch of European dudes in a room in Berlin in 1884 discussing and coordinating how they're going to carve up and take this continent. And they decided that there's going to be one big rule for this new scramble for Africa. No pretending. None of this only on the map fake imperialism thing that incorporates for Spain and Portugal a few hundred years chapters previous, you actually have to control the land that you're going to play in. So they divide up the map on who gets what, they leave the conference, and they get to work. The French start moving in quickly from West Africa. The British begin taking over Sudan and expanding north from down here in South Africa to take over all of this land. The Germans really start establishing themselves here and over here. Italy starts occupying all this land up here in the north and east. And Leopold, well, he got his colony. 77 times the size of Belgium. Here it was as a blank canvas when they first started exploring in 1880. And here it is 14 years later. Little Belgium down here, giant Congo up here. The blueprint is filled out. Conquest is complete. With his new colony, Leopold, of course, went on to do horrible things, exploiting, pillaging the resources from this place, and wreaking horrible havoc on the people. And it is horrific, and it is horrendous, and I made a whole other video that kind of goes into it more. I'll link to it and go to the sources and get to it. Okay. All of these empires were carving up this map, coming in, mapping it very beautifully. It's like literally the opposite of what it was. It's unknown, now it's totally known. Pillaging the resources, bringing it back home, making record profits, etc., etc. And all of this carving, it happened really fast. Hold on, pause. How does this make any sense? Like, it made sense when it was all like on water and there were ships and there was domination and trading ports and all of that. But this incredibly logistically ambitious thing to do. Like, this was actually a central question for me that led me to make this series, because I just didn't understand how these countries in a matter of a few years could completely carve up the second largest continent. Well, the answer to that question isn't that surprising. These Europeans now had a leg up and new tools. Remember, they had invented capitalism to make them rich. That gave them time to do science, which gave them technology that they used to make their capitalism better and more effective, more productive. This cycle repeated itself over and over and over, giving Europeans a further and further leg up technologically. Until soon, they had stuff like this. A steamboat. You didn't have to worry about the wind anymore to keep going. You could just steam your way all the way up African rivers.
The old African queen.
Or the railway. Quick way to transport food and troops. But you can see this map. All of this red is either railroads that they put in or railroads that they were constructing at this time. This allowed Europeans to level up not just in Africa, but everywhere. I mean, here they are in India. The British quickly taking over this entire subcontinent of what today is India and Pakistan and Bangladesh with this massive, complex rail system that they built basically in no time. They also invented the telegraph, which could now relay messages in a matter of minutes instead of weeks. I mean, this political cartoon really personifies how powerful this was. And of course, what we've been looking at this whole time. They made maps. Big, beautiful, juicy maps showing the geography and the people and all of the land. In addition to technology, these empires had also perfected the art of allying with local power holders and turning the people against each other, divide and conquer, which allowed a small group of Europeans to control millions of locals. And of course, they had these. These refined killing machines that allowed small groups of European soldiers to rip through truly formidable African armies. And look at this painting from Sudan, where the British used their guns to slaughter 10,000 enemies with just a few hundred losses. And here, this casual caption showing that these savages were now laid down by these modern weapons, clearing way for civilization. Now, it wasn't this easy everywhere. Descendants of white Dutch settlers held off the British for a long time down here in South Africa. And the Ethiopians were able to hold off the Italians from conquering their land, making it the only place in Africa to never be colonized. But listen, in the midst of all this bloodshed, we have to talk about something that doesn't fit cleanly into our narrative of good versus evil. Because the presence of these Europeans in this continent also brought really positive things. Remember those French dudes that discovered the treatment for malaria? Well, that was tested in the field in French Algeria, a colony. It changed medicine forever, giving us our modern understanding of mosquitoes and the diseases they spread. The scramble into Africa helped push forward our understanding of health and disease and medicine. These and tons of other medical developments helped these Europeans conquer land, but it also brought innovation that we still use today that has saved countless lives.
Okay, so technology was a major defining factor. It wasn't just technology. Once again, we see in this chapter what we saw in other chapters. Europeans had to develop new, sophisticated mental inventions that allowed this all to go down. The popular story that they were telling themselves at this time was that all civilization could be ranked according to the level of development. And look, according to this analysis, they placed themselves at the top. And they could tell themselves very easily that they were the enlightened people of the world. This new colonizing story was the most sophisticated and tantalizing yet, and it's one that's still kind of embedded in all of our brains still. That the enlightened civilization had a burden to bring civilization to the rest of the world. For that, they kind of needed to stay on top and in control. And the reason why this story was so believable and tantalizing is because at this time, it was being blended with actual, real, objective science that was being done by Europeans, like this guy, Charles Darwin, who changed the way that we think about the natural world. He just put out a book about how animals evolved into hierarchies with different capabilities and traits. Well, if that applies to all animals, then it must apply to humans themselves and their societies and their civilizations. So then they go out to the field with their maps and they start gathering observations that confirm this story. And soon they're measuring people's skulls all around the world. They're keeping notes, they're developing theories and terms, they're writing academic papers. All of this to define a pretend set of pseudoscientific ideas. The idea that we're all part of a different race, all with different natural capabilities. And that is what must explain why some people have the resources and the technology and others don't. Like the previous stories that Europeans told themselves, this one was intoxicating. Of all the generations that passed, this story could be ingrained into their minds. But again, remember that I'm not saying that these Europeans were telling themselves the story every day. We're not talking about the great-great-great-grandchildren of the original colonizers. The individual people didn't have the grand plan in mind to carve up Africa. They were just responding to what they knew. What they'd been told was real, what they wanted to believe. It was a way of life. It was a way of thinking. And if we think that we're somehow exempt from a similar type of mental model that we don't see that dictates our behavior, we're tricking ourselves. I mean, listen to one of these British imperialists, Cecil Rhodes. He says, "We happen to be the best people in the world, with the highest ideals of decency and justice, liberty and peace. And the more of the world we inhabit, the better it is for humanity." Okay, Cecil has made up his mind. Okay, so let's look at the map in like the early 1950s. Africa looks like this, completely carved up by European powers. Over here, the Dutch had conquered the entire Indonesian archipelago. The French completely taking over this part of Southeast Asia. But the real kingpin in all of this taking over land stuff is the British. In addition to all this stuff they had in Africa, they occupied the huge Indian subcontinent. They also had a few of these important ports like Hong Kong and Singapore. I mean, I can't go over all of the stuff they took over because it's just too much. At the peak of their empire, they ruled over 412 million people, which was a ton for that time. Their domination had spread to almost 25% of them, making Britain this rainy set of islands in Europe the biggest empire that ever existed. In doing so, they spread their people, their ideas, their economic system, their fringe language to every corner of the world, including where I'm sitting right now, because remember, the U.S. is just one expression of the British Empire, the branch of the empire that went on to become the most powerful country in the world, to influence how the world order would work. By 1914, Europe had successfully taken over the world. They were definitely rich compared to the rest of the globe, and their ideas, both good and bad, were deeply embedded in the national system. But suddenly, all of this technology, all this industrialization that made them so effective, turned away from conquering faraway lands and was turned on each other. Over the next 30 years, hundreds of millions of people are killed in the two most destructive wars ever, made possible by all the same things that allowed Europeans to take over the world, sophisticated weapons and technology, and Europeans are now turning on each other. The so-called sophisticated race is now slaughtering one another on an unprecedented scale. These wars didn't do the image of the civilized Europeans in, and Western-schooled local elites decided that they didn't want to be ruled by foreign forces anymore. They were able to rally their people around a common language and birthed national identity that didn't include being ruled by white people from some faraway continent, and they pushed the colonists out, sometimes peacefully, most often with force. The Europeans had built this insane global project for more than 400 years, and yet they saw it crumble in a matter of decades. So, today, the map has been severely redrawn. Former colonies are now mostly independent countries. There are still a ton of weird, idiosyncratic holdovers from the colonial period. I've talked about this many times, and I will continue to talk about them. I want to finish this video, and finish this series up with my last thought, which is something that the map doesn't tell us much about. Even though all these countries became independent, they can claim their own sovereignty, their own borders, their colonizers are gone, they didn't actually. Not only were the roads and borders that were literally drawn by colonizers, you can see basically all of my enemies working. By the end of this, it's the Europeans that tied the whole world up into an interconnected system that still kind of echoed the old. The Dutch invention of the Shirtwood Corporation didn't go away. Private companies didn't suddenly stop looking to the same far-off places to find resources, to find labor, to feed increasing demand among the people back home. And European rulers and their offspring didn't stop using their big metal guns and technology to get what they wanted from foreign lands. Occasionally talking to each other, occasionally fighting with each other. Fighting to control land, to control people, to control ideas. And perhaps most powerfully, the idea that our enlightened way was indeed the best way.
We will stand with the new leaders of Iraq as they establish a government of, by, and for the Iraqi people.
It certainly has not been. And yet, if it were only that simple, the simple narrative of good and bad, greedy Europeans take over the world and do anything to stay ahead, that would be a lot easier in some ways, but it's not. Europe taking over the world has also thrust humanity into an age of peace and prosperity, where people live longer, suffer less in a lot of ways, have more food to eat. I mean, the very moral lens that you and I are using right now to evaluate the good and bad of this history, that's a lens that was cultivated and developed by the same cultures that pillaged and subjugated their way around here. These ideals of justice and equality and human rights and representation, social equality and self-determination, those ideas created the globe alongside the colonizers who came. And yet it was this conquest that put these people on top of the whole system, giving us the power and the advantage, the default power holders of the world. These three parts have been a story of how an isolated group of farming people, some of them my ancestors, left their shores to explore, discovering a vast world that eventually they would find a way to control, and in the process, setting the rules for how things worked. What's slightly scary to me about this is how easy it is to look back on this whole history and feel like it was going to happen this way no way. That it was inevitable. That of course Europeans took over the world. They were always more adept. They were bound to control the world. But if there's anything I've learned diving into this broad tour through European imperialism, is that this idea is just hindsight bias. This didn't happen because of some superior DNA or because God wanted these people to take over the world. But rather it happened because a bunch of people happened to be at the right place that allowed them to start a chain of millions of little decisions that pushed them to do whatever they could to procure more and more resources. They got ahead because of lucky circumstances, and yet today in our modern world, we continue to do whatever we need to stay ahead, while simultaneously believing that it was always going to happen this way. It's over. I mean, the series is over, but the year is over. I deserve this. And not only is it the end of the Europe series, it's the end of the year, and what a year it has been. By the way, this video is not sponsored by anyone, probably because we're in a recession, and so I'm going to take this time to just reflect a little bit on what this year has meant for me as a storyteller and a journalist, and for our team, and what we are going to do next. I think for me, the big thing I learned this year was that we can build a big operation. Like for a long time, it was just me kind of pushing buttons on a laptop and like making stories. And this year, it actually became a team. We now have lots and lots of people making really, really cool stuff. A very talented team. And we're doing journalism
on a level that we've never done. We go really deep on every fact that we say on this channel, and that requires a lot of work. Sometimes that feels really tiresome, but a lot of the time that feels exciting, that we on YouTube can be doing like hardcore journalism and fun stuff too, obviously. We got to do a few in the field documentaries this year, which was really amazing. I went to Paris and Korea and Switzerland. We printed a lot of amazing maps and showed you what maps were like over the years and what people used for. Oh, and my hair got really long, so I decided for the first time in my life not to cut it, and that's making my whole no shampoo thing a little more complicated. Maybe I'll make a video about that. Anyway. I eat a lot of Doritos, like a lot of Doritos. Like I really like Doritos, even after I know how they're made. But in my mind, this is kind of just the beginning. Like I want this to be the beginning. I want like 4 years from now to look back and be like, okay, 2022, that was the year that we really started to ramp up. And that gets me to the thing that I'm really excited about that we launched this year, which is a community on Patreon called the Newsroom, a place where people like you support us and what we're trying to do here and allow us to grow. More and more, and especially during economic downturn and unpredictability, this work that we do relies on community support, on people like you showing up and supporting us. And it's our newsroom supporters that are allowing us to do better work, to do more of it, and I'm very grateful for that. In addition to supporting independent journalism, newsroom members also get access to a bunch of cool stuff, like a behind-the-scenes vlog, an extra video every month, because a lot of really talented, interesting people behind the scenes. And every month you get a vlog where you see how it's all done. You get access to music from our composer Tom Fox. You get access to my scripts. Like occasionally we do Q&As where we get to chat. I do polls where I get story ideas. It's become a really cool community of supporters and just a kind of a sounding board for cool ideas. Oh, and here's a big one. We've started publishing our videos over on Nebula, which is a creator-owned platform where you can get our videos a week early. There's a link in my description that explains all of that. If you want to support the channel and you're like a production person, then we have lots of presets which help us color our videos and photos. And if you don't want to support the channel and you just want to keep watching, that's fine too. I'm not here to tell you to give me money. I'm here to make cool stories, and I hope that you're learning from these videos, and I appreciate you being here in the first place. So let's raise a glass to a wonderful year of learning and growth and amazing stories, and look forward to a 2023 that I hope is going to be full of even more growth. Not only growth in the number of people that are here, but also a growth in our desire to understand this world, to understand the story of how we all got here and how it works today. I will continue to be a curious storyteller who tries to bring those stories to you in the best way possible. I appreciate all of those who are supporting, and cheers to a great 2023 of curiosity and a lot of maps. Bye, everyone. This continent has some of the most dramatic landscapes on the planet, from the ocean shorelines to the alpine mountains and the sandy deserts. And also in this landmass from coast to coast and everywhere in between, there lived hundreds, if not thousands, of different nations, tribes of people whose land this was. This was their home. But then others showed up to these shorelines in their boats. And that is when everything changed. In the spring of 1803, two American politicians visiting Paris closed the sweetest real estate deal they had ever seen. With the simple stroke of a pen, their country doubled in size, all for just $15 million. But in this deal, which is called the Louisiana Purchase, the U.S. didn't actually buy this land from France. France didn't actually own the land. What the United States was buying was the imperial rights to this huge swath of North America. This basically meant that France would stay stay out of the way and let the budding new empire, the United States, colonize it without interfering. If the United States really wanted ownership of this land, they would need to get it from the people who were here first, which at the time was lots of different native tribes. These are the people who had been here for thousands of years, way before Europeans had the idea of leaving for conquest. And this land that the U.S. just bought was theirs. Oh, and this isn't just me, like some modern enlightened person looking back and judging the United States at this time. The U.S. knew that this wasn't their land and that they were going to have to buy it from the people living there. And their big plan was to do things differently, not like the old imperial powers that they had just broken away from. In fact, George Washington was, quote, determined that the U.S. government's administration of Indian affairs shall be directed entirely by the great principles of justice and humanity. Go USA, let's do this in the right way. So instead of conquest, they would negotiate and sign formal treaties with these native nations, and they would pay them for their land, fair and square. After all, this is a country whose founding document highlights justice, tranquility, welfare, and liberty. In our series, How the U.S. Stole, we get to see how the U.S. grew from a group of English settlers to a global superpower. But none of those stories would exist without this one, the origin story, the first thing that the U.S. ever stole. So Europeans are pouring into this newly formed country, the United States, and the government is making deals and signing treaties with the tribes, allowing these newcomer immigrants to settle on the land. At first, this is a fairly peaceful transactional process. The U.S. would offer food, farming equipment, cash, the services of a blacksmith, all in exchange for ownership over this land. But unsurprisingly, a lot of these tribes had no interest in moving out of their ancestral lands in exchange for, like, farming equipment. And this is where all of George Washington's ideals of justice and humanity really start to dissolve. The U.S. was becoming a more powerful nation. They needed more land for their growing population. So the impatient settlers and the government started playing dirty. You start to see what happens when these tribes say no to the newly powerful United States. In one instance, one group of tribes up the Great Lakes didn't want to sell their land. They told the United States that this river would be the border and cannot cross it. Stay off their land. The U.S. said no. It took them to war and lost twice. But on the third time, they won the battle and forced the tribes to sign a treaty giving away all of this land, basically all of present-day Ohio. Something very similar happened down here when the Seminole tribes refused to leave their land. The U.S. military came in, another war, killing thousands, forcing the tribes to sign a treaty and pushing them into the swampy interior of the state, where they had no access to the farmland or the ocean. Down here in what was becoming Alabama, the Muskogee Nation refused to sign a relocation treaty, but not wanting to go to war, agreed to sell a portion of their land in return for a guarantee that they could keep the rest. And the United States agreed, and they actually did. And the Muskogee kept their ancestral lands forever. Womp womp, no, it didn't happen. 4 years later, a bunch of white settlers moved in, boxing the Muskogee out of their ancestral land. As tensions grew because of this violated agreement, the U.S. military was called in to force the Muskogee out of their lands. No treaty was ever signed. I mean, the shenanigans ranged the whole game here. They would give tribal leaders drunk to trick them into signing this paper that gave them all the land. They would appoint random people to be the tribal leaders and then tell them to sign away the land for the whole tribe. In another conflict, the Sioux and Rabbi nations defeated the U.S. military over and over until the U.S. finally signed a peace treaty acknowledging their land. And they were safe. Until gold was discovered 8 years later, and the U.S. broke their treaty, redrew the boundaries, built roads on their land, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of white guys with gold pans harvesting this land. Treaties and justice began. Eventually, other tribes caught on to what was going to happen, realizing that refusing the U.S. government would mean violence. So they would sign the paper, take the money, and leave. Over the course of almost 100 years, the United States signed 368 treaties with tribal nations who were driven out one way or another to make way for white settlers who established control over this land that their government had stolen from them. And yes, you have all the paperwork, all the spreadsheets that they were making, all the treaties, a nice paper trail, but this was all a facade of justice, a thinly veiled campaign for imperial conquest. Before we go on to the story, I just need to tell you that we don't have a sponsor for today's video. Lately, I've been hearing from some sponsors that my videos are too political, which is kind of a bummer because we work really hard to tell really cool stories. And if that means that people don't want to sponsor us, that's fine. Luckily, we have a Patreon where all of you can support this work. It's called The Newsroom. We call it The Newsroom because it just sounds cooler than Patreon. But it is a place where you can support what we're doing, which is something more and more we need. On The Newsroom, you get an extra video every month, which is a behind-the-scenes vlog from all of the people and processes and happenings around here in the studio. You get to see my scripts. You get royalty from music from artists like Tom Fox that you can use in videos, and live Q&As with me. Members of the newsroom get to chat with me on the Q&A. They can ask me anything. But more importantly, you get the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting journalism. And if that floats your boat, go to the link in the description, patreon.com/JohnnyHarris. Let's get back to the story. Okay, so we have all of this like fake treaty shenanigans going on to help the United States feel like they're doing justice. And it's working. They are moving loads of native people out of their ancestral lands so that white people can settle in. But there was one region that proved particularly difficult for this extermination project that was going down. Here in the Deep South, we had these 5 large nations that lived side by side with the settlers for a long time. They'd all signed treaties with the United States that acknowledged their right to this land. Many of them spoke English, practiced farming, wore European clothes, some even owned slaves. Because of this, these 5 tribes, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole, were known as the 5 civilized tribes. And there's an alternative world where these tribes could have remained on their land, living side by side with the Europeans as they settled. But that's not what happened, mostly because of cotton. Farmers down here were getting super rich off of a very valuable cash crop called cotton that they could sell to the textile mills around the world. It was an industry made even more profitable by its key input, free labor from stolen Africans. There was this one strip of land down here called Black Belt Prairie that was particularly desirable for farming cotton. But as you can see, it was locked up in what the United States treaties had formally acknowledged as belonging to native nations. And the farmers down here were looking at this as like, this is a perfect place to expand our cotton kingdom. So, these southern slave owners did what was kind of becoming U.S. policy towards the people living on the land that they wanted. They made up their own rules. The state of Georgia was particularly aggressive in trying to clear this land out of the force of their governor at the time to replace, quote, all of the red with white population. They targeted the Cherokee Nation, passing a law that abolished their governments. The Cherokee are not Mexicans, so they fight back using the same shenanigans that the United States is trying to use for the U.S. legal system. They take Georgia to court, a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And guess what? The Cherokee Nation won. Like, there was no way around the fact that they had ironclad rights to this land, signed and sealed. The highest court in the country just ruled that the states could not impose on tribal sovereignty. But, as we all learned in government class, a rule from the judicial branch only works if the executive branch enforces it. Oh, and who's in charge of the executive branch? Oh, this guy. The guy who wrote a letter to his wife during the War of 1812 from the battlefield saying that he had successfully slaughtered 170 Native Americans in, quote, an elegant style. Oh, and the guy who's on our $20 bill. Yeah, him. Andrew Jackson thought that negotiating treaties with the people who were living here was a ridiculous notion. So he looks at the Supreme Court ruling that validates the Cherokee's right to their land, and he literally responds in the snarkiest way possible, saying, the Chief Justice, John Marshall, has, quote, made his decision, now let him enforce it. No, he's not going to enforce it. Jackson had a different plan. It came in the form of a new law that pushed through both houses of Congress. His whole worldview towards First Americans embodied a piece of American legislation, the Indian Removal Act of 1830. This law used taxpayer money to get tribes out of the United States and to relocate them to an uninhabitable place that surely no American settler will ever end up. This became their dumping ground, and it came with a promise. Move here and they will never visit you again. And what's crazy to me is that even after all of the shenanigans, all the facades, they continued to play this charade, saying that the nation of Indians may choose to exchange their land where they now reside. The law says that the government had to negotiate these treaties fairly, voluntarily, peacefully, and that the government would, quote, forever secure and guarantee them their new land, and that they wouldn't break any of the pre-existing agreements that they had made in previous treaties. But no, this was just more pretending. A paper trail of pretend humanity. Just as Andrew Jackson had ignored the Supreme Court ruling, he had no intention of following the law that he helped create. But he kept up the rules. More documents, more signatures, more paper that made these civilized, justice-minded people feel like they weren't orchestrating a mass ethnic cleansing sanctioned by the government and paid for by taxes, but they were. So this law is implemented, and the United States government, military, and even private companies start to ramp up their full efforts of First Americans. They focus in on these 5 tribes who were sitting atop the land that they wanted for their continent. More bribes, more pretend negotiations. Push came to shove, more threats of violence. The Cherokee eventually signed a treaty agreeing to sell their last portion of land, and they moved west out to the little rectangle of land that had been allocated to them by the government on maps. The only problem was that the leader who signed the treaty on behalf of the Cherokee people was not actually the real leader. They had no authority to make this decision. The Cherokee chief furiously protested this, but the U.S. didn't care. They had their signature from someone, and their eyes, all was justified. Between 1831 and 1838, nearly every member from the 5 tribes was expelled from the land. 100,000 people, whose home this was, now forced to walk by foot for more than 1,000 miles through brutal weather and terrain towards a little box on the map, a place they had never been before. The Cherokee would eventually call this journey the Trail of Pride, or the Trail of Tears. Some tried to fight back against their oppressors, and others stood their ground until they were forcibly bound in chains by the U.S. government and herded west at gunpoint. Their land was vacant, and cotton farmers with their slaves moved in, and the economy grew. We'll never know how many people died during this, how many lives were really destroyed. Some people say 3,000, other estimates say 15,000. But you don't need those numbers to see how destructive this was. It was systematic, it was documented, and it was enshrined in law. We have the paper trail of all of it, showing the receipts, the payments, the treaties, the bureaucracy involved. It's like a bunch of spreadsheets from the 1800s. American settlers, in an effort to be different from the old world empires they fled, ended up carrying out the first state-sponsored methods. There's a reason why Hitler, 100 years later, references this exact event, this process, when he was carrying out his own ethnic cleansing. He said that the Volga, which is a river in Russia, would be, quote, our Mississippi. He said that Europe, not America, would be the land of unlimited possibilities. The story of what happened to many nations with the first Americans doesn't end here. In fact, this is kind of the beginning. We're going to make a second part to this video, and in that part 2, I want to show you what happens next once these tribes arrive to their little rectangle on the map in 1803, a place where these tribes were forced out, dumped, and left to build a new life, and how they once again tried to fight back using legal frameworks that had pushed them out, and all of that led to the establishment of one state in our country that could have looked a lot different. Hey, thanks for watching this video. I need to tell you about something. We have a poster. Finally have a poster I've been treating about this poster for a very long time. All maps are wrong. They are. This poster shows dozens of map projections, all the weird quirky shapes that people try to map sphere, which is what our globe is, onto a piece of paper, which is flat. It is available right now. You can go buy it and subscribe to this channel, but also and printed it on really nice paper. I spent a very long time nudging every one of these maps. I got help from some of my best friends and designers, like that can she made better. Anyway, fantastic thing, and so link in the description. We also have a big thing. A few thousand people are over there supporting us. So that's /JohnnyHarris. What else do we need to think about? Maybe things like LUTs and presets. We use LUTs to put our videos. If I don't put my LUT in this video, it's because to make this LUT so that it is and it's much better. So we do that also for presets and stuff. Those are available in the description. The startup that I founded a few years ago is still cruising along the right trip. Check that out. What else? There's a place in the story that you should the songs and dances about it's the story of what happened the story of all because of this place was a company which is why today it has the second highest of any state. This one's a random it's got to show you populations after spreadsheets and justice. That's what we're talking about. Something disturbing, which is I recently learned that my name and all of my personal details are on a people search list. It's just one of many sides of this massive shadow market of data brokers who collect loads of information about all of us and then sell it to companies so that they can market to us. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because it has to do with the sponsor of today's video. I'm very happy that a company exists. You sign up and you give them permission to go out on your behalf to take you off of these lists. We have privacy rights that entitle us to not be on these lists, but it's really complicated and bureaucratic to actually do it. And there are dozens and dozens of these lists. So instead, I've been signed up for so satisfying. It's a dashboard. It shows you all of the lists that they found you on. And then they show you the status of each one. Everything that you on this list. And then the best part is they show you the list that you have been successfully taken off of. If you want to try this out, just click the description. Visit company.com/JohnnyHarris. That link helps support this channel. But it also gets you in on a full refund within 30 days if you decide that your service is good. Thank you, Incognito, for helping me out and also for sponsoring today's video. Let's dive back into the story. Okay, so remember in part 1, we showed you how the U.S. government used bureaucracy and a particularly horrible law to shout over 150,000 to mock their rights. In the process of keeping this nation profitable and promise that they would live in peace, to build their lives, and live in their land. For the first 18 months,
territory gets divided again and again as the tribes are making regions one, which results in this map. Quite a bit. These nations have government closure to land. This one makes the big Indian. So they end up choosing really hard over the east, the Americans had now convinced themselves that it was their literal destiny to keep spreading west. And as they're doing so, they stumble upon this rectangle. This rectangle they thought they would never reach. But no, they're not allowed to settle for it. It's now on trees. Okay, but wait, here in the center of this map, you see this section is unassigned land. But settle here. If I settle, show up. Settle. Soon these imperial squatters are forming a society that's right in the heart of the territory that the U.S. government is promising to first leaders. Oh, and by the way, we can set right now. Maps from this place to show this it's making sense. They call no man's land. Anyway, someday I'll come back. We're talking about it's out that this place is the federal government is hesitant, like to promise these people this land. Like, let's just back off. The squatters come and clamor and sue even more settlers. Finally, the government was like, fine, move in and settle in this wonderful section of unassigned land in the middle of the country. But it's going to be first come, first served, and so we'll make it a race. Yes, a race. This is the starting line. It's a gunshot, and 50,000 settlers in armored wagons dashed forth to claim some of these instead beginning to property they're hearing about unassigned lands. So they kind of start to use the government. So they draw this line. That's the saving all of this and to become so the territory now is just this land by the civilized tribes. With all the tribes that have been now once again, here come the maps and the documents and all the stuff that basically makes a lot of these maps have squares on it. All of these squares checkerboard shows what the concept of land use and property tribes by is considered backwards in that civilized European view. You're not using the land correctly, so you need a system of fields and plots and land titles to get the most out of this. This process of drawing a bunch of squares on the land that we've been promised to natives is called allotment. Taking tribal territories like this and drawing a bunch of straight lines and making it massive. And then you can find out where native families were living and allow them to stay there. And here come more of those weird races, each bringing in floods of settlers into this land that had been promised by dream to settlers. And look, it's not now it's
A lot. This real estate Indian land for sale. Get a hold of your home. Possession in 30 days. And look, they're advertising that in 1911 that they have 350,000 acres of it for sale. There is so much land up for grabs. It's the same thing. That's the 5 tribes are still technically safe from the powers of population. But these sovereigns, all of the promises never actually made agreements, and they were right to assume monopolies and said that all tribal governments, tribal groups, were being abolished. It was last determined by God, the 5 tribes had devised a plan to salvage some shred of their sovereignty. This was a time when the states and these states were populated. These tribes wanted to come together and make a stand around this was the called states. And so the year before all the tribal governments were tribes were constitution. Hundreds of sections and watched the government. Right, regulations, tax policy, and by the end of it, separated and honestly, if you look at this downside, it's different from the population to the economy to education and taxable wealth. They deserve to be scaled. But then they have so much harm. The picture from is the age of self natural. By the fact that Constitution is separate. And they both lost the Age Foundation Association. These people have been boxed out. And now they were appealing to the values of these Europeans who were taking the land, using their language and their legal tools to make the case for their story. Okay, so now with the well-formulated constitution, their solid proposal that maps all of it in the end, tribal leaders are ready to lobby for its and post it.
Whether you're a slumlord or not, supporting the buildings are doing a decent job. No public support for very little old buildings. Population is liberal and closely to blended with
First, just as a it's all been ready to time. We say now that's a tool something that kind of do something about it, especially it's also about resources. Sequoia and oil are taking
you're going to see fewer housing units, successful ones, with governmental help, highly grants from the government, grants from private foundations, and tax benefits from the government. Put all that together, and you got a program. Problem is, not enough. And LA Sports Government still know about the reliable sources. The executive director
is a place where
so there is a story about the LA Times
what the songs and dances about. And the story of what happened in the world. The story Christmas, all because of this. This place was a dumping ground for people that needed this money, which is why today it's the second place in membership fees of any city. It was once a random rectangle, and it's used to ship data calculations after they were built. That meant so powerful. Spreadsheets and justice. That's the story we're talking about. The next part is how these folks work with state. Finding things that capitalists to return one last shred of sovereignty. And before we go on, I'll tell you something disturbing, kind of, which is I recently learned that my name and all of my personal details are on a people search list. It's just one of many sides of this massive shadowy market of data brokers who collect loads of information about all of us and then sell it to companies so that they can market to us. The reason I'm telling you all this is because it has to do with the sponsor of today's video. I'm very happy that you follow business. You sign up and you give them permission to go out on your behalf to take you off of these lists. We have privacy rights that entitle us to not be on these lists, but it's really complicated and bureaucratic to actually do. And there are dozens and dozens of these lists. So instead, Incognito does it for you. I've been signed up for Incognito. It is so satisfying. It's a dashboard that shows you all of the lists that they found you on. And then they show you the status of each one, the efforts that they're taking to get you off this list. And then the best part is they show you the list that you've been successfully taken off of. If you want to try this out, just go to my description. It's incognito.com/JohnnyHarris. That can help support this channel. It also puts you in on a full refund within 30 days if you decide that the service is good. Thank you, Incognito, for helping me out here and also for sponsoring today's video. Let's dive back into the story. Okay, so remember I wanted to show you how the US government used bureaucracy in a particularly terrible plot to push out over 130,000 which brought us to the in the process of keeping these nations off their way, the US government promised that they would leave them alone, that they would live in peace, to build their lives, rebuild their way. But forcefully to the end, the territory gets divided again and again as they try to find which results in this snap. And reminding them that each of these nations have their government in this one place labeled India. So the end of the year really looking hard Americans have now convinced themselves that it was their real destiny to keep spreading west. And as they're doing so, they stumble upon this rectangle. This rectangle they thought they would never reach, but no, not allowed to settle here. It's out okay, but wait, here in the center of this map, you see this section. Oh, unassigned land. What's civil here? If I settle, show up to this flat area. Soon these imperial squatters are forming a society organized right in the heart of the territory that the US government promising to first. Oh, and by the way, should be this other way now. Maps are always constantly show this group and governments making sense. Called nomads land. Pretty much criminals are living there because there's a law. Anyway, so there we go. We're talking about India. Turns out that this place is legal. The federal government is kind of hesitant, like, we promise these people this land, and let's just back off. Squatters and clan and so there's a risk of freedom and life. Even more setbacks. And finally, the government was like, fine, you can move in and settle in this one little section of unassigned land in the middle of the east. But it's going to be first come, first served, and so we'll make it a race. Yes, a race. This is a starting line, gunshot, and 50,000 settlers from the land in armed wagons dashed forth to flames on a list of ancient propaganda. The title is set up shop. So they kind of start doing it, so the government has to do it. So in 1890, they draw this line. It cuts it into leaving all of this as long as the territory now just its land for 5 separate tribes. All the tribes that were now once again, here come the maps and the documents and all this stuff that basically a lot of these maps have squares on them, like a squares. Checkers. Both the square and checkerboard shows how to the concept of communal land use not using the land. So, lots of land titles to get the most out of this land. This process of drawing a bunch of squares on the land that would only be promised to natives is called allotment. And then taking territory like this and drawing a bunch of straight lines to make it massive. And then they would find out where native families were living and allow them to stay there. Anything else? And here come more of those weird races from each rooted in floods of settlers into this land that had been promised by Truman to settlers. And look, he's actually full of owls. The garage is a lot. This means that Indian land for sale. Get a hold of your possession in 30 days. And look, they're advertising that in 1911, there were 350,000 acres. There is so much land up for grabs. The 5 tribes were still kept safe from all this water. But they saw what's going to all of those promises never actually kept the agreement with this one that they were right to modernize. That all trade governments tribal courts last check to find out 5 tribes devised a plan to salvage some shred of their sovereignty.
And the first couple of days that it opened, I went on next. This is a time over the next few weeks, we have to do stories to states. And
these tribes were very homeless to make a state of their own. This was the concept. And so the year before October, tribes Right? So regulations, tax policy, and by the end of it, it was 35,000 and then second section, it was unanimously wrapped up, and it had a vote for and honestly, if you read this document, it's kind of a story. From the population to the economy to education and taxable wealth, they deserve to be stable. But then they have by the fact that we constitute separate these people have been boxed out time and time again. And now you're looking into the values of these Europeans who are taking the land, using their language, their legal tools to make the case for themselves. Okay, so now with the well-formulated constitution, their solid proposal that maps all of its land, tribal leaders, ready to rock the boots.
We're going to the board,
Conversation.
and we're saying it's all about faith. That's all it is. It's all about faith. So either we do budget cuts, don't spend the money on maintenance, purchasing new cars,
First, just
and be courteous to them.
majority of the time.
Because the release from there is a contract with the food agencies and just all of them.
It's also about resources. Koya had to deal with farming.
And the word these vets, so they carry around the walking talk.
But in addition to this,
And just
any
by
white
they
farm,
see it home, they're going to see the whole line in with big, think about how long they want to see someone doing
going to be a state.
very lovely
Indeed, 2 years later,
and keep the thing back. And that is the
all of
program
this
that
land
happens
that was going to be swallowed and seized.
And so,
But of course, they wouldn't throw away all the work and into the zero waste constitution, so they just sort of make themselves the open.
we represent the rest of the party.
The city was,
The city was, it's still a change
so this political proposal, and they reserved one small So just as a quick recap, time-wise, the whole thing. Remember that first Americans lived here for thousands of years, waiting for work to be around all of this to be driven out and dumped into this rectangle, and then eventually cut in half, and then gridded up square by square, to then be further reduced to today are 49 Now listen, this is important. The same process happened all over the country. Africans were boxed out by two This is a map from 2020.
And so the 4 years later, that's 26,000 pounds. And the transit system was great. And the traffic
and that those trees had been broken by the U.S. government, just all of them. And thus, all of this land that was set aside for tribes was in fact still tribal land. So what does that mean? The map shows these borders but if nothing else, it's justice. And offering national value process was all pretend. It was a sterilized version of massive capitalism. So you have many people who just can't afford it. Because the very way that I have told this story is how government policies successfully constantly thousands of relationships to this day, all drawn into boxes, the perfect place to so this topic is way bigger than I could ever do in this video, and I've struggled with it for a lot of years. And my friends at Boxing to do a series on reservations and First Amendment, and it just felt too complicated to dive into, and I've been shortening that. So this video of my intent is to broach this history, try to understand it, try to be sensitive to it, while also aware of how little do in a short video like this. So if you have other stories that you can told on this, let me know. I just want to tell you about a few things. One, something I'm really excited about is that we have a giant map poster that I designed with help from this team, and it is a poster of all of the map projections that have been dozens of them, with a little disclaimer on why all maps are wrong, just so go check it out. It is a way you can support our channel while also having a cool poster about maps. Another way you can support around here is the newsroom. The newsroom is our Patreon. It just sounds way cooler to call it the newsroom. It's called the newsroom. It is a place where you can go and support us while also getting a couple of just like an extra video every month. Just behind the scenes of how we do what we do here. With a big team of people, very talented, fun, interesting, funny people that appear in the behind the scenes vlog that publishes to newsroom members. You get access to royalty free music from Fox, and you get the warm, fuzzy feeling in your belly that you are supporting anything. So go check that out. It's patreon.com/TRILLIONAIRE. Also, I started a company a few years ago called Bright Trip. We do smart travel education, brighttrip.com. We have lots of presets that help color our videos and photos. It's all the things we use today. So thank you all for being here and for ongoing support, comments, and it is a conversation that we are in all of the communities. Read your comments, your support, your generosity. We'll see you in the next one. There is a cluster of 7,000 islands that looks like one of the most beautiful places on Earth. People have been living here for over 30,000 years, traveling between these islands, trading with each other and with the region, developing religion, identity, culture. It eventually became a country called Mai. And while all of these advancements were happening here on these islands, another group of humans had been evolving in another part of the world, over here in Europe. But this other group had a different culture, a different religion. Many of their advancements were achieved through expansion, not collaboration. And their religion thrived when they stomped out others. They wanted to conquer. These islands, these people, this culture would soon be swallowed, stripped of what made them them. And soon their name would be changed, after the name of the king of their conquerors. This isn't a story just about a big, powerful military taking over new lands. We know that story pretty well. The story of these people offers a new perspective to anyone who will listen. It's a perspective that has been wiped from our history books because of the inherent discomfort and tension with this fact that the United States, once a colony that heroically threw off an empire to become independent, soon became an empire itself. It contradicts our founding belief that it is, quote, self-evident that all men are created equal. And this story isn't just a history. That empire still exists today, with colonial possessions and subjects. It's all wrapped up in the story of these 7,000 islands and their people. So, I want to tell you the story of how the U.S. stole the Philippines.
There are still American citizens today who do not have equal voting rights. These are citizens of Americans' island territory.
The U.S. Constitution grants citizenship to everyone born on U.S. soil except its one jurisdiction.
Quick pause. I want to tell you about something that is important to me and happens to also be the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and it has changed my life. For many years, I didn't think therapy was for me. I thought it was for everyone else, and so I sort of avoided it. But when I finally started going last year, I really started to realize that there's so much that I could be working on day in and day out that could dramatically reshape how I think about the world and ultimately make me more happy. BetterHelp is a platform that is trying to make therapy more accessible to people. It's a virtual platform, so you have access not just to the therapists that are in your town, but to a huge network of like 15,000 therapists, so you can find the right fit for you. Finding the right therapist is sometimes difficult, and with BetterHelp, you can, for free, switch to a new therapist as many times as you need to until you find the right fit. Your therapist is in touch with you, you can message them right in the app throughout the week, meeting, and it is an affordable and approachable way to get in on therapy whenever you want. And BetterHelp is available worldwide. Anywhere in the world that you are that has an internet connection, you can get in on counseling. This isn't a crisis line. This is a professional counseling and therapy by certified professional therapists. Therapy can be expensive, and with BetterHelp, it is more affordable than traditional therapy, and they even offer financial aid when needed. So they really are trying to make this more accessible, which is something I deeply believe in. I think that in our culture, we don't value therapy enough, and we really should, because of all this kind of stuff we can work on. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel, for sponsoring this video. There's a link in my description. It is betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. Going to that link will give you 10% off your first month with BetterHelp if you want to get started today. So let's get back to the video. This video could be called How Spain Stole the Philippines, since Spain was the first nation to conquer and control these islands like 500 years ago. Actually, exactly 500 years ago. And indeed, Spain left a very deep influence on these islands, not least the name itself, which is named after King Philip. Spain brought their religion, their language, their culture, which is why the most common last names in the Philippines are like Reyes, or Del Rosario, De La Cruz, De Los Santos. But the heyday of the Spanish Empire came and went, and by the 1800s, it was kind of crumbling. But it was the arrival of a new superpower that I believe had a bigger impact, not just on the Philippines, but on the U.S. itself. It established rules and behaviors that we still grapple with today, and that's why this is the story of the U.S. stole the Philippines. So let's go.
The of the almost 400 years of Spanish rule over the Philippines. But even more striking is the more recent influence of the United States.
It's the end of the 1800s. Up until now, U.S. expansion sort of looks like this. It's all happening on this mainland. And at this point, there sort of became a big debate of like, do we keep going? Some people wanted to keep expanding the U.S. outside of this mainland. The president at the time wasn't a big expansion guy, but he was surrounded by people who loved war, specifically this guy. And these people who surrounded the president had their eye on this Spanish colony, right off the American coast called Cuba, where the locals were rising up against Spain.
Wait a minute, isn't this a video about the Philippines? Why are we talking about Cuba? We'll get in there in just a second, okay? So anyway, Cuba. Americans didn't want to go to war with Cuba. They're like, we don't need more war. But thanks to the explosion of an American submarine in Cuba, which was probably an accident, and thanks to some highly unethical journalism that blamed the explosion on Spain, and a big thanks to, again, this guy, Teddy Roosevelt, who at this point was just a peon. He was literally the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But he somehow cajoled his boss's boss, the President of the United States, to go to war in Cuba to, like, liberate the Cubans from Spain. So the U.S. declared war on Spain in 1898. But this begins a new era of war in the United States. No longer can you just go into war and just, like, take over land. You need an angle. You need to sell the war to the American people. So the angle on this war was liberation, liberating the people.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
No, that's later. We're talking about 1898. But yes, the whole idea of selling war to the American public didn't really go away after this. Why did the U.S. go to war in Iraq? So anyway, the U.S. is now at war with Spain, which is an empire that is deeply in decline, as I mentioned. It's not going to be hard to win. But soon, it's not just Cuba. The U.S., really meaning Teddy Roosevelt, who again is just an Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He's like not a big decision maker. He somehow maneuvers the situation to say, like, let's liberate next door Puerto Rico. And while we're at it, let's go into the Pacific and liberate Guam and the Philippines from Spain as well. Teddy didn't even ask his boss to do this. He literally sent off a cable to the Navy commander in Asia that was like, George Dewey, go attack the Philippines where Spain is. That is what your mandate is. And George Dewey's like, okay, I'm being told to go to war with Spain and the Philippines. Teddy was sort of the mind, like, better to ask forgiveness than permission. Anyway, and now because of Teddy Roosevelt, who we literally named the teddy bear after, side note, we're at war not in the Caribbean only, but also in the Pacific. The U.S. arrives to the Philippines and sees that the locals had already been fighting against the Spanish for like years. The Spanish were weak and were totally declining. So it's like the top of the ninth inning, or like the fourth quarter of the Spanish in the Philippines. And the U.S. shows up and is like, let us liberate you. And the Philippines were like, well, we've sort of already been fighting this bloody war for years against the Spanish. So yeah, I guess the United States, if you want to come help us deal the final blow to Spain, like, sweet. So George Dewey, this Navy commander, and his fleet show up to Manila. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., people are like, wait, we're just supposed to invade Cuba? What are we doing in the Philippines now? And the U.S. government's like, because the Philippines is a perfect hub for commercial opportunities in Asia, and we think that if we don't take it, Japan or Germany might take it, which would clearly diminish our geostrategic advantage in the Pacific. No, they didn't say that. They said, we want you to liberate the people of the Philippines.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
So the Spanish see the U.S. arrive to the Philippines and they're like, great, we're done. So the Spanish military commanders asked to meet with the U.S. military commanders. They meet in secret, and Spain's like, listen, I know we're losing, but we really want to save some face here. We don't want it to look like we lost to the Filipino revolutionaries. And I'm not kidding. The Spanish commander literally said that he would, quote, be willing to surrender to white people, but not to the Filipinos. So the U.S. commander's like, okay, there's an opportunity here. We said we were to liberate the Filipinos, but we haven't promised anything yet. So we would much rather it look like the U.S. defeated Spain instead of helped the Filipinos defeat Spain. Much better for our brand, said the United States. So together, the United States and Spanish militaries organized a fake battle in which the U.S. would fight the Spanish in Manila, and the Spanish would intentionally lose. And the climax of this whole theatrical battle, according to the plan, was that at the end, the U.S. would storm towards the inner walled city of Manila, the last stronghold of where the Spanish are. Oh, and the key detail in this whole plan, they would not let the Filipino fighters, the ones that had been doing all the actual fighting against the Spanish, join them as they stormed towards the walled city to deal the final blows to the Spanish Empire. And this would mean that the Filipinos technically didn't gain their independence. It was actually the U.S. conquered the Spanish, and then the Spanish were like, oh, can you give us $20 million for our troubles? And the U.S. was like, yeah, sure. So now the U.S. wins the war, and they
claim sovereignty over the Philippines. So yeah, this happened. They did the fake battle, they won the war. Instead of liberating the Filipinos, they just said, hey, we're your new colonizers. Psych. Meanwhile, back in the United States, they got to keep up this white savior liberation narrative that they created to justify going to war with Spain. So you see a lot more theatrical PR by the government. They staged this giant military parade in New York City, where this military commander who did the fake war, George Dewey, marches down. They called it Dewey Day. It was like a 2-day parade in New York City. They created a big military arch for him. He became like a military hero for having liberated all these people from the Spanish. And then you start to see these crazy advertisements, like this soap advertisement that has George Dewey, the commander, washing his hands with the caption, quote, the first step towards lightening the white man's burden is through teaching the virtues of cleanliness. And on the side, you have soap being offloaded in the Philippines and being given to the locals. The U.S. had to frame this not as conquest, but as the honorable duty of the U.S. to civilize these people, or, in the words of the soap ad, quote, to brighten the dark corners of the earth. Jeez, this is insane, and was not that long ago. Okay, so this is where things really heat up. It's 1900 now. Spain loses the war, obviously, and the U.S. now owns Puerto Rico, Guam, and they claim the Philippines. But the local Filipinos who've been fighting for their freedom for years are like, no. You just waltzed in here on our rebellion and conspired with the Spanish to make it look like you were liberating us. No, this is our country. We don't need another colonizer. And this is where things really heat up. The Filipinos start fighting again for their independence, but this time against the United States. It is a pretty horrible, bloody war, one that I never learned about in school. It includes massacres of men, women, and children by the United States, and hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. But the U.S. eventually won. They established a government in the Philippines. Back in the U.S., the appetite for expansion continued to go down, and people sort of just forgot about the Philippines. They forgot that there was a war there. One newspaper summed it up by saying, Americans didn't know if the Philippines were islands or canned fruit. But the fact remained that the U.S. went to war and now owned the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam. So this begged a very important question, one that hadn't been asked before, which is all of this land America? Are these people Americans? This was a huge question, and the answer to that question affects how we see these territories still today. Okay, so a few years after these wars, there's a guy in New York City who's importing oranges from one of these territories, Puerto Rico, and he's paying tariffs on these imports because, that's what you do, importing oranges from another country. This guy was like, didn't we conquer Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines? Isn't that America? The Constitution says that you can put tariffs on stuff coming from other parts of the U.S. Like New Jersey can put tariffs on avocados from California. So he sued, and his case and a bunch of others like it made it to the Supreme Court. So now the Supreme Court must decide, is this land where we just won a war, is this America? Are these Americans? If they are, do they get all the same rights as other Americans? Do they get to vote? Do they get to participate in the U.S. economy without tariffs, like any other state does? And honestly, this isn't a question about oranges and tariffs. The real question at stake here is America the land of the free, where all are created equal, or are we an empire? No different than any other empire that scoops up colonial possessions in war and rules the people, usually black and brown, as subjects, not fully a part of the country. That was the question that was at stake. And in this series of cases in the early 1900s, the Supreme Court decided that America was the latter. It is the latter. They created a new category of land called unincorporated territories, where the people don't have any representation in the democracy, but where Congress can create laws on their own, particularly laws dealing with revenue. which would not be allowed by the Constitution for states within the Union. Wouldn't create revenue laws, stuff that's totally unconstitutional for other parts of our country. In other words, unincorporated territories are land we control and exploit for revenue, but whose people don't get to vote and don't get the right to trial by jury. So yeah, the Philippines, in addition to Puerto Rico and Guam, remain unincorporated territories, a place that the U.S. can kind of just ignore without a lot of consequence. They weren't important enough or strategic enough to be considered to become states like Hawaii or Alaska, so they sort of faded from American consciousness. Like, this is why we never heard about this in school. Like, it didn't make it into the history books in any salient way. And how far the Philippines had faded from people's minds became very clear in December of 1941, during World War II. The U.S. had owned the Philippines for like 40 years, when a fleet of Japanese bombers flew across the Pacific and bombed an American naval base in Hawaii. But what we don't really remember is on that day, Japan bombed Guam and the Philippines, two American territories, as well as several other American and British territories.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Here's the draft of this speech. This is the original draft that FDR spent the day marking up before he gave it. Zoom in a little bit, and you'll see on this draft that it mentioned the Philippines originally. But FDR crossed it out. He crossed out the mention of Manila. Yes, the Philippines was on some map somewhere. Yes, we technically owned it. But the people really didn't want to hear about it because these people weren't Americans. The Supreme Court had decided that. They weren't going to become states anytime soon. So why mention them? After that day, Japan actually full-on invaded the Philippines. They didn't do that to Hawaii, but they did to the Philippines until the end of the war, at which point the Philippines were finally granted independence in 1946. Fast forward to today, and this "we own you, but you're not really Americans" precedent established by the Supreme Court still applies to 4 million people who live in unincorporated territories. Or let's just call it a spade. Let's call it what they are. These are colonial possessions. The people who live here don't experience the full rule of law. They don't get trial by jury. They don't have full representation in our democracy. And they don't get to vote for the president. This is why when a hurricane hits Puerto Rico, the government response is not nearly what it should be. The way Trump talked about Puerto Rico as almost another country, as not a part of us, mirrors exactly how the Supreme Court talked about these unincorporated territories. They're for revenue, not to compete with American funds. We conquered these places, but we didn't want to bring the people fully into the American project. We left them out. And there they remain today. There's this one lake in Central America that if you look closely enough, you're going to see the tops of trees in the lake. And these are not islands. These are hilltops. This all used to be a dense jungle, not a lake. But then they built dams and all sorts of infrastructure to flood this forest, all in the name of solving a century-old puzzle, which was, how do we make it faster and easier to travel between here and here, even in spite of the fact that you have two massive continents blocking any waterway. But there was hope. If you look down here at this one thin stretch of land, here it's only 80 kilometers across, and it looks so easy to just cut a waterway into it. No. Turns out that puzzle was not easy. This little 80-kilometer strip of land proved to be really hard to cut through. But as long as international trade continued to grow, there continued to be great powers looking for new waterways to shorten their routes and to increase their power. For whoever controls the water has the power. And these great powers always focused on this narrow stretch of land, from the Spanish in the 13th century to the Scottish in the 15th. But then the most earnest and serious attempt was in 1880, when this guy, a French engineer, Ferdinand de Lesseps, shows up and is like, hey, I got this. He had just completed another big world-changing canal over here. He was feeling very confident, and he's like, yep, I'm your guy. Let's build another canal. It'll be easy. We'll just dig down to sea level and reroute the river like we did in Egypt to the Suez Canal, and it'll be great, and I'll be famous. But listen, de Lesseps, Egypt is a flat desert, and Panama is not. These mountains that you want to dig through are well above sea level. So if you want to dig down to sea level to make a flat canal, it's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, another French engineer comes to de Lesseps, and he's like, dude, this isn't going to work. It's way too much digging. Instead of bringing the mountains down to sea level, what you need to do is bring the sea up to the mountains. And in a moment of collaborative creativity, de Lesseps admits that he was wrong and begins construction based on the new plans. And then he promotes this guy as the head of engineering and says, great idea. No, de Lesseps was like, bring the ocean up to the mountains? That sounds stupid. Screw you. I'm the famous one. The canal is going to be at sea level, just like we did with the Suez Canal. So the French start digging. Well, actually, it wasn't the French. It's a ton of poorly paid migrant workers who were doing the digging, hacking away at the jungle with machetes and then digging by hand with pickaxes in sweltering heat, knee-deep in city water, which is heaven for, you guessed it, disease-infested mosquitoes, which is terrible news. But luckily, de Lesseps, the engineer, was always there in the trenches with his workers, wielding a pickaxe alongside his people. Yeah, no, of course he wasn't. He was just hanging out in France, only visiting Panama twice over the course of 7 years to just like check in on the project. And what he realized when he showed up 7 years into this digging is that things were going horribly. People were dying like 40 or 50 a day. All in all, 20,000 workers died trying to dig this canal. Thousands died from disease and accidents that we'll never know the names. And it's not just that people are dying, it's that the digging isn't working either. They would do a bunch of digging one day, and then the next day the rain would bring in all of the mud that they just dug back into the canal. So de Lesseps shows up, realizes this is happening, is like, this is not working. Is there another way to dig this canal? And he has a flashback to 7 years earlier. Bring the sea up to the mountains. And he's like, oh yeah, that was actually a really good idea. My bad. We actually are going to do that other plan instead. But no, it was too late. The investors were done. They had lost way too much money. 20,000 people were dead. Malaria and yellow fever were rampant. This was a failed project. So the company that owned all of this work had to abandon it. Leave it unfinished in 1889. Everyone gave up and left, except for one of the top engineers on the project, this guy. I'm just going to call him Philippe, because after researching him for many days, I now feel like I'm on a first-name basis with him. And by the way, he becomes a giant part of this story, starting now. So Philippe was this French engineer and businessman, and he was obsessed with the canal. He also had a huge financial stake in the project, and where some investors would say, darn, too bad, we invested in a bad bet, let's move on. Philippe was like, no, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that this is not a failure. And what happens next is one of the most insane things I have ever researched in my entire life. So buckle up. Okay, so let's get some context really quick. It's like 1900 at this point. The U.S. is really starting to like get a handle on this whole imperialism thing that they've been doing. They just fabricated a war with Spain, which led them to conquer the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico. They just overthrown Hawaii's government. They annexed Wake Island and American Samoa. They're like, dude, this overseas empire thing is kind of working out for us. The president at the time was Teddy Roosevelt, who we've seen in previous episodes. And Teddy is looking around this region that the U.S. is increasingly taking over. And he sees an opportunity to dramatically increase the naval power of the United States. They could just unite the Atlantic and the Pacific. It's time to build a canal, says Teddy. So of course they looked somewhere in Central America. And the original plan that the U.S. wanted to pursue was to build a canal not in Panama, but here in Nicaragua. It wasn't the shortest stretch of land in this area, but there was a huge lake here which would cut down on the digging, and it just made a lot of sense. So they started doing surveys and making plans to build a canal in Nicaragua. Meanwhile, Philippe, the Frenchman, is still down here at his failed project, and he's seeing the U.S. become interested in the canal. And he's like, this is my moment of vindication. So he goes to the U.S. campus and he's like, hey guys, I know you're looking at Nicaragua, you've been doing all this site planning and surveys and stuff, but guess what? Right next to this proposed site for your canal, there are volcanoes, big, scary, belching volcanoes, and one of them just erupted around here, sort of next to your site. Nicaragua even had a postage stamp that featured one of these nearby volcanoes erupting. So the Frenchman goes around to the U.S. senators and distributes this postage stamp and says, look, scary volcanoes in Nicaragua, don't build your canal here or they'll be destroyed by lava or something. And guess what? The U.S. Senate got cold feet about their Nicaragua canal plan, and they're like, we're not going to do this anymore. Let's find another place to build it. And Philippe is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just worked. Stamps with volcanoes. He's like all giddy, and he's like, I wonder where there would be a good place to build a canal. Oh, wait a minute. Why not Panama? We, the French, already did a ton of work to get you started. I think you just pick up where we left off. We'll sell you all of our gear, all of our stuff. It'll be a great deal. And the U.S. is like, but isn't Panama a part of Colombia? And yes, indeed, at the time, Panama was actually a part of Colombia. It was not an independent country. So the United States Congress is like, okay, listen, we will buy you out of your canal project that you clearly failed on, but we will only do it if we can get approval from Colombia, who literally owns this land. And Philippe was secretly like, there's no way that Colombia is going to go for this. We're going to reject the plan, and then the U.S. is going to back out, and I'm going to lose all my money, and I have to make this happen. Philippe was very serious about this canal. So this is where Philippe starts to get really conniving, to pull out all the stops to get the canal built. So he goes to the people who live in the region of Colombia called Panama, and he says, hey guys, I know you've sort of been wanting to be independent from Colombia for a long time. Bogota is so far away, they don't care about you. You could be your own country. What if I, a French engineer, could guarantee your independence without a bloody war? Just leave the details to me. Make me your ambassador, and I will make this happen. And the Panamanians are like, but dude, you're French. He's like, yeah, but you're Colombian. So why don't we team up in the name of creating Panama, a new country? And they were like, okay, fine, Philippe, you're our representative, our ambassador now. Just give us the signal when we should rise up for our independence. But you promise to make sure that Colombia is not going to come in and quell our uprising. And Philippe's like, yeah, I'll take care of it.
Okay, before we keep going with the story, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Policy Genius. About a month ago, I signed up for life insurance, something I knew nothing about for a very long time until I didn't really realize that you're a responsible adult and you probably have life insurance. It's something that's not fun to think about, but it's absolutely something that feels good to have once you have it. Policy Genius is very simple. It's 3 minutes to sign up, and it makes it easy to compare quotes from over a dozen top insurers all in one place. You can save 50% or more on life insurance by comparing quotes with Policy Genius. You could have life insurance in less than a week. That's happened to me. I didn't even have to go to like a doctor's office. One of the options was to just do a medical exam over the phone. And I was like, yes, please. It was a simple phone call. The Policy Genius team took care of all the paperwork. They did all the complicated stuff that I have no time to do. And before you know it, I have a life insurance policy. So go to policygenius.com/JohnnyHarris where you can learn about different policies and which one fits your need. And then when you're ready to apply, the Policy Genius team handles everything on that. There's no extra fees. Policy Genius can sell your information, which is the thing Policy Genius for that. Overall, this is the best way to compare quotes for life insurance and to get the best deal that fits you. Again, I used this a month ago, and it really I sleep better on policy. So thank you, Policy Genius, for sponsoring these videos and for supporting my work and channel. That link will be in my description. Now let's get back to the video.
So Philippe is now the ambassador of the Panamanians, who are not a country yet, but he's still hoping that maybe the Colombians will approve the plan. Philippe sort of has this in his back pocket, this deal that he just made with the Panamanians. He doesn't know if he has to use it yet. But back to the Americans having to ask Colombia for approval to build the canal. Sure enough, they show up and Colombia's like, No, go home. You guys are way too aggressive around here lately. We're not interested. No canal. See you later. So the U.S. goes to Philippe and they say, sorry, bro, the deal is off. Colombia said no. We said we'd only do this if Colombia said yes. After all, Panama is a part of Colombia. And Philippe is like, wait, hold on, I have a plan for this. I've been talking to the Panamanians and they want to break away from Colombia and they made me their ambassador. I've even written them a new constitution and designed them a new flag. Wait, Philippe, are you a graphic designer? No, but I designed them a flag anyway. We can still make this canal thing happen. All I need you guys to do is show up with your navy to make sure that the Panamanians can rise up for independence without Colombia coming to shut it all down. And the U.S. Congress is like, dude, you're nuts. See you later. But out of nowhere, the president at the time shows up and is like, did somebody say stage a theatrical revolution to take over more land and increase American power? Teddy was back on the scene. Teddy loves this kind of stuff. He loves this sort of like backroom deals. Let's like not ask for permission. Let's ask for forgiveness. This is like Teddy Roosevelt's like sweet spot. So Philippe has all of his ducks in a row. He's got Teddy Roosevelt on his side. He had Panamanians who just gave him approval to be their ambassador. And he's like, let's do this. So in November 1903, Philippe gives the nod to the Panamanians to rise up, to take over and declare themselves independent. And at the same time, he signals to Teddy Roosevelt to send in their big gunboats to sit off the coast of Panama to block Colombia from sending in reinforcements to put down this revolution by the Panamanians. And so Colombia's like, oh, fine, take it. F you, America. You guys played real dirty there, okay? You know that? That was not cool. So just as Philippe orchestrated, Panama declares independence, and Philippe is the ambassador. The U.S. is the first to recognize them as a new country. And Teddy Roosevelt's like, that was thrilling. Now what, Philippe? So Philippe is like, let's make a deal, America. I'm the official representative of Panama now, as per my agreement with the Panamanians. So let's write a treaty on behalf of Panama. So he travels to the United States and starts working on a treaty between the United States and Panama that would give the USA rights and sovereignty over this strip of land to build a canal. I mean, this series of events is insane. France fails to build a canal, so one French dude, an engineer, tries to redeem the whole thing by convincing the U.S. to change the location of their canal, and then creates a revolution and convinces the U.S. to help back that revolution so that he, a Frenchman, can be the ambassador of the newly created country of Panama and make a deal with the U.S. Whoa, Philippe, he was like the one-man band lobbyist who somehow like finagled this whole situation. So Philippe and the Secretary of State of the United States dropped this treaty. Gives the U.S. total control over this strip of land for them to build their canal. No Panamanians were in the room when they drafted this treaty. They gave no approval of this. This treaty was between the U.S. and Panama, but really it was between the U.S. and Philippe, the French engineer. So now the U.S. military shows up to Panama to like claim this land that they now see as theirs. And the Panamanians are like, dude, WTF, what are you doing here? And the U.S. is like, oh, you signed a treaty with us, giving us all this land. And Panama's like, no, we didn't. And then they're like, oh, wait, Michael, Philippe, that's why he wanted to be our ambassador. I get it. Man, we got played by Philippe. And they totally did it. So now the U.S. is setting up shop in Panama to start digging their canal. The U.S. picked up right where the French left off, using effectively the same route that the French had dug during their 7 years of misery. And speaking of misery, the U.S. was able to learn from the French's mistakes. They started using railways to truck out all the dirt so that the mud wouldn't slide back into the canal. And they learned how to drain the puddles of water so that it wasn't like a haven for disease-infected mosquitoes. And most importantly, they didn't try the crackpot idea of trying to dig a canal all the way down to sea level. They went with the much better idea of digging the canal up high, 26 meters above sea level, and using clever engineering to get ships up to that level. Like I said that one French engineer, and de Lesseps was like, no one asked you, get out of here. So after 10 years of construction and a visit by Teddy Roosevelt, who staged this amazing photo shoot of him wearing a Panamanian hat, sitting on one of the machines, all to boost morale to get this project done. After all of that, the U.S. completed this dream of slicing a water route through this 80-kilometer stretch of land. Philippe, at this point, is back in France, probably exhausted from all of his scheming, but ultimately very pleased that he was able to pull it off. So the canal is done, and here's how it works. Remember that the land looks like this. We have the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans here at sea level, and then the interior of the land being about 26 meters above sea level. So first they built a dam on this river to create this giant lake so that they have loads of water to work with. That's why we see those trees sticking up from the water, or why these hilltops turn into islands. Then they built these brilliant inventions called locks. The boat enters here at sea level. They enter into this chamber where there is a gate that is holding the water from the high up lake back. It's locked. Once the boat is in this holding chamber, they let the water from higher up come down, making the boat flow up. It takes about 8 minutes for the boat to rise. Then they move into the next chamber, where they do this again and again, until by the end of it, the boat has been lifted up 26 meters above sea level. They then traverse the rest of this canal, going through the artificial lake and snaking through until they get to the other side, where now they need to get down to sea level. And they go through the same process, but in reverse. They finally make it down to sea level, and they can exit onto now a different ocean than when they started. It's honestly an engineering marvel, and it reshaped the global economic landscape, making it easier and safer to move goods and people around the world. And yeah, the U.S. was very serious about controlling this little strip of land, this choke point that they had built. If you look at a map from the early or mid-1900s, you're going to see that the Panama Canal Zone was always marked as a sovereign part of the U.S. Controlling a choke point like this gives you strong strategic advantage, and the U.S. knew that. The world would finally decide that big powers shouldn't actually be able to swoop in and take over whatever land they want.
The wind of change is blowing half a gale in the Panama Canal Zone. American Petroleum Zone has given another round of the British Triangle Canal Zone Treaty with the United States.
And the Panamanians in the 1960s finally had enough. And they're like, yeah, this land is actually ours. So in the 60s and 70s, the Panamanians rose up and protested against this U.S. occupation of the canal. And through a series of treaties, they finally got it back, officially on the last day of the millennium, December 31st, 1999. They signed the last treaty that returned sovereignty to Panama. And then Jimmy Carter gave a speech in Spanish. I mean, he tried really hard, but it doesn't matter. So today, the Panama Canal belongs to the Panamanians. It still uses the innovative technology from 100 years ago that allows this canal to be built 26 meters above sea level. But for all of the engineering innovation that's present here, to me, the more incredible part of this story is how this one Frenchman orchestrated all of this. He played all the geopolitical forces at the time just right. He used Panamanians' thirst for independence and the Americans' thirst for imperialism and ocean power, all to make his dream of this canal happen. Oh, and to secure his financial return on the project. What a wild story. Thanks for watching. So the big ship is not stuck anymore, which is kind of cool. There was this big cargo ship that was a quarter-mile long, and it was stuck in the Suez Canal. It created this huge traffic jam. They spent days trying to dig it out. It was costing like $400 million an hour for the global economy, and now it's not stuck. But I can't stop thinking about it, because this ship, and it being stuck for a few days, reminds us just what the global economy is and how important one little strip of water can be, both for the economy, but also for countries who want power. So, I gotta tell you an insane story about this canal. It was the 1960s, and the U.S. government was thinking about using 520 nuclear bombs to make a new canal for themselves right here, next to the Suez Canal. We're talking over 100 kilometers of a new canal to connect the Mediterranean to the Red Sea using nuclear bombs. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, it's so insane. Like, it's so insane. This was going to cost like $5 billion in today's terms. And the idea here was to create a strategically valuable alternate to the present-day Suez Canal. To understand why the U.S. would even consider blowing up 520 nukes in the Israeli desert, you have to understand this little strip of water and why it has been so vital to so many powerful countries over the years. First, let's look at a map. This is an amazing project from shipmap.org, where each dot represents a cargo ship, similar size to like the Empire State Building. Each of these ships is carrying around 1,000 containers. It's like 25,000 tons of stuff. These ships fuel our lifestyles. A good example is your iPhone, if you have one. Before you ever see your iPhone, there's an amazing journey that it goes on. Every individual part of your iPhone has its own little story. They're sourced from 43 different countries on all 6 continents. There's no way I could go into every single component, but let's just take one thing, the processor, the sort of brain of your iPhone. The processor starts as raw materials, tons of raw materials, like boron from Turkey, or copper from Chile, or tantalum from Rwanda, and way more that are mined in different countries and shipped to a factory in Taiwan, where it is manufactured, and then shipped to the Philippines to be tested and packaged, before it is then shipped to China to be integrated into your phone. And that is just for the little processor in your iPhone, not to mention the screen and the casing and the camera. Each one of these has components that are sourced from all around the world. They go through this complex journey to then be assembled and then get put back onto a shipping container to be shipped to your country where you can buy it. No matter how I put it, saying it's a complex global supply chain, there's no way we can even fathom just how big and massive these operations are. The amount of space, of ocean that these products pass through to eventually make it into our hands. And this is everything, my clothing, my computer, my camera equipment, everything around me passes through this system. To add another layer of weird complexity, the ships themselves, like the physical ships, are also mind-bendingly complex. So let's take the Ever Given, this ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal recently. This ship is chartered by a Taiwanese company. Okay, but it is registered in Panama. I talked about ship registration in a different video, by the way, and why ships want to be registered in different countries. Anyway, it is registered in Panama, chartered by a Taiwanese company. But the ship itself, the physical ship, is owned by a Japanese company, which is owned by a bigger conglomerate of ship builders. Oh, and the technical manager on board is actually a German guy, and the crew are a bunch of Indian nationals. I mean, this ship itself is just a symbol of how big and convoluted and multi-layered this huge global system is. Okay, so that's the global economy. Let's get back to the Suez Canal. Take a look at this canal for like 5 seconds and you realize that it's not natural, way too straight of lines. But back before it was built, if you wanted to get from Europe to Asia, you had to sort of do this. Back then, the British controlled this little port in South Africa, which gave them a very nice strategic advantage because everyone who was doing world trade or domination had to pass through them. The British were loving this monopoly over the trade route until like the mid-1800s, when the French went to the Egyptians and they said, hey, is there any way we could like dig out a canal right here on this land bridge that connects Africa with Asia? It's almost 200 kilometers long, but if we could just dig out a canal here, we would save thousands of kilometers on each trip to Asia. Reminder, this is like the 1860s, and like they don't have loads of fancy equipment to do this, but they try it anyway. With over 100,000 people, many of them forced laborers, working on this canal for over 10 years, they were able to dig this big canal that connected the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. The British were down here, still like, wait, why isn't it time for our cape anymore? And the French were up here just laughing, feeling so good about their new canal. So over the years, quickly this becomes the epicenter of water control and balance of power. Control over the canal was mainly French and Egyptian for most of its time, but eventually the British just like couldn't help themselves. They needed in on this waterway. Fast forward a few years, and all of the big powers get together and say like, whoa, we built this canal with a spirit of cooperation and neutrality. All countries should be able to use this canal, even in times of war. Everything will be peaceful and wonderful, and this will be one of no. They signed this treaty about like neutrality and everyone can use it, but let's just say it right now, that's not the way the world works. Soon the globe descended into World War, and it became clear that this canal would not be neutral anytime soon. Hitler wanted it, so Tannen and his Italian allies went down to try to take it over. British fought back, and they were able to keep it, and there were British troops there, so the canal remained in British control until like the 1950s, when finally Egypt was like, okay, listen, France, Britain, this has been fun, this whole pretend that this is neutral, but it's not actually neutral, and you're actually just using it for whatever you want thing, you're done. It is our canal, get out of here. And he's like, oh, and Israel, you can't come here and use our waterway either. That's part of this. So France and Britain aren't feeling super great. They just got kicked out of like their key strategic waterway. They decide to say no, and they send in a bunch of paratroopers to the Suez Canal, along with Israel's fighters, to recapture the canal from Egypt and to overthrow the government that just kicked them out. And the U.S. is seeing all of this, and they're like, guys, it's not 1850 anymore, okay? Times have changed. You can't just show up wherever you want and just take it over militarily. We don't do that anymore. That's so, like, old-school empire. But the U.S. says you can still be an empire. In these times, you just have to be a little smoother about it. So, the U.S. sends this Canadian guy to settle the conflict over the canal, and everyone's sort of like, okay, fine. And the canal goes back to peace with, like, some UN peacekeepers to keep it at peace, kind of. Well, no, this isn't going to last. So this is where the U.S. gets it creative and is like, oh, what can we do to not have to, like, fight over the canal, but, like, do our own thing? And that's when the nuclear bombs come, where they're like, if we just plant 520 nuclear bombs here in the Israeli desert, we could just have our own canal, and then we don't have to fight over this one. So it's 1967, and Israel's like, I'm not super into the idea of you, like, nuking our desert, but we like nuclear weapons. We'll totally get on board with that. In the meantime, can we go in and attack Egypt ourselves and get the canal, and you can just sort of back us from the sidelines? And the U.S. is like, okay, fine. So Israel goes in and takes over all of this land, all the way up to the Suez Canal. So it's Egypt on one side, Israel on the other. And for the next few years, this becomes a literal battleground for multiple wars. Like, they were building bridges across the canal to, like, bring in tanks and fight. Oh, and of course, during these years of fighting from, like, the late 60s to the mid-70s, the canal was closed for obvious reasons. The problem is, when they closed it, there were 15 ships that were, like, in the process of moving through, and those ships just got stuck there for literally 8 years. So yeah, ever given, we know that it's a hard few days. You know, the world was super worried about you, $400 million a day. Imagine being one of these guys. 8 years. At least they had fun during their time with this. Okay, do you see where I'm going with this? What I'm trying to do here is not give you a history lesson of the Suez Canal. I'm trying to explain that this stretch of water has always been a magnet for international conflict. Ever since its very, very conception. After that last war, the U.S. is like, okay, broker a peace, they broker a peace. And then they bring in these helicopters to the Suez Canal with like a water sled behind them, and they drag them along the water because there was a bunch of like live explosives from the wars, and they were trying to rid them all so that they could resume, you know, like normal shipping lanes. They eventually did that, got rid of all the explosives, and reopened the canal in 1975, and the canal remained peaceful and under the control of its rightful owner, the Egyptians, forevermore, and there was no more conflict or geopolitical scheming ever again. No, that isn't the way the world works. Yes, things have changed in the way that we do it, but the fact is, when you have a system like this, and a large portion of that system, which is money, control, and economics, and energy, runs through a choke point in that system, there will always be geostrategic value that is put on that system, not just for economics, but for power. So do you think that the United States, sort of the big boy world policeman right now, would sit here and let Egypt control the chokehold where 12% of the world economy passes through, including loads of oil? No, that's not how it works. Despite the fact that Egypt is a non-democratic regime that is pretty terrible on all fronts, including human rights, the U.S. still provides $1.4 billion of military aid to Egypt every year. They are always considered a key ally in the Middle East. I mean, the Clinton administration made it very clear that the reason we support Egypt is because they have the Suez Canal and we need them to owe us favors. That continues today. Whenever a U.S. military vessel shows up to the Suez Canal, they get to cut in line and go through quicker than everybody else. So yeah, Egypt owns the canal, but really it's the U.S. behind the scenes that's keeping everything in order. The canal is not neutral, it will never be neutral, there will always be geopolitical importance placed on it. As long as there's a superpower, that superpower will control the canal. The last thing I'll say here is that we live in a world that is very strange for how peaceful it is. We've had an enduring peace for many, many decades. That peace allows us to have a system like this. And that peace exists partly because we are so entangled with one another economically that it doesn't make sense to go to war. But we have to remember that that peace also exists because all the big powers have really big weapons that are always pointed at each other. If something slips or escalates a little too far, just remember that the Suez Canal isn't the only choke point on Earth where all of this system flows through. And that while we take peace for granted now, it would be naive not to wonder what happens if that were to go away and we were faced with not just one ship being stuck for a few days, but an entire region militarized and unavailable for this type of shipping flow that we're so used to. And for years, I don't want to sound alarmist, but I do want us to be thinking about our reliance on this system and what it means for the future of rising powers that may not want to cooperate as well as they do today. So when I see Ever Given blown off course for a few days and everyone freaking out about it, I don't just see one ship, I see a vulnerable system. And I see myself and how deeply connected I am to that system. So I'm listening to an audiobook right now called Silence. Shusaku Endo is the author. And he's about like a Catholic missionary in Japan, like maybe the 1500s, 1600s, maybe the 1700s, I don't know, a long time ago. I'm listening to it on Audible, which is the sponsor of today's video, which I can't really believe I'm saying because I've been subscribed to Audible since 2011 or 2012, like right when it first came out. And it has changed my entire world. So the fact that they're sponsoring this video and supporting my channel is a very exciting thing for me. And I'm still kind of forgetting about it. Anyway, Audible is a giant repository of audiobooks and podcasts and all sorts of audio resources that have changed my life. I'm always listening to several audiobooks at any given time. Sometimes it is historical fiction, sometimes it is like fantasy stuff. Oftentimes I will be listening to an audiobook about some video I'm working on, like Russia or the American expansion. There's so much to learn on this app. So you can do a month of Audible for free if you want. There's a link in my description. It is audible.com/Johnny Harris. You can also text Johnny Harris to number 500. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you a month of free Audible. What I love about an Audible membership is that you get an audiobook every month. You can choose whatever audiobook you want, no matter how expensive it is, you get it for one flat fee. And then you get unlimited access to all of these original titles, original content that they produce. There's tons of stuff. I use this stuff for like my kids too. And I get it for free because I'm an Audible member. Very good deal. So, link in my description, audible.com/Johnny Harris, or text my name to this number, and you can get it on this deal. I just love Audible because I definitely do. And it allows me to learn a lot more because I'm not here to read because I'm dyslexic and that's for sure. Okay, thank you all for being here. I will see you next time.
These flavors, you can taste flavors, heaviness of Whether I think we're going to get this great combination global influencer, but also the less heavy, focus on the meat. So when you talk about less friends, or using your birthday, that's what I do. Yeah, but I still enjoy the bread. And I just bread, particular type of meat, or bread by salad, sometimes bread. You put a very nice coating on bread, and you do fry it, crispy outside. But we in Texas before, and they have deep fried corn that's in bread. Oh yeah, you can see the things that in Texas. There's a popular corn rib where they put some deep bread. And then you can deep fry them, or you can grill them, so you see the real thing. Back in the day, they were serving them for I'm not sure if they still do, but here in the market. Sometimes just and you eat them like a wolf. You turn them apart, but it's sliced in the fork. Pretty fantastic. So, the story of Judy is one of the most awe-inspiring ancient sites. If you're looking for a little bit of that food, you need to really feel where the bread in it. Even today, its origin and purpose remain shrouded in mystery. One thing archaeologists know for sure is that its construction took over 2,000 years. One thing they don't know is who built it. There's no doubt the site originally comprised of some 140 stones. It was the work of some advanced civilization, maybe one of the oldest sun and stars, but the limestone stones were the heavens and very specific. What if I told you we have our very own Stonehenge in the United States, and that it's possible the two sites were built on the same period? I'm on my way to investigate it. America's Stonehenge is a prehistoric site in Salem, New Hampshire. The owner says the stone structures date back 4,000 years. I got a call from the South Hospital. He's discovered a solar line, an example of arcane structure, and he wants me to see it.
So, the Central Observatory. This is what I was telling you about why we call it.
Just like in Stonehenge, someone placed standing stones, large rocks, and a circle. Placement is key. Viewed from the center of the sun, each standing stone lines up with the sun, for gazing at you. The solstice of man, the longest and shortest of the unique differences. The sun is on a level plane with the Earth's equation. Across verticals, it's falling.
That's upper solstice. So basically just rises right over there. The sun is dead diagonal, and it just tracks across the sky. And the sun sets.
Realize this is a lot of exercise. Frequency is marking the important days of the year, like many ancient cultures out of the world. I've been seeing this a lot lately. It's called archaeoastronomy. It's how ancient cultures use the sun, stars, and planets in their architecture and design. I saw archaeoastronomy in Jordan, where regular Americans in the July. And I saw him even over there. And Mark was there part of the organized occupation. They had left by the the ancient practice of marking the strike seems to tie every advanced cultures together. And it also seems to tie them to America. That's pretty interesting. Basically,
what happens is on summer solstice, the sun will rise, go about middle of the year. It's kind of almost like a perpendicular eclipse, right? So there's way across. Well, I think I should be like this. And, of course, well,
that's really interesting because over time, this axis does shift. Probably one of the earthquakes in Japan recently was documented that the axis of the earth actually moved in the center. And it seemed like a lot, but over time, over thousands of years, it adds up. So actually, to have the Atlantic makes a lot of sense, and that's important because we can actually use that predictor. And so, as the universe actually shifts, these alignments do shift, and that will indicate something.
well, right, we actually had someone come up and check that out. And they, of course, initially it's like
Well, I tell you what, that's really because there are many people that think that this is electric astronomy. That's actually more accurate than dating and confirming. So, for instance, confirmation cycle. Clearly, this is a natural position. This was placed in the ground. It appears to have quarry. It appears to be like it's actually been rotated. All the surfaces are definitely weathered, significantly weathered, and nothing indicates that it was vacant for a long time.
well, also, yes, so the same, but there's another thing that I found that I think really is interesting by society.
Well, if you've got time, let's
I'm just going to throw it all lines out. I mean, one of which is basically those really from our week, so we're supposed to sunrise alignment. Both are taking our weather for the those historical lands. Right, yeah. And it's too cold. Also, yeah. That's really interesting. So, that was something that was interesting. All these approaches were still like Russia goes right for one of the trial lines. That's still
So one of the trial lines is Stonehenge, from American Stonehenge. Stonehenge is the most well-known site of all time. It's a sacred site. No one knows who built it or exactly why it was used for. But it may be where the blood came to. It's amazing when I see this line continues off to the east. Where's that?
Dash goes right if you want to try one.
So Kelsey, how did your family find out?
My grandfather was on the radio. He used to get haircut. One month he was yeah, afterwards he went up to check the site out. He just so intrigued by it. So I bought it. Well, it was always fun about the Stonehenge. And there's actually a book written back around 1907. He's referred to as Caves. He was one of the first people that saw site visions. He's lived there for 1700s, 1800s.
I know you guys think this is a cool site, but why couldn't it?
Well, I'm sure. This is where his house was. Yeah.
There's no way that Caddy built this. It just reads to me. If it's old, that's important.
Some people like that use to some space reference up in that area.
They built those huge massive walls for animals when it's got all these trees and it could have used wood.
That's what they think.
I don't buy that one. So, that big slab thing, was that really good?
I think that was a big slab in chamber.
You know what's interesting about rocks like that? Those actually serve as tracks as well and indicate something about the reconstruction. This is a genuine filter. And it's amazing. Look at all this.
You know, one thing, as a son into patients.
It turns out Kelsey's dad is a stone fence. He has a carbon. It's something with teaching us.
especially when you can verify consistently and annually as if you are recovering transition to stable and steady growth. So the roadmap is continuing to changes,
As they used to call themselves, with everybody in the region having their Phoenicians. They got all over the that you're talking about an incredible sight, an incredible spot. And it really just blasts apart the history books in places Europeans here in North America for 25 years. Before I make any conclusions, and maybe make sure this is reasonable, the lines convey a not natural using a familiar microscope, I can see how deep the pools go, and the description has been wet for a long time. What I want to do is I want to focus on this move right here, which I is on this and that corresponds to this grid right here. This is about 4,000 megawatts from the highest point down to the deepest point. This one here is looks like it here. Looks like it here. I can already tell any of these marks that make up the description and the essential result. There's no doubt. Because it references the kilograms, we have to consider the conditions to normal. Is there anything else that you might have possibly tie this up to the conditions?
There is one more thing to share on site called sacrificial tape.
Sacrificial tape?
Yes.
Well, I'm not going anywhere until I see that.
This is the sacrificial tape. During the sacrificial sacrifice is about 9 feet by 6 feet. Consists of 4 legs, weighs about 1.5 tons. And on top is a rectangular shape that's about 6 feet by 4 feet. And the table structure is made with surface of wood, such as blood on it, which is and we want to cross the interface where it's cut out the
Well, I see the that's amazing. There's something else that I see. You see all this cracking and layering along the entire surface. That's we call exfoliation work. It's kind of like once the skin peels off the body. That's interesting for a couple of reasons. First off, that indicates a lot of other biological factors are gone, and there's been a lot of loss of material on the surface, which indicates some chemicals. And I think this could probably be composed as a corrective fine. This is significant because it appears to be consistent with astronomical alignments that we saw, the structures that are here, which indicate that this is a critical place.
There's one more secret on the table that I'd like to show you.
What the heck is that? So you're the man behind the curtain. That's fun stuff.
Also got a state-of-the-art oracle chamber and multi-oracle chamber attached to this two cables, which are all about 6 feet. Oracle chamber goes in and out of the table. Everything with the stroke of your mouse, people watching above with this voice over and people are screen talking to us. Extra shot, extra shot.
Interesting. So what they would have is an example of how science that would be ancient manipulate sound to rituals, practices, to create these scary sound effects. Can you imagine somebody sitting on that table about to be sacrificed? Hear that voice and press the button. I can't help myself. If I do the job,
Yes, Scott.
I'm glad I can't investigate this site. I don't know what's more interesting. The sacrificial cave. Also, or the summer solstice line. It's an American Stonehenge in California. And from the east, they recovered a home that ancient Phoenicians. I planted coming back to the solstice. Right now, I'm in picking up the flowers to talk to an expert on Phoenician Mark, I just came back from a interesting place. Cultivated Stonehenge. Things that I saw that was discovered by Kelsey Stone, son of the owners, was a long-range plan that starts at their side, goes from their side to Stonehenge, and then extends to Phoenicians on steroids. Because they were the most powerful. Also, they typically were secret. So it's been a challenge to try to figure out exactly what the Phoenicians knew, what they were able to do. We're still trying to figure out it's a typical test in places around the Phoenicians were here around 12,000 years. They were trying to create centers of colonization centers, and they began to move south along the land coast. Part of the reason that their success wasn't happening that neighborhood connected was because they knew Polaris story. Polaris is also known as the North Star. And if the Phoenicians knew that, chances are they knew about the rest of the sky too. The sun, stars, and moon. And that means they would have enough knowledge about the astronomy to create the summer solstice alignment of Stonehenge. This proposed alignment of Stonehenge is very intriguing, and it's possible to led to some research that I did, particularly a study that I made about the Phoenician pyramids.
And I interpreted this having a map on the first.
Do you have a picture of the farm?
Yes. Here are two images from the Persian Sea. If you pick out the orange border, Sardinia in the center, which is the central point of the Mediterranean basin, Sicily there, Iberian Peninsula here. This straight line is probably what's most of Africa, India here, and this is America. This almost looks to me like the U.S. in Gulf of Mexico.
Well, that's fascinating. Couple thoughts. Here, we're here for you for a reason, and I guess until a better piece comes along, I like yours. I love yours, but
I think that this is inside me. However, they had enough ego to not have some kind of record of what they had done to here for these points and these driving languages. They got extremely condensed relation geography. Tell me your story in
there's one other thing I'd like to talk about is this sacrificial table. Did the Phoenicians practice suicide?
Yes, they did. They did practice human sacrifice. There's a lot of sources that suggest that human sacrifice in place.
Do you think the Phoenicians went to North America or not?
They had ships and I think the Phoenicians easily crossed the land. The whole history suggests that they tried to cross. Herodotus, the Greek historian, was the Phoenicians knew about this gigantic island. Now that the only place with navigable rivers which came past Spain is
his grandson Kelsey Thomas cites a sunrise solstice. He discovered that line started straight to Stone Age. I'm heading to see these two ancient sites with massive standing stones. So here I am, because I'm investigating a megalithic site near New Hampshire called Stone. And here's the information of Stonehenge here. And I just like to know a little bit about Stonehenge.
Stonehenge is one of the most famous prehistoric. I think the couple things we about what you read about it took like thousands of years to there's a lot of
Well, you know, when people think about Stonehenge, they think about what's right here. Your city has birds all around us, even beyond the tower.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, going back from 4,000 years before, various ones but the scope time
Stonehenge is the most well-known megalithic site in the world. It consists of 150 enormous stones, the tallest of which rises 22 feet in the air. In the beginning, around 3100 BC, it was just a handful, a ditch. Then, it settled down pits, leading then to popular gathering places. Being a geologist, I'm very interested in rocks and stones. Tell me a little bit about the stones and the variation in geology.
Well, there's two different types. Very basic source. Next, later, sort of like within 20 miles or so. Laser sections. So, laser sound waves. So, how far away is that? Well, it's about 150 miles. But if you think actually how they would transport, yeah, that's not straight. That's a heck of a task. 250 miles. That's impossible. That really suggests sophistication and coordination with something at a pretty complicated level. I think that's a huge amount of sophistication. But everything else, my life, which is to build something like that, is incredibly impressive.
How many people live in one of those stones?
Continue to think about it. The fact they did it is massive feat. Obviously, we're talking about also this couple of people. So, might say 600 people. Might be just
Blue stones may not be the biggest stones in the world, but for me, they're the most interesting. They're said to have spiritual significance, and I think American Stonehenge has that too. The blue stones came from a land that was believed to have healing powers. Archaeologists think Stonehenge may have been a franchise of sorts, a closer version of a faraway single place. There's no doubt these stones were placed here for a reason, and it has everything to do with the sun and the solstice, just like it does at Stonehenge in New Hampshire. When you think back to ancient times, were there rituals going on? What were people doing?
Yes, you can see ceremonies on the summer solstice, on the day of the solstice. People start the day at the eastern gates, as from here you can observe the sunrise and the solstice. And then they're following the sunrise. So basically, this long rectangular road is also just a walkway. So you follow around the perimeter, follow the sun in front of you. So it's got a picture of the cathedral now, multiple functions. I think one of them, why do you think it was so important for these ancient people to travel through these stones to rise? The people find they rely on senses, understand getting that point to point across a great harvest, but actually having a sense of how that type of relative is going to evolve. And the importance of these sports, it's fundamental to making big farms, but also sometimes that's
Tell me a little bit about the Emerald Stone.
well, there's been again huge amount of work. You'll see those stones dotted around.
I saw a paper on privacy really in
Yeah. The map is now working about that stones in its own process. It has been worse like the other stones. But what's actually that stone, when you look at the central stone lining itself, that's a stone. If you line up the first stone, each of the pits, on one side it marks sunrise and sun solstice, and the other one it marks sunset and sun solstice. And there's that more than coincidence that actually are lining up with two very significant assessments.
I don't think it's coincidence. They helped. I have something I'd like to show you. It's a new discovery of archaeoastronomy at American Stonehenge. It's a summer solstice running from the site in New Hampshire directly here.
Initial launch of the data that's beyond this, beyond possible.
When I was at American School, academic site in New Hampshire, I learned about a new discovery by the owner's son, a connection between that site and Stonehenge and England. From there, the line extends even further to modern-day Lebanon, which was the home base of the Phoenicians. I want to find out if Stonehenge has all three sites are connected to each other, and that specific ancient culture. So here we have the alignment that starts at Mount Stonehenge at the center of the observatory, and then as you extend the line, continue that line, it jumps across the Atlantic and comes right here to Stonehenge. Look here at close up, you can see that it goes right through. That's the true travel farm. Then, if you extend that line, it goes to Israel, Lebanon, the home of Phoenicians. As incredible as it is, it appears to be there. What's your reaction?
It's incredible. You can't imagine anything other than the possibility of people creating islands, and also when you extend it to the peninsula, where world starts to I think this site's finished by about 2000 pieces. It's been over 100 years or so. Interestingly, I think the Stonehenge is attracting enthusiasts from foreign, there's marriages over very desperate about this one. One from so if people are visiting, it's making it because it's not beyond possibility, but it's a limited model design
I don't think there's any question that this observatory and interesting. When we had these ancient people going to other places like North America and the continent, something that was sacred, that was vital to their existence, and their belief system, they would build those in other places. Could perhaps these sacred sites be connected or connect these people across the planet?
I think that's right. It's possibly people believe, but also similar wherever they get the planet. They all observe the same sorts of things. Whether or not people move, don't move. The fact that you have similar sorts of sites, all respecting their independence as a site, that's simply not right.
Well, I think the one thing that we can definitely agree, if nothing places like Stonehenge and American Stonehenge prove how important tracking celestial bodies were to these ancient people. The Phoenicians could have built stone, but the site still might have been a sacred sanctuary for them. I think the fact that this place directly aligns from there to Stonehenge on summer solstice is promising. Our view astronomy links many cultures together, like Mayans in Georgia with the Quetzal of the home. And I think it's also what links the Phoenicians to our very own story. Proof of nature, hard to see in my own eyes. They could be the ones who mark the important day, the summer solstice, the standing stone at the site over which the sunrise takes place.
Hey guys, what's that?
and also making it very interesting in the sense that we're about to see the sunrise over the solstice. To see the alignment of Kelsey Stone discovery links this site to Stonehenge. If you would draw a line directly through the sun as it rises over the stone, it would run right through the center triangle and then continue on to Lebanon. Once the center of the Phoenician advanced understanding of archaeoastronomy and an ancient connection to the United States. What else can I say? That's amazing. What we're seeing here is an amazing astronomical talent designers. We saw the exact same thing in Saturday. Standing stones just like this to track the seasons, for worship. I think they also use it for navigation to come to the new world amongst other places. It was actually the beginning of Stonehenge predates Jerusalem. The later stages do correspond, especially with the style of the rendering. So there might be a connection. The Phoenician connection is a little bit tenuous because this actually predates the Phoenician trial. Maybe there's a proto-Phoenician connection. You know what's great is you've got a sacred site in England, you've got a sacred site here, and there's no doubt that whether it's the Phoenicians or not, what it tells us is that some highly sophisticated culture, probably an elite culture, came over here and established this incredible site. And sites like this have new world So far, we want to know how the Phoenicians made their site. It's a question the family has been trying to answer since Bob Stone bought this mysterious site in 1955. Well, I can't say for sure the Phoenicians made it there. I believe they were easily able to but some of them had to assemble those huge stones. Some were vast knowledge of archaeoastronomy. I believe archaeoastronomy is what links together many advanced civilizations and is what brings some of them to America. I believe there was contact between ancient cultures. It may be why Stonehenge was built where it was, to create a place they knew. It lined up with a sacred site they owned. People were connected, and they're just starting to find out.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Rabbi provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Rabbi helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. Make an allergy season that goes the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Rabbi helps treat congestion symptoms in second flat. Without drugs, this New Year's resolve to use drug-free Rabbi to help
My
you
name is
breathe
Scott
easier,
Walker.
breathe
I'm a
better, and
forensic
feel
geologist.
healthier all year long.
There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. Our pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions, they're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites. We're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history is really a good time. Many people think they know the story of the lost colony of Rome, but chances are they don't know this. 48 clues to the case that have been sitting untouched for half a century. 48 stones inscribed with messages that could tell us exactly what happened to the lost colony of Rome. They're called food stones. Allegedly carved by colonists down the river. They were scattered throughout the South. Trade with commerce to the Southern state. All of the stones were found in a great depression over a period of just 4 years. A short time frame of discovery for so many artifacts led scholars to declare them famous. But academics have gone before. That's why I studied them myself.
This is the original Bearstone found in 1937.
This is an amazing stone. Can you tell me what does it say?
It talks about the difficult times they had for a couple of years or so. It was very misery, and they were attacked by Indians. There were a number of people killed. The front of the stone has a cross at the top, and underneath it says Ananias Day, Virginia, went hence unto heaven, 1591.
I can read that pretty easily.
And on the bottom, any Englishman show John White, the governor of Virginia.
John White is Governor Bear's father. After the colonists hit hard times, he goes back to England to ask his boss, Sir Walter Raleigh, for supplies. When White finally returns, it disappears. So tell me, what is the consensus of the
The general consensus is that this stone is fraudulent. If this stone were to remain authentic, then all the American history textbooks would include this story of what happened to the lost colony.
Well, maybe they should. That's what I intend to find out. If forensic geology shows significant weathering, then there's a chance the stone is authentic. And that Eleanor Dare really did carve this clip. My cursory look at this rock looks like quartzite. So quartzite's very hard to break down. It really doesn't chemically better, physically better, but it's really not going to give us a nice profile like other ones. What I want to do is generate a three-dimensional image so we can actually look at the profile of this groove. So it's a nice rounded groove. And we can add some color. The blue is the lower depths, of course, and the photographic eyes. So we've got a nice image here. We can get some indication of age by looking at what we call coatings or secondary deposits that get laid down both on the surface and down into the cracks and in between the crystals. if you look at these red rust areas, sometimes you'll generate highlighted handwritten letters and get rust. And this is the original exterior surface. But if we improves the dense lighter white, so we're getting out fresh, unweathered bark, it's going to rust. So that to me would be consistent with having been out for a while. I have to say, Jim, right now, I like this number one. I'm leaning towards authenticity.
I said in 1979, I was a 50-50 chance that this stuff was authentic. It's different perspective.
Even though this is the first one found, it's authentic. I need to see all the If I see the same level of weather in other previous episodes as I did on the first, it might legitimately influence how I Well, I tell you what, one of the things that jumps out at me right away, this geology here, here, is different than the other stone we've already looked at. The fact that it's seeing these different rock types could mean they're more likely to be generated. It makes me think they were carving the areas where they were found. This one here has what looks like some organic material in mud that might have collected over time, and it's hidden grooves. This one also does, and I suppose if we look at the others, we might see evidence that these things are underwater, maybe during flood time. And you know what? That looks weathered. I mean, just my gut feel, it just looks weathered. That's God, that's crazy. I'll tell you what, after looking at these stones here, I'm liking these. Do we have a map that shows these architecture?
Here's a riverside area about 68 miles away. This town, and southwest down Greenville, South Carolina, 15 miles down to North Town, 90% primarily.
And people question why these are spread out over such a large distance.
People are concerned about the likelihood of this many stones found in such a long distance.
The counter to that would be, here's what they found. Something must have had them to travel that distance. You know, at that time and place, a stranded colony has been mentioned. What's interesting is it seems starting in Nono, it's almost like we have a breadcrumb trail of stones leading to wherever they ended up. This is amazing. So far, I don't see any evidence that the gemstones are free. I think it might be another thing as history hasn't known. These stones could spell out the Noah's way and how they got here. Why would the travelers so far Before we can understand the end of the story, maybe we travel back to the beginning, the place where the poems of the last scene are written. You have got to be close. I have no idea what you are. What I do know is that right now I have a puzzle, and none of the pieces seem to fit. So Rabbi discussed naturally and their stars, geologically, only like this. I understand most of these stones were carved by care, and on one stone chronicles the death of her husband, the child Egypt, now his true legacy. This stone
That is a lot of tips for making chefs houses or furniture. There's also medicinal plants such as the sassafras we see at the base of that fence right
I thought to use that for actually telling me this. So here's the big question. What happened? I know there's a lot of theories out there.
in an organized way. It's going to fall away, sacrifice bad weather like a hurricane or tropical crossing water. Chances are the survivors need some welcome tries.
So this brings up the whole notion that the Native Americans had a relationship with the Vietnam. Is it pretentious? Is it real?
Finding that they're not welcome. In fact, if you stray too far away from you're going to likely get killed. There was one colonist we know of straying way too far. Sure, crabbing, and these people live in peace and quiet. But they're not one of the other
This info is accurate and accurate for all of you that matter. I keep looking at the lyrics as this thing here is rich. When you look at the enclosing walls, I think it looks like defensive posture. And maybe a lookout for the whatever thing is.
That description was out from resting. This is a place most seldom eaten out of anything that might be worth getting concerned about.
You know, when I look at this structure of this wall, this has an interesting almost geometric shape to it. Intelligence obviously strategy, and I like that. There's that original game I was just talking about. There's the game. You know what the devil is geometry. It's like time. All right, we've covered so far the opening genre. We've got through the screenplay, the He-Man, but who's the man? Tell us everybody.
We've got the clues left behind by those colonists that large numbers are moving to go and the shoreline, one of the Palisade close to this mountain location of
So the word proletariat is carved into a coat here in the Gulf. I heard proletariat today in American tribe, respected in Congress, and it was also visible as somebody who would kill me. This is where the colonists reacted to that moment. One thing is for sure, I need to check it out and get some answers. My investigation into the lost cause of the Gulf began with the Dare story. 48 scholars were messengers of the beekeepers telling us what happened to America's first European settlers.
Some people think the sky is part of the collaborative process. The clever descriptions suggest to me they're genuine. Another indicates probably the opposite direction, where the stones were found. The word chromatolite carved in the post. I'm on my way to what was once chromatolite, today known as atlas. They need to know what the power is actually made. And if they do, how extraordinary is it to get
Scott also falls together.
Okay, this is a great display here. I'm a forensic geologist and I investigated their stones. Colossal. I mentioned that some founders might be found here. This is a carving of the colonists.
The colonists in 1587 carved out the word Croatoan on the palisade. The palisade is a circle of what looks like telephone trees that run around where the settlement was to protect. And so the most obvious place to leave a message would be on the palisade, and that's why they put it there. And Croatoan is the name of the island we're on now, which is actually where the English had lived and traded.
Now they call it Hatteras.
They call it Hatteras now. And we've been digging on the Croatoan village for 4 years now. I have some things that might be interested in. These are last trade beads. They started making them around 1550. We know that the English brought lots and lots of these things over to trade to get deer skins, pearl, tobacco.
So these are datable items, right?
These have a datable range, so they're prior to 1650. And we don't know exactly how old they are. This glass, however, they quit making this glass in 1600. They tell us they worked and snipped with the originals, but right, exactly. And this type of glass would be in windows for your glass.
So we have here artifacts that are found in the time period. We don't have anything that was and a lot of connections to this.
That's correct. We have not found Virginia of that nature, but for me, the proof is not in the archaeology. It's common sense. It's Croatoan as a. We've got a situation that these colonists are walking into where the Indians on the mainland want to kill them and have attacked and killed them twice. And they actually came to this island to get help. No, I think they never lost the idea of Croatoan.
From my perspective, is as far as the end. So what that means to me is that you've got a pretty compelling story that documents your artifacts and the new stones as hand in common. So to me, it seems to be a logical explanation for that is that perhaps
Someone's snapping.
To me, that's a logical explanation, but that's the one thing that doesn't fit this time. So all of this is wrong and Stone is correct. All of this is correct.
a strong evidentiary trail that leads to these parties splitting up, one going up west, the other going south. That's why
I don't know much about the stones. I don't know a lot of weight and things that come after the fact. You can argue that they split up and these different things, and all of that is just speculation. But as far as what is written down and what makes logical sense, going west does not make sense.
everything that I can do is testify to factual evidence. The whole thing about, well, that time in 1937 when that stone was found, all these stories of romanticism, all that stuff is irrelevant. Facts are the things that carry no relevant. In court of law, it's facts and speculation. Facts are
The dare statement suggests that somebody elevated place from the ground down. So until we can clear that up, we have to investigate. Should we have not been coming to I'll tell you what, I had a chance to look at the dare statements the geology was very, the lettering of the inscriptions was very, and I have to tell you, if I had to make a call today, I would say they were genuine to me. The downside is I was a little pissed off with one guy that I ran into who wouldn't listen to anything I had to say about the dare stones and the geology. He was totally convinced that
I need a ticket next door.
I'm just worried that you're that you talking about this on the show is going to end with my mother being on. And then we're going to have more talking. So she looks good. And I'm not going to stand for her. Steal money from EBT cards. The fraud contacting actual EBT card information using devices placed in ATM machines and then encoding that information onto their own card. Thereby, EBT waiting says a lot of activity is seen at the beginning of the month when benefits are typically reloaded.
The new cards with the actual information are going without a cash, or they'll use it to purchase any funding.
Davey says the sharing benefits of formula and sell it to the public. She says some of them are partnering with their children to partner with mothers in need. In Irvine, Chris Pioneer, a Mexican bakery in Compton has reopened after being raided during a street takeover. Owners say the vandals caused tens of thousands of dollars in damage to the store and then threatened Tuesday morning. They say they want to reopen to service local working families. They say they're excited to be able to bake and sell traditional roasted tomorrow is the day of official change. Leaders have been stealing things from home and from pipes that caught fire. 2 people were killed in the fire. This relocation devastated the team members.
Two wise guys. Two wise guys.
You're my local tomorrow, free parts today, so I'll take the book chance today, obviously the best person and not the people I take parts today.
5 people were in the home when top prosecutors after Christmas killing 1 man at the scene and later later died at the hospital. LA City Fire says the 113-year-old home does not have smoke alarms or sprinkles. The U.S. does have unarmed and unmanned surface vessel launched by Turkey's Rabbi that was at a couple miles of US Navy and directly shipped in the Red Sea before it detonated. The launch comes hours after the White House issued a third and final warning yesterday that says in order to group to stop attacks will face potential military action. Britney Spears has shut down rumors of a new album, saying she'll never return to the music industry. Spears posted on Instagram Wednesday some songwriting music, but for other people. Spears says she's written more than 20 songs for other people in the past 2 years. Spears says she enjoys being a ghostwriter. Cyclone medicine to Los Angeles, seeing gusty winds and valleys and wild wind over a thin cloud high near 60 at the beaches in Florida and Inland Sea. Near the upper 60s for the valleys and Miami, 50 for the Inland Valley. Sunny early tomorrow, then some clouds later on in the day with a chance of rain after midnight. It should be back to sunny skies on Sunday, a bit cooler with a high 50s to about 60. It's 52 in Fullerton, 53 in Santa Margarita, 52 in La Junta, 53 in Pasadena. The Carolina market report, the Dow now trading down 107 points, the Nasdaq up 4, S&P 500 is down 2. We have got time, it is cleared in San Diego.
Let's get a drive-by now, and then take money and southbound on 157, let's mark link actually for you as you're going to take your drive-by. Getting a bit slow going from 157 southbound, just imagine highway. Now, let's make it over the 10, look at the next drive, so you're sitting at 10, westbound side, you're getting to the Baldwin Park, there is something close on Tuxedo, heading to the Cisco Farm, just taking a bit of a left road for you. Let's go to the way beyond the corner to make way from the Cisco Farm, heading to a mountain road in the town, but it's kind of happy overall for the drive. Southbound side of the Cisco Farm, to the way through between the 10 and about halfway, just like Compton to the south of River Drive, we got enough road coming from down Roseland. You can get to yourself on Tuesday, take a traffic further south on Conway, Cisco Farm. Now you're getting to people welcome before Washington Boulevard, with your further on the airport side. Some fireworks and southbound crews, they'll be dropping in both directions right now between Noah and Thomas, leading pretty much between Cisco Farm and Washington Boulevard. So if I'm setting up Cisco Farm, I'm calling it. Hey, it's Jerry Shannon. You know we're always talking about frequent accident offenders. Here's a story that proves where you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. So what I would do is usually you're in a trucking accident. That's what the insurance company offers for drivers. Nothing, zero. In fact, these ones not only do they get you the medical care you needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win. This is right crazy, isn't it? Listen, in the legal system, having the right attorney for the all of that. I'm trying to call a friend known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. Call 1-800-9-NEW. That's 1-800-9-NEW. You don't pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique and they can't find some outcomes, so you need to have an experienced team by your side. You don't wait to call because waiting never hurts your case. Call Fleetwood. 800-9-NEW. 800-9-NEW. 800-9-000-000 or go to
There's no better time in the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LikeRabbi protects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LikeRabbi restoration specialist will work to fix it. LikeRabbi is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LikeRabbi or go to LikeRabbi.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's LikeRabbi.com. Promo code PLAY. Now that the chaos of the holidays is over, it's time to sit back and relax. It's also a great time to set yourself up for your best year yet with the outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For more than food and food, System Pavers has created impressive paving stone driveways and walkways, inviting barriers and decks, turf lawns, outdoor kitchens, and so much more. By renovating your outdoors with System Pavers, you'll have beautiful lasting value for your home. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, you can rely on System Pavers to deliver the space of your dreams. From design, project management, to installation, and beyond. All projects come with our unmatched workmanship warranty. And for a limited time, you can save 10% on your entire project. Start by calling 800-K-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. New yards for the new year. All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties vary by product and region. See website for terms and conditions. Contact us by 661-575.
Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. If you need to shop for groceries, run as ready or visit online everywhere. Start your cart today at Ross.com. Ross, fresh for everyone. Prescription supplies and everything.
Save big on six-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Candy Dry. Select your items at just $2.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Fresh energy drinks. And the free iHeart Radio app with over 100 USP stations waiting for you right now, like 70s Rock Rabbi. USP station featuring Boston 70s Rock. Just search 70s Rock Rabbi and listen now on your free iHeart Radio app. Sounded so good. Listen to free iHeart Radio wherever your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. People commenting already that he didn't say the word egg, but he also dropped the egg in the United States of America. Those are the people. I'm sort of sure. We're the United States of America. So I guess that's the criticism, but that seems really unacceptable. I don't know. I think people are very serious about that egg. It is kind of the name of the country. And the latest Congress Republican to forego re-election is Congressman Wayne Leapmeyer out of Missouri. And he's upset at the 2017 election and is to continue to work with all my constituents on a myriad of issues, as well as work with the many difficult issues problems confronting our constituents in the United States of America. He said, the Socialist for he was served since 2009, one of the senior members in the House Financial Services Committee. But yet another House Republican is going to give up his seat, which could, he's not going to run for re-election. It could be a problem.
The LAPD is tracking down a bunch of burglaries that have happened in the past year in West LA in particular. They said there's a couple of stolen items, but they're asking people who live in the area to do their part. And that doesn't mean to be a vigilante. It means to install home security cameras. More than 300 break-ins occurred in this area of West LA last year. So if you've got more residential surveillance cameras, you'll be able to talk to people more quickly and get your stuff back. The just the question is this result in the police trying to enlist the public to help them clear the police state? I guess that could be an answer. It's just somebody from the last person. You know, there's somebody that if it was an ACLU officer, they're out of town on clearly so. Yeah, and that's not what they're doing. I mean, that's not like I have to do that. No, it will be something where our taxpayers, our So not only do they want you to get surveillance cameras, they want you to have surveillance cameras that will record in color, not black and white. This is the white and white. Some of these massive, the stock that I grabbed from prices last week, if you take it a second job as a stripper somewhere, you're going to be yeah, look at what? It's safer. I get together with my neighbors and just got together for Christmas and then for New Year's, and it did come up, but I could see maybe galleries like having that topic of, hey, how do I get these things so if something goes down, I have the window. I would rather have that to be the conversation than hey, something's telling me to pay attention. And I'm fine with that too. Like, somebody in the face, yeah. Very important uncomfortability, especially because there will be somebody who says, all right, coming up to my goal is work to take people to places you don't want to go. So there's a plan in place to do just that. Masturbators, we shall see. We shall see. Very, very continue to command any kind of ride until 5:24 interest. Well, County Public Health officials are urging residents to test if they have COVID-19 symptoms as transmission rates continue to go up. Officials say free at-home COVID-19 tests are still readily available throughout the county at food banks, senior centers, and pharmacies, and various federal government. It's an festival of life recognition only allows for another season in Sunderland and downtown Riverside. This year's 31st season drove about 500,000 visitors. The lights will go back after ceremony and then pre-light in November for the 2024 holiday season. Disneyland's Magic Key annual passes are going back on sale starting Wednesday. The theme park offers 4 different tiers of annual passes called Magic Key. Each key gives guests access on select flights to all different discounts on food, sodas, merchandise, and parking. All of them also offer 20% off theme park, which helps riders to fly. Windy in the valleys and area where snow highs and 50 to upper 60s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fast Grocery Store. Can you put in half an hour to the traffic count? Let's go, Jason. Legal problems are continuing in the Truman County. There's something that you saw inside this building. Looks like there's some trees that caught fire and building fire to you. Not to the camera details, but definitely can tell you it's also delayed for an eastbound from the 10 and the eastbound of State and Monica leaving Bundy and then heading over to the National overland in the city area.
Each vampire can have a vampire tends to map and stage, and that's where as you come like an island town, and that's when I'm continuing to do for time. I'm taking a look at the job right now, especially getting both directions to West LA. Of course, I've nothing stopping it. These things might be having the same likely due to whatever's going on the Tuesday. But even before that, look inside of the full time. So going from Alexandria, moving on to the Boulevard from the Boulevard to Culver City. KFI in the segment to the faster, repost. This report is sponsored by reptilesupershow.com. We invite make visits, critters, tags, and more at the Reptile Super Show, January 6th and 7th, Military Fairground. Come on to campus. Experience the world's largest reptile experience chaos at this educational family fun event. Info to the today at reptilesupershow.com. If you are, all your media for what you want to know is all you can. We need nothing from your ears, primarily from anywhere. Or we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off the back of it. Across radio, TV, podcasting, and social. We love to say you have our media to work for you. Get started today. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and beauty ingredients to food foods and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for everyone. Find it for your year. Many economists believe 2024 will produce a recession from mild to severe, and that means job losses. But if you have good credit and own a home with significant equity, the Loan Exchange can help you prepare for whatever might happen. The Loan Exchange now offers a home equity line of credit with the security of a fixed-rate mortgage. Your rate can never be higher than it is on day one. That's right, your rate can only go down from day one, never up. You can use the money for whatever you need, even if it's just the peace of mind of having cash at the ready. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com to see how easy financial protection from 2024 can be. Don't wait, because banks will make loans to folks who are unemployed no matter how good their credit is. Again, call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com today. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been 15 people's search results for over 15 minutes. Their cutting-edge approach will help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you for your best foot forward. This would mean it's too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6233 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6233. And share feedback and your emails for the book number, my podcast, and your post before a feedback is back. Every Monday and Friday, I'll be joined by a top media writer to discuss the biggest stories in the week. And we'll do it in about 15 minutes. And you can stay up to date, keep it moving. Check out India's Pulse before a feedback on iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
free live everywhere on iHeartRadio. Hey, remember that judge in Nevada canceled by the defendant who had just sentenced? I'm talking in Vegas. We told you about it yesterday. She's pretty funny. The video is pretty funny. She's back to work. So this was she's back to work. This was a defendant in a felony battery case, ironically. The charge Flores launched himself over the judge's bench when it became clear he was going to be sentenced to prison. He is set to face her again next week for his rescheduled sentencing. Must see TV. Getting your credentials for that. Courtroom video captured this violent scene. Officials say the judge was injured quickly and medically after the gash in the forehead and the dislocated shoulder. You need to get live for a gash in the dislocated shoulder. Check it out. Bob is gone by Bob Hotel Life. Nikki Williams has some changed her name on her suggestion when he was in college. And not changed her name, right? But what her middle name was. Her suggestion. That was not Bob's experience.
Well, there comes a point where if you restrict a lot of things in your defenders, yeah, that's a point. But I want to choose on your defenders. And I realize that it would take some time where the people who knew me in my first 6 years of life had a wide circle of friends. They would all have to learn to form a boundary. But the new people I met, like when I went into the fourth grade, I could have a whole new group of friends and it would be easy for them to remember me as Congress simply because that's all they knew.
Do you want us to start calling you Congress?
I've aged out of it.
Have you? It's never too late to do what you might have done. Right? Never anything.
Put them on the celebrity side.
Oh, I do.
I don't think you're in the company. Those two, Jeopardy awarded teams who need confidence with this. You build the answer, I would say.
You don't build the answer. Yeah, but you don't give your answer with confidence. No, I'm saying it's good. You can't because every day we play Jeopardy on the show, your answer is the Constitution. It always ends up with a question. Okay, we were talking about this white rice story. I asked if it counts as masturbators. My husband texted me. Yesterday, I wrote a good news. A guy with a bunch of face tattoos, including 187 over his eyes. 187 is of course the code for murder.
No, but a $1 billion in federal funding is going to be given to support the Inglewood Transit Connector project. And that covers about 50% of the total bill on this thing. It's going to get $1 billion from the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Investment Grant Program. Now, this is what they say, this program would be a 1.6-mile automated people's meter intended to address the whole first-mile, last-mile transportation. They said this one specifically works between the K-line, that's the K-line, and all of the good hotspots in India.
Yeah, if you can say the SoFi and the new basketball arena, then this makes perfect sense.
The SoFi, obviously, with the football, among other things, stadium, is also attached to the YouTube Theater over, I guess it's like in the South Florida. That's an old theater that seats about 3,500 people. You've got the Kia Forum, the legendary forum, of course, in the parking lot there. And then the Intuit Dome, which is amazing. It'll be the new fitness facility. And then all of the housing destinations, the commercial destinations, and for their lifestyles. The peak is right there in the basically across the street. And at this point, this makes perfect sense. You've already got an existing line, the Metro K line, and you've already got these hot spots that people want to go to. SoFi, the theater, the Intuit Dome, TFN, etc. Why in the world does the Federal Trade Administration continue to, or the Federal Railroad Administration continue to give money to the IT rail project, which will never run, it will never go between places that people want to be. Between the 7 Bakersfield is not the same as going to the TFN or to the SoFi Stadium in the South. This is one of those, this project in the place that they're going to spend $1 billion. None of that other stuff makes any sense.
If I would say Pepperoni extra large, right? Do you need anything else? Do you need a cheese pizza? You sure? I can get like a small one. You know what? There's other people that would need a cheese pizza. Robin, do you eat? Yeah, I don't know if you can eat. Oh, yeah, cheese pizza. Oh, you want cheese without pizza? What do you want on top of it? Vegetables or something? What do you eat? Vegetables and Robin, do you eat vegetables? You can take the cheese off the pepperoni pizza. I think they were bad at cheese also. No, I think they like them. You just put the cheese off. It's an office.
Somebody would eat Robin's cheese. They should just take the cheese off and give it to me.
But they're already a cheese with vegetable pizza. Yeah.
There is a 9-month world food that has been blown up on TikTok. And I think it's a joke. And I don't know if it's, I think the people in it don't realize that they're being food. Deborah Marsh is live in the Philippines too for our weekend.
Before and during the stop, they then over time after running very continuing. As meantime, Culver City Police say investigators identified the guy using DNA evidence and criminal route at $1,500 bill. He was associated with court documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and continuing to be released. The first batch of 40 documents arrived police Wednesday, revealing a link of powerful people associated with Epstein yesterday. 19 detailed how underage girls were recruited for a time in Florida. 250 documents are expected to be unsealed. Epstein killed himself in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. A story for Ukraine, Africa Story has been released from Florida in South Africa. The story has said more than 8 years of prison for murdering his girlfriend on Valentine's Day of 2013. ABC's Lisa Haas says the story is not allowed to speak to the media until December of 2029.
The mother of his stolen girlfriend Rita. She's in his statement that the convictions imposed by the court from the two methods of database violations being taken seriously.
Also has to stay focused. In a filing that was released today, the House California passed a bill from giving free health care to illegal immigrants.
More than 700,000 immigrants became eligible for free health care on the first. The Trumanian bill solely tells one of its concerns is that offering free health care will entice immigrants to flock to California. We cannot create the incentive structure that rewards illegal immigration. Taylor cites the state facing a $68 billion budget deficit. It's unconscionable the state would spend money on immigrants before taking care of its own people. Governor Newsom said earlier this week the state can afford the benefit. Blake Foley, KFI News.
The power vested in the state of California, it is an honor and privilege to announce this husband. He has just arrived. The baby very communication exciting last night in the teaser. During the live ceremony on ABC, the couple got up on stage and season finale in November. That episode reached more than 6 million viewers, the biggest audience of any last 25 episodes of March 2020.
It's easy to think that Europe was so successful in taking over the world because they had like better ships or guns or whatever. But when you actually look at the whole story, you see that it's actually just a perfect storm of technology and timing and ideology and religion of a few key inventions. And what I want to show you in this video is that one of the biggest reasons that Europe was able to take over the world is because of the invention of the bomb corporation, a collection of people who don't know each other but who pool their money together for the same goal, extracting resources from faraway places. So this is part 2 of how Europe stole the world. Hey, before we dive into the story fully, I need to tell you about the sponsor of today's video who made this video possible, which is Policy Genius. Policy Genius helps you get life insurance. Kind of a topic that none of us want to talk about, but it's a topic we should talk about, because life insurance is very important. True story, I was doing a Policy Genius sponsorship last year, and in the middle of the sponsorship, I realized, wait, I need life insurance. And I literally went to my own link and signed up for life insurance for me and my wife. It's a true story. Getting life insurance used to be kind of hard. Policy Genius has modernized this process by making it easy to browse lots of different plans from lots of different insurance companies. They have no incentive to recommend one more than the other. They literally just take your information, make it super easy for you to see the plan available to you. Like seriously, this was a really easy process. I didn't have to go into some doctor's office. I didn't have to do anything. I literally filled out a bunch of stuff, talked to someone on the phone, and before you know it, I'm seeing the different plans and I'm being explained how they work. The thing that convinced me the most, I think, was that life insurance is way cheaper when you're young. And so now is kind of the time to do it, to like lock yourself into a good policy at a good price. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at $17 a month, and that's for like $500,000 of coverage. There's no weird fees, and they're not like going to go sell your information. I mean, there's a reason why they literally have thousands of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, and no one wants to talk about needing to use life insurance, but your loved ones deserve a financial safety net, and you deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. To start comparing quotes and simplify insurance buying, go to policygenius.com/JohnnyHarris. Link is also in the description. Thank you, Policy Genius, for supporting this video. Let's dive back into how you stole it. Okay, quick catch up on where we are in the story. In part 1, we talked about how Spain and Portugal went out to get in on trade and accidentally ran into a bunch of land they decided was unclaimed, and it turned into a big race to see who could take over as much land as possible. After about a century of this, other Europeans start to take notice of this model of expansion.
They realized that it's a great way to enrich your country.
There's the Botany Empire. There's a lot of
In the early 1600s, it was
that's
time
when
to
he
get
did such a
serious.
good
The first to follow suit were the Dutch, who were becoming really good at navigating water,
well,
maps, and doing business.
a lot
They
of
decided
these
to
are
follow
here.
Portugal's lead and go around the bottom of Africa,
Voted
stopping right here at the very tip in what today is known as Cape Town, South Africa.
Alright.
They established a permanent colony of white settlers whose descendants would go on to become a major part of South Africa's history. The Dutch used their prime position in Cape Town to restock on their way to Southeast Asia, where they were trading for spices with local empires and claiming serious amounts of land in what is today Indonesia. Around the same time, at the start of the 1600s, we see the next kingdoms trying their hand at large-scale imperialism. Meet the two rookies on the block, England and France, who would go on to actually cause a lot of trouble on the world map, but for now they're just getting started. They, for the most part, followed Spain's lead, going west for the Americas, though England sent ships east at this time as well. Anyway, here in the Americas, they showed up and, like colonizers before them, found lots of land and lots of people living on that land. Kind of inconvenient. These aren't real people, right? They don't actually own this land. You can hear the English people like sort of saying to themselves. So they came up with a new, very useful tool. It's a mental tool. In addition to guns and smallpox and alliances with local tribes that helped them divide and conquer the locals, Europeans also developed a complex set of legal philosophies to convince themselves that these people were not, in fact, capable to claim any land. After all, they were foragers. They didn't farm. They couldn't own this land because they didn't use it for productive means. They were subhuman, or at least non-civilized, so they do not deserve to own property. Very clever, very effective. And so now you see the next layer of ideological thinking that was required for these Europeans to justify their land theft. It was the need to dehumanize the people living on these lands. Here's a letter from a British settler who describes North America as a wilderness, quote, where none inhabit but hellish fiends and brutish men. This dehumanizing paired really well with another ideology that was very popular at the time, Christianity. A religion that told its followers to go out and preach to everyone so that they can be saved. Perfect. We have these unrefined, brutish, fiendish men, and we have Christians who have the power to save them. Anything is possible. So in the late 1600s, the colonizing project is fully underway. A lot of Europeans are nationalists, but here are the major players. You've got Spain and Portugal, the OGs, and then you've got the Netherlands, France, and England. We need to make one thing clear, that the major reason why these European empires were so successful so quickly was because they were really the first to start trading by sea in the Western Hemisphere. So, while Jesus and saving whatever was a big part of the justification of Europeans going out and feeling entitled to take land, he became less and less of a part of the picture, especially for the Dutch, who basically were just like, here's about Jesus, we want profit. And this is the next phase of the story of how Europe we'll call this chapter Private Empire. And frankly, it's one of the most important things to know about this history. Remember that European imperialism started as a desire for trade, to trade with big empires in the East. Then, surprise, we found all this land, we'll call it unclaimed, we'll start claiming it while dehumanizing the natives in the process, remember, okay? A lot of that was funded by governments, like kings and stuff. But eventually, the citizens themselves in these places realized that they could make a business out of this. And again, this is where the Dutch wrote the blueprint. So now, instead of asking the ruler for support, they could just get together a bunch of people and form a corporation, like the first corporation ever, the Dutch East India Company, which would fund private voyages. And you, a random Dutch person in the 1600s, could buy this share, a little portion of that company, to get in on a little bit of the profits. But if the profits are big enough, then everyone wins. Welcome to the era of corporations. So now you have the Dutch with their new Kickstarter campaign, crowdfunding their private empire, totally exceeding their goal. And the Dutch corporate sailors set out on the tried and true routes that they already knew, arriving to Indonesia, where they showed up not to convert people to Jesus necessarily, but to harvest cloves and peppers as efficiently as possible, and to come home and to sell them for a profit and fatten the pockets of the shareholders who funded the whole journey. This isn't like a surprising novel model to us today, because this is how the world runs. But at this point, this was a new invention. Oh, and the government secretly loved this. They could give the company some military power, and ignore the details of exactly how it was all going down, and still ensure that their country got in on the world's riches. As these corporations leveled up really quickly and became basically little private empires with the ability to take over land, build bases, and establish relationships with locals, not for the prestige of like a king, but so that they could make more money for their shareholders. It was the private investors who helped them get really big, really fast, all through this invention of the publicly traded